modifying these guys with plasma and other things, extending the range, and taking out where it doesn't turn red. I'm putting some bone resin in the little chip thing. And use that as a trigger in the back. Access point, you know. Turn on microwave transceiver, pulse, or electric fence, or aerosols, or all the above. You see light too. At night, that light's on, and so many things looking at, eyeballs hurt. Passive aggressive ways of use one. Weather doesn't feel safe. I don't like seeing her feel uneasy. Uneasy.
Wasn't that I came home with a feeling and he's like, oh man, you're tripping, making these up in your head. I don't typically have a mind chatter like that, you know.
Yeah.
And I worked myself to be at peace in remote places like this, you know. And so if I'm at peace being fucking way away from you and you're running the chainsaw, but something told me I wasn't at that moment and it's odd, you know. And I know I was being facetious with the clown laugh, but that's not coincidental. I don't think. Like I was being silly, but that was creepy as fuck. I had a feeling. I'm glad we got confirmation.
Let's see. I don't second guess you on this, so I got in the car with you and we went and seen, found the clothes and everything, and everything's gone the way it's going. Well, I'm working on doing this stuff right here. Motherfucker's gonna fuck around and find out the hard way. And push the Scorpio into the back. We'll defend. Do you like I do a person in prison? Mutual Mortal Kombat. In the middle of nowhere.
That's when Senator Harris said this.
But they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop. And this is a movement, I'm telling you. They're not going to stop. And everyone beware, because they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop before Election Day in November, and they're not going to stop after Election Day. And that should be, everyone should take note of that on both levels. That they're not going to let up, and they should not. And we should not.
Huh? They're not going to stop. We've just been in the middle of rioters. Wow. Donald Trump said on the 6th, I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. That's what he did. Anyway, so it's not going to the Senate. That's why I know that some of you want... I thought I'd probably be a little more worked up about this. I'm not. We've gone over the statistics about what has happened to people. You know, I've got the... Let me play Maxine Waters. She was speaking in October of 2017. This was to a meeting, some type of gala. Wow, what a moving evening everything is. I'm sitting here and I'm listening and I'm watching and I'm absorbing and I'm thinking about, I guess whoever this Ali, I don't know who the person is that they were honoring, even though I never met him. And she said at the dinner, and with this kind of inspiration, I will go out and take out Trump tonight. Listen.
Wow. What a moving evening this is. I am sitting here listening, watching, absorbing, thinking about Ali, even though I never met him. And with this kind of inspiration, I will go and take Trump out tonight.
Well, sounds like a loving crowd to me. You know, you think of, for example, Ted Lieu. He's going to lead this madness. If there ever was going to be a Senate trial, he was going to lead this madness. This is a guy that said if Trump ever fired Robert Mueller, he said this in 2018, there's going to be widespread civil unrest.
Look, if the president does go ahead and fire Robert Mueller, we would have people take to the streets. I believe there would be widespread civil unrest because Americans understand that the rule of law is paramount.
You think there would be civil unrest, widespread civil unrest?
I do.
I do. Remember what Maxine Waters said about if you see... Remember they were doing this whole thing confronting, like, Sarah Sanders and Ted Cruz and Kristen Nielsen and others in restaurants. Pretty crappy thing to do, right? Well, you know, why don't you leave people alone? They're not working. Anyway, and then, you know, what was Maxine Waters? She encouraged more of it. Listen.
You have members of your cabinet that are being booed out of restaurants. You have protesters saying no peace, no sleep. And if you see anybody from that cabinet in a restaurant,
This battery underneath here is full. The charger's blocking it, so I need to move it to the one over there.
Yeah, the same thing exactly on the new panels.
I have advice if you see somebody you politically disagree with, you can either say hello or
Product
nothing.
is better.
Leave them alone.
I like
How's
it.
that?
So I'm thinking of doing like a Valentine's
People with their
Day
families,
combo.
you see that you're not welcome anymore.
2 of the cans.
Pretty
I got
unbelievable.
these boxes from a while ago.
But that's, you
So
know,
I'm gonna
that's
do
what we've
2
heard.
of the cans.
You know, then you got
One
Cory
infuser.
Booker urge people, you know, a call to action. Please get up in the face of Congress people. What if I ever said that? I never would, but what if I did? What do you think the reaction would be if it was me saying all of these things? You know, Hillary specifically said you can't be civil with a political party that wants to destroy what you stand for. Has the Democratic Party not been pretty uniform in their desire to destroy all things Donald Trump? Eric Holder? No. You know, no, they go low, we kick them. Kick them. Michelle Obama always says, when they go low, we go high. He goes, no, when they go low, we kick them. Joaquin Castro saying Democrats would fight Trump, challenge him in every way they can in Congress, the courts, in the streets, and in the protests. The president declared a national emergency about a government shutdown. The president was considering, I guess. If he does it, we're going to fight him in the streets. Joaquin Castro. You know, God is on our side, Maxine Waters said, urging activists to physically confront Trump administration people in public places. Listen, I've had this happen to me as a public figure. It doesn't bother me particularly that much unless I'm with, you know, people that have, you know, they have no business being attacked because of me.
So if somebody wants to
Not
give
fair
to
to them.
somebody, they
You
get
know, it's
this.
kind of hard to be a friend with a public figure, I guess, these
Crystal, or maybe
days.
like
You know, John Tester,
infuser
Montana.
to teas, and
Remember
maybe like
Nancy
a crystal.
Pelosi said that when you're in an arena, you have to be ready to take a punch. You have to be ready to throw a punch.
That's cute, huh?
John Tester of Montana said, encouraging
starter
people to
kit.
punch Trump in the face.
Boxes
A lot of
will be
Hollywood
different, but
people
this
that
is
we
what I
pointed
have.
out that have done all this too. By the way, do they encourage violence? Is that what they're doing? I'm going to go take
Everyone
them
start
out tonight.
offering like this,
Incendiary
jars of
language that has been
mushrooms.
pretty much nonstop.
You know, like lion's mane and blends.
What did we
and
see? I've given you a lot of
ashwagandha
numbers
and
this week.
adaptogens, like things like this, because they
You know
go
what
a long
happened?
way.
We
You
had
only need it a little.
to over
And so
2,000
expensive.
police officers
But I
killed.
want to offer, you know, because
Couple
I
of
feel
dozen
like
people
hot
killed.
cocoa, mushroom adaptogen.
All these riots, businesses destroyed,
I feel like a
arson,
lot of people could benefit.
city streets taken over. Remember my interview with Horace Lorenzo Anderson Sr.? He lost his son in the Chop Chaz Summer of Love Spaghetti Potluck Dinner Zone. Summer of Love. Democrats, they weren't calling for law and order. That's
Super
anarchy.
small screwdriver in this thing.
Police stations burned, precincts burned to the ground, precincts taken over. Didn't do a thing. Rocks, bottles, bricks, Molotov cocktails. Where are the Democrats saying stop?
Oh, maybe this.
And the fake
It's a
news
little
seeing that
tight,
now they're
but-
actually just, well, that was a real reason then for the people. It was a good reason to, you know, be protesting. No, there's never a good reason for that kind of violence. There just isn't. You know, one of the things that, you know, for all these years, and I train hard, I really do. I can't believe how much progress I've actually made in, you know, it's going on, I guess, 8 years now. Mixed martial arts. I mean, we train hard. We do a lot of situational training. And the thing that I would really, we practice more than anything is diffusing. You know, somebody, I want to walk away. Names don't bother me. You can call me any name you want. Can't get physical. Not going to end well. And I just would do everything I can do to avoid it. Everything I can do to avoid it. Walk away. Walk backwards, but walk away. And try and avoid it. And I'm in great shape, and I'm pretty well trained now. Trained more than most police officers at a much higher level. We really need to have ongoing training for police officers. I do it an hour and a half a day, and I'm busy. I make the time to do it. And it's just a dangerous world out there. But I never want to ever use any of what I know. Never. I don't want to. I'm not a violent person.
I'll be using that Kung Fu chicken.
I don't even care what names that are called. But you think of the consequences from this summer, and then, you know, well, Democrats, they didn't want to alienate their base for the election. 2 LA deputies shot in the head in that Compton ambush. That was September 14th. The effort to defund the police, $1 billion out of the NYPD. How's that working out? Not good. No bail for criminals. That's not working out well either. LAPD, supported by Kamala. Not good. Reallocate, Joe said. Police become the enemy. At one point, some demonstrators in LA were seen blocking emergency entrances to a hospital. Remember, I didn't finish my thought. Out in Seattle, when Horace Lorenzo Anderson Jr. was shot, remember we played the bullhorn, the guy, the police, emergency first responders begging the autonomous zone, Chop, Chaz, Summer of Love people, can we please offer medical help? They had to fight their way through to just offer help. Seconds matter in a moment like that.
Please move out of the way so we can get to the victim. All we're trying to do is get to the victim and provide them aid. Please allow us to get fire in the area to provide them aid.
It's no different. One witness in the LA case said the demonstrators tried to get inside a building. They were saying death to police, kill the police, pushing all types of curse words, derogatory terms at the police. Look what the police have been through all summer. Headline, Detroit News, Michigan police officer ambush, shot while attempting to arrest carjackers, trying to do his job. Headline, AP, June 7th, deputy killed, 2 others, officers shot, California ambush. ABC, October 31, 2 officers ambushed, New Orleans. Headline, CBS, Minnesota officer ambushed by gunmen, 2 others wounded. Headline, NBC, July 11th, 2 officers shot, killed, McAllen. Headline, Baltimore Sun, Prince George's County Police, 3 officers shot, ambushed. AP, federal officer killed in shooting outside of Oakland Courthouse. You have thousands of people that died, thousands of Americans attacked and injured in the attacks last year, you know, and you can even argue that this defund the police did not have good results. They cut the New York Police Department by $1 billion, set, you know, 20% of their freaking budget. 2020 crime surge straight out of hell, up 97% in shootings, 45% surge in murders. They released their preliminary, it's staggering. LA defunded their police, praised by Kamala. How'd that work out? Homicides, shootings, car thefts, spiked there too. Killings hitting a decade high in killings after sustained reductions in shootings passing the 300 mark. That's up 40%. Minneapolis, they cut the police budget by $8 million. Well, guess what? Shootings, homicides went up 64%. Great job, guys. 74. No, I'm not talking about the police, the people that cut the funding. You got Mayor Lightweight in Chicago, $20 million budget cut there. Let's see. The end of last year, 774 murders, 50% increase. from 506 in 2019. And the Chicago Police Department's 22 police districts reported more murders in 2020 than the year before. The number of overall shooting incidents skyrocketed also, 52%. How's that working out, this defund effort? Kamala, not going to stop, you shouldn't stop. Well,
There were baggers with screws on the
I mean, the
ground right
Democrats
here,
are going
Did you know that?
to impeach her? They're going to impeach her, they're going to impeach Joe for wanting to
No, I actually.
take President Trump behind the gym? What did they ever do to De Niro? I want to punch him in the face, or I dream an awful lot, Madonna, about bombing the White House, blowing up the White House. It's all phony. They're just liars. I'm glad the Republicans in the Senate are not touching this. I guess Schumer will, I guess after, Inauguration Day. Buckle up. You have no idea. It's going to be a rocky year, I promise you. All right, listen, I want to save you all money. You know what? Money is freedom. Freedom, you get to make better choices, just as a reality. Well, unlimited talk, text, and 6 gigs of data, just $30 a month. And if you go over on data, they don't charge you for it. Right now, you can get that special deal, $30 a month, unlimited talk, text, 6 gigs data from your cell dial, pound 250. Pound 250, save, the keyword save now from our friends at USA. Announced that Space Command will relocate to a facility in Huntsville, Alabama. Huntsville is known as Rocket City and was the American home to German-born rocket engineer Werner von Braun, and is currently the location of the U.S. Army's Redstone Rocket Arsenal, NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center, and the famed U.S. Space Camp. Evan Brown, Fox News.
The role of the Space Command is to conduct operations like enabling satellite-based navigation and troop communication. That's different from the Space Force, which became a new branch of the military under President Trump. As the world tries to speed COVID vaccines into the arms of more people more quickly.
What about the mutations,
The numbers
people?
keep rising. It's now more than
South
92
African variant,
million infections
UK
confirmed
variant,
worldwide,
Brazil
almost
variant,
23 million now
Nigerian
in the U.S.
variant.
And U.S. deaths have now topped 383,000. At least 3
South
of tonight's
African,
10
Nigerian,
NBA
Brazilians
games
more
are
infected
COVID
than the
canceled,
UK.
mainly due to tracing.
The latest game scrapped. Atlanta Hawks at the Phoenix Suns. Phoenix doesn't have enough players due to contact tracing. The Suns played the Washington Wizards Monday. The Wizards have positive cases. Washington's game scheduled for tonight against Utah got postponed. And the Boston Celtics had their 3rd game this week called off as they were scheduled to host the Orlando Magic. 7 games postponed to the NBA this season, 6 this week. The NBA now begins a tighter set of protocols to guard against the virus. Players and staff on the road may not leave their hotels for anything but team activities and may no longer have guests in their hotel rooms. Players at home must remain at home unless for team activities or essential matters. Jared Max, Fox News.
A mixed finish on Wall Street. The Dow down 8 points at the close.
You want that
The
millions
NASDAQ
of dollars
higher.
a year, you're not a prisoner.
Fox News.
Call the glass man. He'll fix it fast, man.
At the earliest, I talked to Mitch McConnell's office today. It could ever make it to the Senate floor will be on January 20th at 1 p.m., which is after the constitutional deadline. Bill O'Reilly, allthingsbilloreilly.com. Bill O'Reilly told me a secret yesterday, and I'm going to have a hard time keeping this a secret, You shouldn't have done this. This is bad. And I know who's going to get killed next on Bill O'Reilly's killing series, and I'm shocked that it's not killing Hannity.
No, I'm going to wait a little while because I want to spend a lot.
No. I keep my word. I'm a man of my word. But can I say this? And
Yeah.
if at any point you want to stop me, stop me. I think this is perhaps the best idea for your series ever. And I'm not just saying that. I'm not blowing smoke, as you know. I don't blow smoke. Marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. Is that a call for insurrection, or at any point in the speech did you hear a call for any violence or insurrection?
No, but you're asking this country to actually be rational, Henry. So as soon as this Capitol thing happened, there was a meeting on K Street in Washington, D.C. among the ardent Democrats, and they decided to pin the insurrection on President Trump. The same way they pinned all the COVID deaths on him. You remember that, right?
I mean, are you saying that that Donald Trump flew into a Wuhan scientific conspiracy lab? I mean, I don't know what this is. No, they've tried to say
that Donald Trump, as President of the United States, was derelict in his duty, and everybody who died from COVID in this country is on his conscience. That worked to some extent. So what happened on this one was, these pictures were so horrifying, everybody was talking about them. It was a quick meeting on the phone, conference call, and it was decided that the news cycle would be President Trump incited
Like that's what you
the
get.
violence.
2 cans, sage, an infuser, and you get steak yoga package. Right. So many people, like, when they leave reviews, they said, I just got it comes in the cutest package. Like the cutest packaging.
It is all calculated.
there was nothing in the president's speech. I mean, honest.
No. That wasn't even taken into consideration because that would be fair. This was an act of destruction by
Just get over there, the roll
a
of
party that
They're
wants
gonna
to
say,
put the president away. So
Now, we're not, the lightning round is not working.
everybody's gonna say.
I thought the audience would find that pretty interesting.
Oh, it's gonna be a
It
hard
is
one.
interesting.
Yeah, it's gonna be a hard
The
one.
opposition,
Sorry.
Like a little
instead
strip
of all
to
Americans
seal the
banding
can.
together and condemning this action, that's what should have happened. The opposition said, you know what? We're going to use this for political purposes.
Here's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
By the
This
roll,
is the part of the lightning round.
and it's gonna be
For
a.
you words of Kamala Harris on Stephen Colbert. This is after the Minneapolis riots, and it's been a lot of things that happened. And I want to ask you if the standard Democrats are applying to the president, and then I'll play Joe Biden out of it and apply this would reach their standard, theirs, not mine, not yours. Listen.
But they're not gonna stop. They're not gonna stop. And that's, they're not,
Ay,
this
mi
is
amor,
a
I love
movement, I'm telling you. They're not gonna stop. And everyone beware, because they're not gonna stop. They're not gonna stop before Election Day in November, and they're not gonna stop
I'm like
after
a
Election
heat or
Day.
something, and I'm like fucking with you, and you ain't like
They're not gonna let up, and they should not. And we
you're
should not.
responding, you're underneath the wheelbarrow.
Like I'm trying to sleep, dude.
And I'm like, dude, I feel like I'm on heat or something.
They asked me would I like to debate this
I'm
gentleman.
trying to
I
sleep.
said no. I said if we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
Bill O'Reilly, if the same standard is applied to Joe and Kamala, what would happen?
Well, I mean, look, Ms. Harris is justifying what happened after the George Floyd killing.
By the way, I think I stumped Bill O'Reilly. I've never heard you not have an immediate answer. Keep going. I'm interested now.
Well, I mean, I want to choose my words carefully and methodically because I don't want to be in the category of a hater. So she's justifying everything that we saw in the summer. I don't think there's any doubt about that. You can't deny that, and they should. She said it. Joe Biden's just immature. I guess he wants to come across as like, a regular guy in the bar. Let's take this outside. I don't really take either of them seriously. Is that wrong of me, Hannity?
No,
I don't really.
I don't think that's wrong.
Seriously.
I
I don't think. Go
I
ahead.
thought I'd be upset today. It's so stupid, and it's not going to be brought up on trial in the Senate. The president will be long gone, and then there's issues of jurisdiction at that point, as Alan Dershowitz has said. Let me play for you, Bill O'Reilly, Simple Man. Let me play just a little montage, Maxine Waters, others, and things that they've said, and then I'm just going to hand it over to you to just bloviate, to use your word. Go ahead, play it.
Wow. What a moving evening this is. I am sitting here listening, watching, absorbing, thinking about Ali, even though I never met him. And with this kind of inspiration, I will go and take Trump out tonight. You have members of your cabinet that have been booed out of restaurants. You have protesters taking up at their house. Who's saying no peace, no sleep. And if you see anybody from that cabinet in a restaurant, in a department store, at a gasoline station, you get out and you create a crowd. And you push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
How dare he say the things he does? Of course I want to punch him in the face.
Right.
Potato chips underneath my bag. See, you tripping.
An awful lot about blowing up the White House.
This idiot is the president. The guy is a fool.
Come on. Our government today, with the prompting of our baby-in-chief, has... in-chief, I call him. When was the last time an actor assassinated a president? When he's in jail, if they give him a platform there, he'll never keep his mouth shut.
Bill O'Reilly, your reaction?
Wow. That was a good one. Wow.
Going over into the Biden administration because they won't let him go. Yeah, they are so obsessed with President Trump. The people who hate him are so obsessed with him that it's a neurosis now. I mean, you're almost tone deaf to it, you know? I mean, does anybody take Robert De Niro seriously? Anyone on the planet? I mean, I'm sitting here and I'm listening to this montage. Maxine Waters. Have you ever been to Maxine Waters' district, Kennedy? Have you?
Yes, I have. As a matter of fact, I have.
It's like a third world country. How long
There's
has
a
it
lot
been?
of
Truckins, microwave transformers. We go out the old shop. The shop get to the side. Yes,
We should be working to keep neighborhoods safe and secure, and in the case of Pelosi's district, provide basic facilities and drug counseling.
So, my question is, when are we going to all stop this? There's no reason to impeach Donald Trump. That doesn't further America's greatness. You don't like him? He's gone. All right? Biden now got a chance. Let's see what Biden does. I'm willing to watch and in a fair way analyze Joe Biden. I don't hate Joe Biden. He would never do an interview with me. One time I cornered him and I said, hey, your boss has been on with me 3 times, Barack Obama. Why won't you talk to me? He goes, O'Reilly, I'm not coming on your show. I mean, I'm not going to put myself through that. And he laughed because he knew he knew that it wouldn't come out well for him. But I don't hate him. I mean, even Kamala Harris, I think she's dangerous. I think if she were ever president, that this country would be in trouble. But I don't have a hatred for these people. So what about you who hate Donald Trump? What kind of a person are you? Why are you applauding this impeachment when it hurts every American? It divides the country further.
Stay right there. Bill O'Reilly, allthingsbilloreilly.com. 800-941-SEAN is our number. I know Bill does a lot of work for charity. One of my charities is buildinghomesforheroes.org. And they're just amazing. They're transforming the lives of those brave men and women that go serve us and come back with the most ability. The question is, Bill O'Reilly, what is the long-term impact if they, after the president leaves office, pull this crap out in the Senate, which would be a little ridiculous? What does it mean for the Republican Party? I think this is going to be a lot of ramifications here.
it depends on what happens to the country. So nobody remembers the Ukrainian phone call impeachment, right? Who remembers that? Nobody. I don't even think they're going to remember this, particularly if the country goes south. And President Trump will regain credibility and power if that happens. Because the country will say, uh-oh, you know, now we're all getting hurt because of policies that aren't successful economically. So who we got to call here? You know, the guy who fixed it in the first place. So it all depends on events. But I really don't think, even in the history books,
Puppet son
that this
will run.
political impeachment, both of them, are going to amount to much.
Our daughter.
It's so funny because,
Oh,
you know, I would have thought that I'd care more about this.
took
And
over
to me, it's just an average day,
70%
Bill,
of the media in the
of
United
hearing
States.
Democrats. You called it neurosis. I've long been calling it out of control rage and psychosis. And I say they wake up every morning and it's every second, every minute, every hour of every day. And I'm going to predict the media will say, we're not going to talk about Trump anymore. And then when Joe gets as dull and boring as we know he is, they're going to be obsessively still covering Trump.
Well, Trump's going to get the blame for anything that goes wrong, but I expect bad times for many in the media.
You guys are going
because you're
underneath
right.
the shadows
What are
to
you going
do
to cover?
stuff.
You're never going to see Mr. Biden. You won't see him. He's not going to be around. He's not going to do press conferences. You know, he's going to be in the White House somewhere. I don't even know if Jill will know where he is. He'll just be wandering around. How are you going to cover that? I don't know. I mean, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to do cultural stuff on BillO'Reilly.com and on my radio broadcast, but I'm not going to cover Biden unless there's you know, stuff happens. I know China's going to test them, and fast.
I'd like to know what China has on Joe and zero experience Hunter. Maybe we'll find out one day.
People to do something, hold the
Mob.
lines, you know,
Mob mentality.
fighting it.
Oh.
And I was thinking, if you wanted to do that, why don't you do it?
Exactly.
Why are you getting other people to do it? And then you realize, oh, that, you know, they were there just to do that, just to get people to continue to engage in the activity. There were a few people who were actually doing, you know, the breaking and rattling the barricades, which is silly. It's like, why are you rattling the
But when you look
barricades?
at it, all those people that are doing it in the long run, they weren't
It was kind of
flying a false flag with another
Let me
group
say it one way,
by being saboteurs.
You're basically
They were
saying
Trump
you
supporters.
see law breaking, you see trouble, and you know instinctively you want no part of it. And that was what I saw. The vast majority of people that went to the rally did that. I said the same thing over the summer. There were a lot of people.
What about the psyops? All the
America
cops,
was
all the
rightly
people
indignant, shocked,
that
horrified, and outraged over
go
the
away
George
from
Floyd
being the
videotapes, right? Okay,
uneducated
and
Trump
people were
supporters that they're always
peacefully
demographic at.
protesting. Then there are the agitators that were involved in the rioting and the looting and throwing rocks and bottles and frozen water bottles and Molotov cocktails, and we have all these injured cops, over 2,000, and many people died, sadly, in those instances, and, you know, the media was silent. You have the words of Democrats, and there's, you know, again, if you use the same standards of quid pro quo, Joe Biden on day one would be impeached by the Democrat standards. If you use the same standards that they're applying to the president on rhetoric, both Joe and Kamala would have problems based on the previous remarks that we've played over and over again on this program. Again, the same standard. You know, nobody really wants to get to the text of what it is that the president said. You know, the president, you know, went out of his way to say many of you,
Like when he says, grab
you know,
her by her
will
pussy. I didn't
peacefully
mean to
and
grab her by her pussy. I
patriotically
meant,
now
you know,
be
grab her by her
walking
pussy.
down to the Capitol building.
You know.
It said that in
Yeah.
the speech.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people have already pointed out, and we've made the point before too. You know, what is specifically, I would think if you're going to have an impeachment, you just pull out the videotape and say, these statements right here, this did it. Well, we're going to peacefully and patriotically march to the Capitol. But, you know, look, this isn't about common sense. It's not about reason anymore. It is the culmination of what has evolved into every second, minute, hour of every day, a psychotic rage and hatred against the president. And the ends justifies the means. There's no remorse whatsoever among those that lied about Trump-Russia collusion. They were wrong, dead wrong. No remorse about the double standard on Hillary's dirty Russian disinformation dossier. No outrage, no calls for justice, no adherence to or principal adherence to equal justice under the law or application of our laws. And that is the current state of the country. And it is divided, and it is sad. But and then you have all these other issues. We can't have a capital, our U.S. capital, not secure. And we have hundreds of thousands of people coming to town, marching to your capital, and they can breach within 30, 60 seconds. Why weren't they prepared? There's no excuse for that in my mind. That this was all preventable with a little preparation. Now, they're rightly preparing for the inauguration on January 20th. The president went out again today reminding everybody to be peaceful. And I would urge people that, that maybe are not Biden supporters, stay away from the Capitol. Stay away. We win in the arena of ideas. This is verbal combat. It's not physical combat. At the end of the day, we've got a country here, and we've got a country that has a lot of problems and a lot of disagreements, but we can disagree passionately and change the country any way we can, big or small, without resorting to this madness. We saw madness all summer. Nobody wants to witness what happened at the Capitol. This is insanity. The idea that the left has a monopoly of purity here is beyond, ridiculous. Sad. Anyway, thank you. Stanley, next, Missouri. How are you, Stanley? Glad you called.
I'm good, Hannity. Thank you for taking my call. I love
you.
the show. The reason I'm calling is it almost seems as if the Democrats are like purposely poking a bully in the chest in front of the teacher or whatever, trying to invoke responses from conservatives and stuff in order to use that to further their agenda of clamping down on our free speech, outlawing MAGA rallies and things of that nature. Because, they know that as far as impeaching the president, more than likely that's not going to go anywhere, and it serves no purpose. And you've got the censorship coming from the big tech companies shutting down Parler, things like that, almost seem as if they're pushing people to respond. And I can't say it strong enough to urge people, don't let them do that. Talk to your local legislator, get involved that way, and make sure in 2 years, 2022, you vote, because I believe they're going to push a lot of moderates and stuff that voted Democrat around this time and against Trump over to the voting for the more conservative and, moderate Democrats and conservative Republicans, because they're not liking the fact that they're getting so radical with their policies.
Look, they're already overreaching. You can see it. And it will shock the American people what they've got planned. And none of it's going to work. And because socialism doesn't, redistribution of wealth doesn't work, none of it works. Redistribution just fails. These are false promises. The wokeness, the PC-ism, the efforts to silence conservative voices, that will get stronger. It's not going to get weaker. And there's very few people on the left that are they love the idea of silencing conservatives. And I know because I've been living that nightmare in terms of my very survival being on the line, radio and TV every day. I'm not whining about it. I'm not complaining about it. I'm just telling you what is a fact. And it's not just me. It's any conservative in the media. I guess every day that I get this microphone or get to be in front of a television camera is a gift. And I do have the freedom. I do my own shows. I have no input from any of my employers about the show that I do. I make those decisions with me and my team on radio and my team on television. And we go our independent path, and we'll continue to go our independent path. People say, well, what about this show? What about this person? So I don't control those hours. I control my hours. I control what I say. and I have my 3 hours on radio and an hour on TV, and I try to do the work that others will never do. And we're going to continue.
Or reform him.
House Majority Whip Steny Hoyer, Speaker Nancy Pelosi calling the president a clear and present danger. But many Republicans argued against impeachment, especially with just a week left until the transfer of power, saying it will further divide the nation.
A vote to impeach will further fan the flames of partisan division. Most Americans want neither inaction nor retribution.
House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy also says President Trump should accept his share of responsibility for last week's attack. The president did not do that in a statement released by the White House earlier today, but citing reports of more demonstrations, he called for no violence or law-breaking of any kind and urged all Americans to help ease tensions and calm tempers. 10 Republicans sided with House Democrats to impeach the president. The final vote, 232 to 197. It's not clear when a Senate trial will happen, but Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell says it's best for Congress to spend the next 7 days facilitating a safe inauguration and orderly transfer of power. There have been reports he supports the impeachment effort. He said today he has not made a final decision. Meantime, up to 20,000 National Guard troops will be deployed to D.C. for the inauguration.
That's 4 times more troops than are currently deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan combined. D.C.'s acting police chief Robert Conti said he's concerned about the prospect for more violence in the days ahead.
Fox's Lucas Tomlinson at the Pentagon. America is listening to Fox News.
In a restricted building and violent entry and disorderly conduct on Capitol grounds. This comes after photos and video surfaced showing Keller among the mob of rioters who broke into the U.S. Capitol last week to protest the certification of the 2020 presidential election results. Keller, a 2-time Olympic gold medalist in the 4x200 swimming relays, was noticeable among the riot due to his large stature, also seen wearing what appeared to be a Team USA Olympic jacket. Matt Napolitano, Fox News.
As security continues to ramp up ahead of next week's inauguration around the country, the effort to ramp up COVID vaccinations continues as well. Today, U.S. deaths from COVID-19 crossed 383,000, and worldwide, confirmed cases have now topped 92 million. Actor Bruce Willis is speaking out about being called out for not wearing a mask.
Bruce Willis has addressed being booted out of Rite Aid in Los Angeles for not wearing a mask. The die-hard actor entered the pharmacy around 3 p.m. Tuesday and immediately made patrons uncomfortable because he was not wearing a mask. The store has required customers to wear face coverings in all locations since July 21st. When an employee approached Willis and asked him to cover his face, sources say he seemed disgruntled and opted to leave without buying anything. Willis addressed the moment in a statement to People. He told the outlet it was an error in judgment. He added, "Be safe out there, everyone, and let's continue to mask up." Michelle Polino, Fox News.
Recapping the breaking news from Capitol Hill, President Trump becomes the first U.S. president to be impeached twice, this time over last week's deadly assault on the Capitol. There is no indication a Senate trial will happen anytime soon. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Trees available now. Duarte Nursery is the originator, the innovator, and the leader in containerized trees. Duarte.
We'll set up sensors. Set up these sensors. Trip gets where they're coming in over this way. And several that focus just right on it. So there's no false positives. Doing this and destroying the ecosystem. Realized the other day, tracking this person. Destroyed and made it where the creek don't run. Been digging in. Okay. recent. They block this way. This sun collapsed because of their bullshit. It's gonna be a dry summer. I gotta take this back over. Sensors over here. Bear traps and so forth. I'm gonna have fun with that.
They're all going off.
All of them going off? All of them are going off? I have them on the tire right in the creek. I just pulled them out of the backpack, so if they're going off, then we can retrieve it and expand. Get 13 of them so that we can do that 2 grid or have 16 sensors in this area. Know what's going on and expand from that.
Yeah, yesterday I was reading, it said that its coverage was half a mile.
See.
That's cool. Means that we're here. We could walk as far as the Hope Road and see how far it gets, right?
Yeah. But for right now, I'm installing these 3 guys, and I could do that if you wish. I'll come back and get the car. I'll put 2 sensors here and then grab the car and drive down to the end and see how far it does, or I should say as I drive down the driveway and move in front of it, you let me know when it stops signaling. The half a mile should put it to where we can sensor all the way past Woodley and say past the neighbors to where we can sensor to where that road is that comes up now that's open. And then we can go all the way down to Forktown Reservoir Road.
See, that's cool. Oh man, if they would only have a camera, we can add a camera to them. Thank you.
Those Moto G Cyrus are pretty cheap. There's a good quality camera that's on there. You just have something proof. Flash them or the infrared light since it has a night vision stuff on there. Alright. So that's set. So I'll be placing 2 and 3 down here. And bringing 1 up to do the driveway test. Pun intended. So there's 1 going back in the backpack.
You're going off.
And like I was saying, what's nice is we can have them on us while we're walking around and you know what's going on. I have to figure out an earpiece or something like that, or a way to get it to vibrate while I'm using the chainsaw, so I can know. Place one here. Place one showing that someone's coming here, and the other one showing trajectory. For confirmation. I got one place right there. One that way. Is it going off?
No, not now. 2 and 3. Both. 2 and 3 went off. No.
I just moved 3.
3 is light up. 2.
Oh wow, there's a beautiful quartz right there. There's a beautiful point right here. Hopefully, well, several of them. Clear.
2.
Alright, so I have it directly on the spot. If, inshallah, I'm going to make it to where they can't see it. And get that the light don't come on. They don't pay attention. Put some things in front of it. And we have this spot secured where if we know 2 goes off that they're actually in the spot. There ain't no animal will be right here except for a person.
See. And number 2 is still light up. I think that it rings, but then if you're still in its surroundings, it light up. Did you just move or did anything different? Because it just went off.
I'm still in the same spot sitting here.
I'm trying to see like for how long the light still's on after it's charmed. If it has anything to do with you still being around.
There's a rest of 3 seconds in between. For the point. still going off now. What about now? Okay, thank you.
I still hear you.
Okay, that phone's set and covered for where I feel. They shouldn't see it. Now messing with 3.
Somebody in the back road.
Yeah, I hear him. They're right here now, coming up.
I hear 3. I see 3. That's number 3.
That's because they have the sensor turned towards me on my belly holding it. Glad I wouldn't come off.
Number 3.
Deer eating the mushrooms or something. Sun right there.
Number 3.
I'm setting this up to where it'd be coming off the hill, coming down onto that clear spot on the road, where if you were to walk over the hill and the couch is right there. I'm sorry if it keeps going off.
Oh, that's fine. I'm letting you know that it's going off. That I haven't lost you.
Thank you. Dude, it's amazing looking into the sun. There's a tree blocking the sun, but the shadow is on me, but the light's going around. And all the little gnats and flies, they're like, look like fireflies in the dark time because they're lit up. Wow. It's all gonna look different. Cut it all down. All lit up from the light going through their body. Forest management. Come back and take out the small ones and thin out more. gonna walk down the road, or walk up the road and then walk back down into this area. You know, it's not making it rain. Because without me notice, I was asking, I'm sitting there walking, trying to figure out where the thing is at, like where it's used. Okay.
I'm sorry, my hair's stuck wet.
If you're busy, then I'll do it myself. Thank you. Figure out how to do it. Bring the model thing on, I guess, yeah.
Oh, just drop it. I was 2 seconds. My hands were busy washing a cup. I'll be here.
Yes, I understand, but right now I asked you if you could let me know because I'm sitting here walking around in circles trying to figure out how to place the thing to see how to place it because and how am I going to do that if I'm asking what's going on? You told me what you're saying, but you're washing a cup and you're not allowing me to know if it's going off when you said that's what you were doing, not washing a cup. I would have waited to walk if I was notified that you're washing a cup and you wouldn't be able to let me know what you're saying.
Wow. You're welcome.
So are you ready? Or no? Let me know. And I'll start walking to see if the sensor gets reactive.
Ready. Going off. Number 3. Going off. Number 3.
So as you know, the tree branch that was there that makes you walk to the area, that's where I started at and walked in front of it. And I pointed in that area that I was taking. I'm now walking over the hill and the tire you'll see. Walking into the spot where they dug.
Number 2 going off.
Alright, now I'm leaving out of this. Let me know when 3 goes off, please. Thank you.
Number 3 went off.
Nice, thank you. So that's literally right where the stump is adjacent to the couch. So this area is covered. So we'll do the driveway thing with you. So 1, 2 is the jackpot, 3 is going in, 1 is starting. so we can centralize in that area. And as we expand, probably. Seen a little. Wow, it's beautiful out. All the moisture in the streets. So many different mushrooms. Crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Now we can put some down on the bottom gate and so forth, and do the FedEx box and other things like that. Go to walking and all that kind of shit. Seen in the trees. Yes, okay. The screw gun. Nice kill zone right here. Sentry gun. So far. Hillside, pretend. Oh, airsoft and paintball. That'll be fun. Training. Teaching. Do the other one up that way. And grid these out. Sensors and offensive. Man, come back through and cut the little guys down. I've already done this side. I need to open up these big trees. Still gotta do that side. Thin it out. Takes a while. Drop some of these big guys so that we don't have treetop. Build the road down the center. Just gave out this corner. This is over there. That's why I get mad why those people are digging down there. Our neighbors. And our roomie. Salamander.
God, translucent.
Yeah, let me pick you up. Can I? Hi.
Oh my god, look at it says. I know, but it's gonna open the mouth on me.
Hey, don't hurt you.
It's cute.
Yeah, hold on.
Epic, though. Its eyes are like neon.
Oh. It's nice to see you. Haven't seen you get around for a while. And your ancestors, your brothers and sisters. The reason why they got the property where I said, yeah. Make sure to get rid of those people down there destroying the creek.
How he breathe? Huh? How does he breathe?
Same as you.
Oh, has a nose right there. Is he a hole?
They have some that have gills that come out, but they don't come out of the water. It's okay. I won't do nothing to you. Get some compost and stuff going where you can eat a bunch of worms and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Have a good day. Oh, that's such a beautiful thing. We got the deers back, the salamanders. Got some turtles and stuff somewhere. Scared us off where we have an animal sanctuary, dude. Keep us in. There's some more sensors out here. What is that there, Janet? Peyton. Beautiful lady. I'm gonna expand the elbow because that cinch point clogging it up. Finish it. The tube. Nice harvest. Special right here. Fuel. Oh, we burn it. Keep purifying it. We'll use tourmalines to extract the stuff from the soil. Modified it. Gotta change the tip, so. And beautiful lady over there. Okay. Almost got the whole thing done.
Check it out.
Oh, darn it. Oh, she's clever.
You gotta customize.
May.
Some containers here.
Gotta stay away from the sides of it. You got me. 13th too. Ooh, she's crafty. My brother's birthday's the 13th.
Epic, huh?
See?
It's gonna match the dome because the dome has the white.
Turn the music back on, please.
First offense and a second strike incurs a $2,500 fine, which would be deducted from their pay. New Jersey Democrat Congressmember Mikey Sherrill said Tuesday she witnessed unnamed Republican Republican colleagues giving reconnaissance tours one day before the riot, and that she would make sure those lawmakers are held accountable. Meanwhile, New York Congressmember Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez says she had a, quote, very close encounter during the Capitol siege, during which she feared for her life. She refrained from providing further details, but said in an Instagram live post Tuesday her fellow right-wing Congress members contributed to her fears that day.
I myself did not even feel safe going to that extraction point because there were QAnon and white supremacist sympathizers and frankly white supremacist members of Congress in that extraction point who I know and who I had felt would disclose my location.
Ali Alexander, a leader of last week's so-called Stop the Steal riot, has said 3 Republican House members helped organize last week's violent attack on the Capitol. House Freedom Caucus head Congressmember Andy Biggs, Paul Gosar of Arizona, and Mo Brooks of Alabama. Meanwhile, around the country, law enforcement and the military are looking into whether their members took part in last week's violent Capitol attack. Philadelphia Transit Police are investigating 7 officers who took part in the siege. The FBI has opened some 170 cases on individuals involved in the assault and says hundreds more will be opened in the coming weeks. Over 70 people have been charged so far. This comes as the FBI is warning Trump loyalists plan to hold armed protests nationwide ahead of Biden's inauguration next week. Screenshots of archived content appear to show plans for mass armed actions in Washington, D.C. this weekend. The plans posted by the Patriot Action for America involve sending 15,000 armed extremists to surround government buildings and lock down central D.C. In Indiana, officials at the federal prison in Terre Haute executed Lisa Montgomery today in the early hours of the morning, despite a series of last-minute court orders that temporarily halted her death. The Supreme Court ultimately sided with Trump and ruled to proceed with her execution. Montgomery was the only woman on federal death row and the first woman to be executed by the U.S. government in nearly 70 years. Her lawyers repeatedly argued that a lifetime of sexual abuse and trauma led to severe mental illness. The federal government has also appealed stays on the executions of Corey Johnson and Dustin Higgs, who are scheduled to die later this week. The U.S. reported a new world record for COVID-19 deaths Tuesday, with 4,327 people dying around the country. Over 215,000 new cases were reported. In an effort to speed up the rollout of vaccines, the Centers for Disease Control has expanded its guidelines to include eligibility to anyone 65 years old and older, as well as those with some underlying health conditions. This is Health and Human Services Secretary Alex Azar.
Every vaccine dose that is sitting in a warehouse rather than going into an armed could mean one more life lost or one more hospital bed occupied.
The CDC also announced Tuesday it will start requiring all international travelers to the U.S. to show proof of a negative COVID-19 test before boarding their flights. In California, the superintendent of the Los Angeles School District said students must get vaccinated when it becomes possible before they're allowed to return to campus. In international news, Indian authorities have started distributing COVID-19 vaccine doses in its effort to administer shots to 1.3 billion people in what officials are calling the world's biggest vaccination drive. Malaysia suspended its parliament and state legislatures, declaring a state of emergency amidst a new lockdown. Rights groups say the extraordinary measure is an attempt by the Prime Minister to hold on to power by blocking elections and removing parliamentary oversight. In the Middle East, Israel's refused a request from the World Health Organization to make coronavirus vaccines available to Palestinian medical workers. Israel rolled out its vaccine at record speed, but has come under fire for neglecting to vaccinate Palestinians in the occupied territories. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo Tuesday claimed al-Qaeda's new home base is Iran and that the group has centralized its leadership in Tehran. Pompeo did not provide any substantial evidence. Iranian officials immediately refuted the allegations. This comes as Iranian leaders have warned the Trump administration may be planning an attack before President-elect Joe Biden is sworn in next week. India's Supreme Court has stayed the implementation of highly contested farm laws that seek to deregulate agricultural markets. The laws triggered historic ongoing protests outside New Delhi and around the country since late November. The court is appointing a committee to hear farmers' grievances. The Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, has said he would not repeal the laws while farmers have vowed to keep protesting as long as needed. In Ireland, a devastating new report details the neglect and other abuse faced by tens of thousands of babies, children, and women at so-called mother and baby homes, which were run by the Catholic Church from the 20s to the 1990s. An estimated 9,000 children and babies died in the homes which were created to hide away unmarried pregnant people in the strict Catholic country. The government will issue a formal state apology to the survivors. This is Peter Mulryan, who survived one such home, describing the abuse he and others faced.
We're neglected, no love showing whatsoever. It wouldn't have been done to animals what we had to suffer. And babies crying through the night. Why? Because they were uncomfortable, they were neglected, starved, and cold.
In Nigeria, prominent journalist and activist Omoyele Sowore has been released by authorities following his arrest at a peaceful New Year's Eve anti-government protest. Sowore ran for president of Nigeria in 2019 as the founder of the New York-based news outlet Sahara Reporters. He's previously been targeted and arrested for organizing protests against President Muhammadu Buhari and called for a popular revolution. To see our interview with Omoyele Sowore, you can go to democracynow.org. A warning to our viewers, this headline contains disturbing images. In China, images of a delivery driver who set himself on fire to protest unpaid wages has gone viral. The driver previously worked for the e-commerce giant Alibaba. He can be heard in social media videos telling witnesses who rushed to his aid, "I want my blood and sweat money back." His daughter has set up a crowdfunding page to help cover the cost of medical treatments for his severe burns. In U.S. labor news, the Service Employees International Union and drivers for ride-hailing companies are asking the California Supreme Court to invalidate Proposition 22, arguing it's unconstitutional. Prop 22, which passed in November, exempts companies like Uber and Lyft from having to classify their workers as employees rather than as independent contractors, depriving gig workers of basic wage and labor protections. The Associated Press reports former Michigan Governor Rick Snyder and other former officials are being charged in the wake of a new investigation of the Flint water crisis. In 2014, Flint's unelected emergency manager, appointed by then-Governor Snyder, switched Flint's water supply to the Flint River as a cost-saving measure. The move has been linked to at least 12 deaths from an outbreak of Legionnaire's disease and widespread lead poisoning in residents, including children, in the majority black city. To see our documentary on the poisoning of an American city, go to democracynow.org. And billionaire casino owner and Republican mega-donor Sheldon Adelson has died at the age of 87. Adelson was Donald Trump's largest single donor during the 2016 race. Since 2015, Adelson donated more than $250 million to Trump, other Republicans, and right-wing super PACs. He was also an influential political force in Israel, where he used his news outlets to back Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and the expansion of illegal Israeli settlements in the occupied Palestinian territories. He will be buried in Israel. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the Quarantine Report. When we come back, we turn to Yale scholar Timothy Snyder to impeach President Trump for a second time. That's 1 week after he encouraged a violent mob to fight like hell and attack the Capitol as members of Congress voted to ratify Joe Biden's Electoral College victory in the 2020 election. The deadly siege so enraged Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell that he's now reportedly privately backing impeachment, along with a growing number of Republicans, including Congressmember Liz Cheney of Wyoming, the third-ranking Republican in the House. On Tuesday, Vice President Pence rejected a call from the House to invoke the 25th Amendment to the Constitution to remove Trump from office. Meanwhile, several Republican lawmakers bypassed metal detectors to enter the House floor that were installed after last week's deadly attack, including the newly elected Colorado Republican QAnon supporter, Congressmember Lauren Boebert, who vowed in a viral video to carry a gun in the Capitol. Far from the commotion, President Trump surrounded himself with supporters during a visit to the border wall in Alamo, Texas. In his first public appearance since the violence at the Capitol, he continued to deny any involvement with or responsibility for the violent insurrection. This comes as the Washington Post reports the FBI explicitly warned of violence and war at the U.S. Capitol in an internal report issued 1 day before last Wednesday's deadly Capitol invasion. And police officers from Seattle to New York are under investigation for participating in storming the Capitol, along with members of the New York Fire Department and apparently 7 Philadelphia Transit police officers. 2 black officers who defended the Capitol during the attack confirmed to BuzzFeed News that some of the insurgents they came face-to-face with were off-duty cops. Others were reportedly former military service members. On Tuesday, the Joint Chiefs of Staff sent a reminder to members of the armed forces that, quote, the rights of freedom of speech and assembly do not give anyone the right to resort to violence, sedition, and insurrection, unquote. The FBI has opened some 170 cases on individuals involved in the assault and says hundreds more will be opened in the coming weeks. Over 70 people have been charged so far. Now the FBI is warning Trump loyalists plan to hold armed protests nationwide ahead of Biden's inauguration next week. Screenshots of archived content appear to show plans for mass armed actions in Washington, D.C. this weekend. For more, we're joined by Timothy Snyder, professor of history at Yale University, fellow at the Institute for Human Sciences in Vienna, where he now joins us from. He is the author of several books, including On Tyranny, 20 Lessons from the 20th Century. His new essay in the New York Times Magazine is headlined The American Abyss, a historian of fascism and political atrocity on Trump, the mob, and what comes next. Professor Snyder, welcome back to Democracy Now! We're glad that you are physically doing well. We'll talk about that later. But let's talk about what happened. From your vantage point in Vienna, Austria, if you can talk about what you watched last week and why you see race at the core of this Trump-inspired insurrection.
Right. I mean, number one, it's kind of you, Amy, to mention the article. The reason why I could publish a big article about this part of the coup attempt right after it happened was that this was completely and utterly predictable. I already had the article drafted before the 6th of January because it was obvious to me what was going to happen. And so I just want to underline the points you were suggesting earlier about just how strange it was that this kind of thing could happen so easily. As to race, I mean, this is a classic historian's point. The point I make in the article is about the big lie. You know, I say that these are the kinds of things that happen if a charismatic leader with a big megaphone with a lot of reach is able to consistently tell one thing which is simply not true, but which deeply matters. Like, for example, I won an election that I lost. That has to lead to violence. But as you rightly suggest, the big lie has to be rooted in a particular society. And in the United States, the big lie is going to be rooted in race. Let's count the ways. Number one, what Mr. Trump is saying when he won the election is that there was fraud. And by fraud, he means the reality that African Americans are allowed to vote. When he speaks of Milwaukee or Atlanta or Detroit, what he's saying is black voters, right? When he's saying I won, he's saying I won if you only count the votes of the real Americans. Number two, think of Senator Cruz and his invocation of 1877. As every historian of the U.S. knows, and as lots of African American knows, but maybe not everybody knows, the Compromise of 1877 is the very moment when the American South was allowed to build up a basically American apartheid. The Compromise of 1877 is what allowed American states to push African Americans away from the voting booths and into a Jim Crow condition, which was going to last for nearly a century and which we're still dealing with today. Number three, look at the people who actually invade the Capitol. These are, and this has not been covered enough, this has not been hit hard enough, these people are basically white supremacists. The white supremacists are leading the way, right? They're leading the way and they're making the argument that this is our house. In other words, what we think is that American government should be in the hands of white people who are willing to be violent about black people.
But Professor Snyder, I wanted to ask you, in terms of, you characterize it more as an attempted coup than perhaps maybe insurrection, because a coup assumes that there was an actual, it seems to me, an actual plot afoot by the coup makers. In this situation, it appears to be that that Trump egged on the mob clearly, and that it seems to me there's always been a right-wing fascist movement in the United States in search of a leader. I mean, if you go back to Father Coughlin in the 30s, Huey Long, George Wallace, there's always been a significant portion of the American population that has lent itself or seen itself in right-wing and anti-democratic terms, and now they actually have a leader in the White House. So to what degree was this really an opportunism that Trump took advantage of to unleash the mob as opposed to a coup where military leaders or key officials got together to plan an overthrow?
Yeah, I take that point. I mean, I would emphasize, Juan, that it's important that we not get too lost in definitional disagreements about whether we're going to say coup or putsch or insurrection. The American Republic is hanging by a thread because the President of the United States has sought to use violence to stay in power and essentially to overthrow our constitutional system. There's broad agreement about that. I've been calling it a coup for a long time, actually. I mean, for months, for the following reasons, or a coup attempt, to be precise, because it's been clear for a long time, because Mr. Trump has said so himself, that he intends to stay in power after losing the election. That's been his language for more than 6 months. He's been trying to bring the military into it. That was clear on June the 1st in Lafayette Square. And it's also clear from these repeated statements from today, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, a few days ago, the 10 former Secretaries of Defense. The reason why these people have to make these statements is that they're aware that Mr. Trump is trying to get or has a certain amount of support in the military, right? So it's a coup attempt, in my view, because Mr. Trump has said he's going to try to change the nature of the American regime, and he's been trying to use instruments inside American institutions. Now, beyond that, I would point out that this wasn't just a mob. I mean, as you know very well, and as you just said, these aren't just people who happen to be there. These are several different kinds of white supremacist and extreme right-wing paramilitaries who are appearing at the Capitol. They are getting mixed in now with members of the police. And this is extremely dangerous because it's that mixture of outside the state, outside the law paramilitaries and police forces or policemen who start to go over on the other side, which is very characteristic of the way fascist regimes come to power.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up specifically on that issue of the military, because obviously those who know the history of the rise of Hitler know that a lot of his base was embittered and disillusioned veterans of World War I who felt that they had been unjustly treated or had no economic opportunities under the Weimar Republic. The United States military today is 40% people of color. To what degree are the progressives of this country not paying enough attention to actually organizing and reaching out to the enlisted troops of our country in terms of what's going on? Because clearly back in the days of the Vietnam War, it was organizing among the military that really finally convinced this government that they could no longer continue to move forward with the war.
That's a really interesting question. I mean, I think looking back at the last half century, 60 years of U.S. history, the integration of the military is one of the most significant things that happened, not just in terms of obvious justice. You know, as everyone knows, we fought the Second World War against racism with an army which was organized by race, but not just ethically, but also politically. I mean, before even getting to the point that you're making, I think it's very much the case that the commanders of our armed services are perfectly aware what it means to have integrated services. It means that any kind of attempt to get involved in politics in a Trumpian way would be extremely divisive. But it also means that people in the military, perhaps more in other walks of life, or to be specific, white people in the military, perhaps more in other walks of life, are actually in contact with and sometimes hear points of view of folks who have different backgrounds and different experiences than themselves. I would agree completely with your point. I mean, it's not always easy to be in contact with people who are in the military. They could be overseas. They could be on a base. But I certainly take your point that that folks on the left sometimes have a certain tendency to pigeonhole all institutions and miss some openings.
I wanted to ask you, Professor Snyder, about who was involved in this attack. Some have called it the Ku Klux Klan. That's C-O-U-P, Ku Klux Klan. And you make no apologies about referring to white supremacists leading this. Let's talk about the military and police involvement. It's just coming to light right now. It looked like this sort of disorderly array of people who took an opportunity last week. But now as more and more video is coming out, it may well be that the front lines were quite well ordered. And now this latest news that the Seattle police were involved, that New York police officers were involved, that Philadelphia transit officers came down en masse, that PSYOPs person, at least one, was involved, psychological operations. Talk about this.
Okay, well, I mean, number one, when we talk about the coup plotters, just to make the obvious point, the most important is Donald Trump himself, who has been creating the psychological and the moral environment that makes this possible by telling a big lie in which he is a victim and people who voted for him are victims. I think in the second rank, we have to put Senators Cruz and Hawley. It's extremely important that these senators decided to make of January 6th a kind of carnival of mendacity in which they were going to exploit their official position in order to tell the big lie and an occasion which should be formal and solemn. I think that makes them the second ranks of the plotters. Number three, as you say, there was a good deal of organization taking place, and the Anti-Defamation League and other non-governmental organizations were tracking this, but not able to get very much of a hearing, it seems to me, from government institutions. I mean, as a spectator from a long way away, it was obvious to me, as I say, that something like this was going to happen. I think, Amy, what follows from this is that in this interval between impeachment, which is going to now happen, and a trial, which I'm going to bet is going to happen after Biden's 100 days, there should be something like an independent blue ribbon commission of forensics experts, digital forensics experts, historians, national security people, lawyers, and activists who put together a beautiful and organized and fact-based report about what happened, so that 3 months from now, when there's a Senate vote, which I believe there will also be this document that makes it clear how people should vote, but also a document which can go down in history. Because, I mean, other days in infamy compared to this one don't compare. I mean, the January putsch is the day in infamy which we have to get right for historical purposes. If this becomes a myth of victimhood, if this becomes, as Mr. Trump says, something we should treasure, then the country is in trouble. We need to get the facts right and the history right and the story right on this one.
And Professor Snyder, where do you see the Republican Party and Donald Trump going after Biden is inaugurated? Clearly, the party had hitched its star to Trump, and now there is enormous upheaval within it in terms of the road ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not many people think this, but I'll go out on a limb and say it. I think it's going to be hard for Mr. Trump to continue to reside in the United States of America. He has a lot of debt, and he's facing, even before the 6th of January, he was facing a number of criminal charges, or not facing directly, but being investigated for a number of criminal charges in New York. I think it's going to be hard for him to keep his feet in the United States of America. Perhaps I'm wrong. As for the Republican Party, I mean, my way of seeing it, as I lay out in that article, American Abyss, is that the largest group of Republicans are people that you could call the gamers, the ones who work the system with the gerrymandering, with the dark money, with the voter suppression, who are in favor of, the quote-unquote democracy that we have in America now, the unfortunately very limited democracy we have, because they know how to work it. Then there's a smaller faction, which in the article I call the breakers. Those are people like Trump or Cruz or Hawley, who've understood that one could actually come to power in the United States by entirely non-democratic means, by way of the mob, by way of throwing an election and lying about it. And I think that fraction is going to be there. Then there's a third, still smaller group, which you could call the honorable few, the people who have positions that I might disagree with, but who believe in the rule of law and who believe in telling the truth, right? Like Kinzinger or like Cheney or like Mitt Romney. I think the interesting thing to watch for is whether the center of power in the Republican Party now shifts from, being the breakers and the gamers together to being the gamers and the honorable few together. I think that's now likely to happen. And it would be, frankly, a very good thing for the Republican Party, because the Republican Party, by way of generations of voter suppression, has now got itself into a cul-de-sac. It's got itself into a dead end, where what's happening now is honestly the only thing which can happen. If you don't try to win campaigns with policy, but you try to win them by gaming the system, eventually there are going to be people who say, hey, let's not game the system anymore. Let's just break the system. And that happened in January 2021. And there's nowhere to go from there except further down into chaos and blood. So I mean, the Republican Party is not my party, but I think this is an opportunity for them to regroup. And I hope a number of them will see it that way.
So let's talk about what's going to happen in the coming days, what you expect. The word of all 50 capitals, state capitals, deeply concerned about attacks, the FBI warning about those attacks right through Inauguration Day. Then you have Congress member, as you mentioned, third in line in the House, Republican leadership, Congressmember Cheney, who said there's never been a greater betrayal by a president of the United States of his office and oath to the Constitution. I will vote to impeach the president. Many are asking why it took her so long. But then privately, McConnell speaking with Biden and working out what would happen. Like today, he will be impeached by the House. But then a trial could determine if they convict President Trump, they could decide the sanctions, like he can never run again for public office or for president, could end the pensions and the millions of dollars people don't realize former presidents get, that kind of thing. But working out this bifurcation deal where Senate will work both on approving cabinet members, but then also holding a trial, whether it goes from the leadership of McConnell to the leadership of Schumer. Can you explain what will be taking place, and if you expect this time, unlike last time when Trump was impeached, that he will be convicted in the Senate?
Well, you're asking a historian. I'm just going to answer it as an American who doesn't know any more than you do, probably a lot less. I mean, my gut feeling about this is that it works very well for both Joe Biden and Mitch McConnell to have impeachment now and trial after 100 days of Biden. It works very well for Biden because he's got 100 days of stuff that he really needs to pass, and he needs to get his appointments made as quickly as possible, especially after this terribly chaotic transition. It works well for McConnell because it gets Republicans out of the heat of the moment, gives them some time to think about what happened. Right now, of course, Mr. Trump is very popular. Three months of Twitter silence, he probably will be less so. Probably some other things will happen in the meantime to make him less popular. I mean, for me as a historian, for someone who's concerned about facts, a very important element of this is in 3 months, we could have a really good, nonpartisan, expert-based investigation of what happened in the Department of Defense, in Homeland Security, in the FBI, in police departments, and on Capitol Hill that day, a report which could then be used in April or whenever, when the trial happens, to make sure that people see, at least people of any amount of reasonability see, that what's happening is a trial based upon the finding of fact and not some kind of emotional partisan exercise. So I can see how both sides have an interest in working it that way, impeachment now and a trial later. And yes, I think the Republicans, what I feel is that the Republican gamers, as I think of them, I think they're shifting towards conviction. I think conviction is now a reality.
And finally, I wanted to ask about your new book, Our Malady, Lessons in Liberty from a Hospital Diary. In it, you write, the word freedom is hypocritical when spoken by the people who create the conditions that leave us sick and powerless. If our federal government and our commercial medicine makes us unhealthy, they are making us unfree. Since we last spoke, Professor Snyder, you almost died on New Year, Christmas Eve in 2019. If you can link what happened to you then and describe what happened to what we're seeing, this was pre-pandemic today.
Well, I think there's a big misunderstanding in America about what freedom is, and you can see that in the behavior and comportment of a lot of the people who stormed the Capitol. A lot of us seem to think that freedom is just about believing whatever we want to believe, even if it's not true. And freedom is just about acting on our impulses. We don't seem to understand that you can't really be a free person unless there's some factual world that you share with other people. We don't seem to understand that you can't really be a free person unless there are values that you can talk about out in the world. One of the things which has been clear for a long time in the U.S., has only been clear, it's even been clear in the last year, is that if you deny people health care, you're making them less free. If you put people at unnecessary risk and make them more subject to disease or the fear of disease, you're making them less free. You're also making them more vulnerable physically and mentally to various kinds of demagoguery. So what happened on January 6th is partly the result, I would say, of a sick country. When you look at the people who carried this out, I mean, when you have a hard look at their comportment, at their faces, at the way they carried themselves, I mean, apart from all moral judgments, you're not looking at a healthy society there. So I think part of the renewal of American freedom in 2021 has to be the concept that we all have health as a human right, that Americans, people living on this territory of the United States of America, should have access to health as a human right, that health is one of the things that should come before profit. If we do that, we'll not only feel better and be freer, we'll recognize each other better as Americans because we'll be sharing in this together. So that's the way to bring it together. Thanks for the question.
Well, thanks so much, Timothy Snyder, and thank God you recovered from your appendicitis, misdiagnosed from where you were to right here in the United States. Timothy Snyder, Yale University professor, fellow at the Institute for Human Sciences in Vienna, Austria, where he's speaking to us from. He's got the cover story of New York Times Magazine, The American Abyss, a historian of fascism and political atrocity on Trump, the mob, and what comes next. We will again through the entire pandemic as the U.S. hits yet another COVID-19 world record. We go to California. The epicenter, Los Angeles County, is expected to hit 1 million COVID-19 infections by the end of the week amidst reports of overflowing hospitals, record death tolls. With 1,600 deaths in the past week, LA is averaging a death every 6 minutes. The crisis point for Los Angeles comes as numbers soar across the state. On Monday, Governor Gavin Newsom said the state would open mass vaccination sites.
Recognize that the current strategy is not going to get us to where we need to go as quickly as we all need to go. And so that's why we're speeding up the administration, not just for priority groups, but also now opening up large sites to do so, meaning Dodger Stadium, Padres Stadium, Cal Expo, these large mass vaccination sites. You start to see those coming up as early as this week.
The virus has hit Latinx and indigenous communities in Los Angeles the hardest as COVID-19 ravages working class neighborhoods where many are essential workers. This is Dr. Edgar Chavez, who works in a community clinic in Los Angeles, speaking to NBC.
It's really hard for us to see our population doing the work that nobody else wants to do, front-facing, exposing themselves to COVID, and then dying from COVID, and then not getting the health care that they need, not getting the vaccine fast enough.
Los Angeles' indigenous communities from Mexico and Central America have been particularly impacted as they face both the crisis of COVID-19 and additional language barriers and lack of access to information and care. For more, we go to Los Angeles, where we're joined by Odilia Romero, co-founder and executive director of Indigenous Communities and Leadership, or Cielo, an indigenous women-led nonprofit that has raised over $1 million for coronavirus relief for LA's indigenous communities. It also recently published a book called a book, which I'm going to ask her to pronounce, documenting the stories of undocumented indigenous women from Mexico and Guatemala living in the midst of the pandemic. Odilia Romero is a Zapotec interpreter, has been an indigenous leader with the Binational Front of Indigenous Organizations for a quarter of a century. Odilia, welcome back to Democracy Now! Please, so I don't mispronounce it, tell us the name of your book, and then talk about the indigenous immigrant communities and what's happening now in the midst of this record-shattering pandemic.
Good morning, Amy. Thank you for having me again, Padios. The name of the book is Dijanore, Palabra Mujer, or Women's Word. And what COVID and indigenous communities in LA County has been devastating. You know, every time I talk to someone in the community, the mechanic died, the healer died, the dancer died. And that is like every day we get to talk to people, and it's a tragedy. I spoke to someone yesterday and they're like, already 8 people this week die in my community. Another woman told me 4 people die in my community. So every day that I talk to someone in that community, there's more and more death. And this happens because indigenous people, we don't have the privilege to stay home and not go to work, right? We have to go to work as we, through our Undocumented Indigenous Fund, we've heard a lot of stories. I don't have money to pay for my rent. The funds that I'm getting through Cielo, it goes directly to my rent. I don't have food. I have to work. I'm selling food on the street. So this puts you in a condition that you put yourself at risk to get COVID. And once you have it, you live in a apartment. Some people now have lost their apartments and now they're living with other families. So one gets infected, the rest will get infected. So it's been really painful to see the impact of COVID in indigenous communities. The infection rate is very high. And when they go to the hospital, well, you are there, even if you spoke Spanish or English, you're alone. But as you get there, there's no one that interprets in your language. And when this pandemic started, when we started the funds, it was a person I know knows a person that had COVID during the summer. Oh, a person in my family had COVID. Now it's like when you talk to people, I have COVID. My family has a family member has I have COVID. My mother has I have COVID. My mother has been in the hospital personally. My mom was in the hospital for 10 days. And her being there, not being able to see her, not talk to her, her not being able to communicate in her indigenous language was devastating, that she fell into a deep depression that for a moment, we thought we were going to lose her. So all this is happening with indigenous communities, the lack of funds, the lack of, there's a lot of food insecurity. So we're going through a lot currently, Amy.
And Odelia, I'm wondering when we hear the stories, and it's one outrageous story after another in recent days of the inequality and how this this pandemic is being dealt with. I think specifically, for instance, National Football League athletes, football players getting tested for COVID every single day just to assure that the football games can go on. Or we're hearing of these elite medical institutions like Columbia Presbyterian and Brigham Hospital vaccinating not only the workers, the emergency room workers who are actually dealing with COVID patients, but they're vaccinating their grad students, they're vaccinating their administrators, they're vaccinating all kinds of other people who really aren't at risk. And meanwhile, you're facing this crisis in Los Angeles. When you hear some of these stories, what's your reaction?
My personal reaction, our staff reaction, it's like these, when we hear the community stories, it's very heartbreaking. You know, there are days like when the team, we meet in the evening, we're all quarantined together, and we just like sit there and don't know what to do. Our hands are tied. We've only raised $3.4 million, and it sounds like a lot of money, but it only helps 5,000 people. You know, when people call, like, do you have any food for me? Do you have any money for the rent? Because, you know, I'm being threatened by the landlord, and then you hear these, you know, and I have to go to work. I'm infected. When we talk to people before coughing, you know, you hear the privilege of others. When the essential workers are not getting vaccinated, it's very heartbreaking, and it's very personally very frustrating. Like, I wouldn't have the words to tell you like my feeling of anger at times, because I see indigenous communities at the forefront, from the farm, from the agricultural fields to the restaurant, to the hospitality industry, to the cleaners. We are there. And we don't have access to the vaccine. We don't have access to any more funds but what we have in Cielo. And what we have in Cielo is like, it sounds like a lot of money, but it's really nothing compared to the need that people have right now. And on top of, we have to talk about people not knowing how to, they can't work because they have children, they have to stay at home. One parent told me the other day, you know, there's 4 family living in our household, and the kids are asking for pizza, and we have to take turns. One family buys a pizza, and we prioritize the kids. You know, some families have shared that now they're reducing their intake of food, and they prioritize the kids. So it's very heartbreaking.
I'm wondering also, Odelia, I'm wondering also what's been the actions of Governor Newsom and the state at the state level to assist some of the most hard-hit communities, especially in places like Los Angeles, where a good percentage of the people are undocumented and are not cannot partake of any of the assistance handed down by the federal government.
Well, there has been a lot of support to undocumented communities. They had the California Relief Fund, but there has been an effort. But as far as for particularly indigenous people, there hasn't, because then you have to go, you are labeled as Latinx, so then the box is checked. that you've been supporting undocumented Latinos, but we're not Latinos, right? So in order for indigenous people to access all these resources, one, there's the language barrier. A lot of us did not go have college education, so we don't know how to read and write. So that does not allow us to access a lot of the funds. And we hear this from different community members. I have applied, and some of the beautiful things that come out of this is like we're able to speak the language. Our staff, there's Quiche, Zapotec, Mixtec, and we're able to communicate with the community. That makes a big difference for them to access the funds. There has been little effort for indigenous communities.
I wanted to continue on that point of who is dying, the lives lost, and the knowledge lost. As you were talking, I was thinking about a conversation I had with a member of the Standing Rock Sioux. And there they have prioritized speakers of the native languages for its COVID-19 vaccine distribution because cultures and languages are dying out with the death of these elders during COVID. And if you can talk about, Odelia, what's happening in Los Angeles, as you're a Zapotec interpreter talking about the Zapotec, the Quiche, and what data doesn't show? You've talked about it as erasing indigenous people.
Let's say for last night, the county health department put out death. So far, new death is 288. I know at least 15 people are indigenous people that died because I've talked to the family members, because our team has talked to them. The new cases, right? There has been 11,944. I know also that maybe 100 of them are indigenous communities. And you might say the numbers are small, but because we're a small population, this is it's the loss of lives, people being infected, and the loss of knowledge it's there, right? Some of the elders have passed away, and there goes a whole world view. Last week, someone in the community died that she knew the stories of migration. She was one of the first women that came to the U.S., and she brought a lot of other women. And all the stories are gone, and the language is dying with COVID more than ever, especially here in LA with the elders. I speak the language, but when my mom was in the hospital, that's one of the things I thought. We never documented her story, like what's going to happen with all the recipes of food that my mom has, like everything. So it's one of those things that for us, it's so important. It would be great if indigenous community will have access to the vaccine, because there's so much knowledge that will be gone with COVID, and because we live in confined places here in LA, the risk of elders getting infected and dying is a lot higher than in any other places. And the language, the traditions. When one of the traditional healer was in the hospital, I called and tried to, he doesn't speak Spanish, he doesn't speak English. How do I communicate with him? That was impossible. Luckily, he's home and he's doing better, but it is these things that are heartbreaking for us here at Cielo.
We want to thank you so much, Odelia, for joining us. Odelia Romero, Zapotec interpreter with Indigenous Communities and Leadership, which helped raise more than $1 million in COVID-19 relief to help Los Angeles Indigenous immigrant communities, has published a book documenting their stories of living and dying during the pandemic. That does it for our broadcast. You can watch the House impeachment proceedings. The first time in history a president will be impeached twice. On our website,
Debate was emotional at times, with some Republicans arguing to impeach a member of their own party. Washington Republican Dan Newhouse.
The president took an oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Last week there was a domestic threat at the door of the Capitol, nothing to stop it. That is why, with a heavy heart and clear resolve, I will vote yes on these articles of impeachment.
A Senate trial is not expected to begin until sometime after President-elect Joe Biden is sworn in next week. Miles Parks, NPR News, Washington.
In a new video, President Trump makes no mention of his remarks to supporters before they stormed the Capitol last week. Trump does call for calm during the inauguration, saying that no true supporter of his could ever endorse political violence.
I unequivocally condemn the violence that we saw last week. Violence and vandalism have absolutely no place in our country and no place in our movement.
Trump's video was posted on the official White House Twitter account. His personal Twitter page has been removed, citing fears that he could incite further violence. NPR has learned that the Census Bureau has stopped trying to produce a count of unauthorized immigrants, as President Trump had requested. As NPR's Hansi Lewong reports, the move ends the Bureau's participation in Trump's bid to alter a key census count.
A Census Bureau employee who spoke on the condition of anonymity and a fear of retaliation at work tells NPR that senior career officials instructed employees to stop working on President Trump's directive Tuesday night. Trump has been trying to exclude unauthorized immigrants from the state population numbers used to determine representation in Congress and the Electoral College. According to the Constitution, those counts must include the, quote, whole number of persons in each state, unquote. Trump's plan has already run into scheduling trouble. The Bureau says it needs to run more quality checks on the numbers, which are not expected until early March. Hansi Lewong, NPR News, New York.
According to data from the COVID Tracking Project, the U.S. recorded 219,000 new COVID cases and more than 4,000 more deaths from the disease today alone. To date, more than 384,000 people in the U.S. have died of COVID. Hospitals across the nation are currently treating more than 130,000 COVID patients. This is NPR News. The Federal Aviation Administration has had it with unruly air passengers, citing an increase in in-flight disturbances. FAA Chief Steve Dixon says there will be no more warnings for people refusing to comply with the crew's orders or those involved in assaults, threats, or intimidation. Dixon says the agency will pursue legal action against passengers causing disturbances, with penalties ranging from fines to possible jail time. He says the policy will run through March 30th. Two Chinese provinces have delayed their annual legislature meeting because of the coronavirus. That could prompt Beijing to postpone its national legislative meeting. As NPR's Emily Fang reports, the gathering was also delayed last year because of the pandemic.
China is mostly virus-free, but it continues to lock down cities that see a small number of new cases. The province of Hebei had more than 100 new cases this week, so 11 million people are now under lockdown and 20,000 villagers put in government quarantine. The legislative meeting there and the one in Liaoning province has been postponed. Officials in Liaoning report nearly 24 cases this week. The two delayed sessions could push back Beijing's national legislative meeting in March, which is supposed to be a chance for China's leadership to celebrate containing the virus. The meeting in Beijing was delayed for months last year because of the coronavirus pandemic. Emily Fang, NPR News, Beijing.
China is reporting a 3.6% jump in exports last year, despite a pandemic and a tariff war with the United States. I'm Shay Stevens. This is NPR News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations.
Dummies on lockdown.
Contributors include Merrill Edge
Dummies on lockdown.
has tools to help clients find answers to questions. More at merrilledge.com/withinreach.
No one, including the president, is above the law.
That Donald Trump is a clear and present danger to our country, and that once again we honored our oath of office to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. So help us God.
The House voted to impeach Trump for incitement of insurrection exactly a week after his supporters attacked the U.S. Capitol building. 10 Republicans joined Democrats, a sharp contrast to the first impeachment vote when every House Republican voted against both articles of impeachment. The case now heads to the Senate for a trial. Windsor Johnston, NPR News, Washington.
In the new video, President Trump makes no mention of his role in last week's insurrection. He does condemn the attack, saying that violence has no place in his movement. The video was posted on the official White House Twitter account. Most of the outgoing president's personal social media accounts have been silenced. Airbnb says it is canceling all reservations in the Washington, D.C. area for the coming week. As NPR's Bobby Allen reports, the home-sharing company says numerous reservations were made by individuals involved in the riots at the Capitol.
Airbnb says it is refunding guests and reimbursing hosts for canceled bookings during the inauguration week. The company made its decision after finding that people connected to hate groups or the riots on the Capitol had booked stays through the platform. In its announcement, Airbnb pointed to reports describing how armed militias and known hate groups are attempting to travel to Washington to disrupt the inauguration of President-elect Joe Biden. Officials in Washington have told visitors not to come to the area over the next week. Airbnb also says it has banned anyone found to be linked to a hate group or the coup attempt on the Capitol from using its services. Bobby Allen, NPR News, San Francisco.
Alabama has been chosen as the new headquarters for the U.S. Space Command. Pat Duggins has details from Alabama Public Radio.
Alabama competed against New Mexico, Colorado, Texas, and Florida to win the U.S. Space Command. Nebraska sweetened its bid last week with $107 million in seed money. The U.S. Space Command is different from President Trump's Space Force. It handles military navigation and troop movements using satellite technology. Alabama has a long history with the space program. Huntsville tested rocket engines for the Apollo moon missions in the 1960s and later for the space shuttle. The Alabama town is also managing development of NASA's new super rocket for trips possibly to the moon or Mars. For NPR News, I'm Pat Duggins in Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
This is NPR News. Former Governor Rick Snyder and other former Michigan officials are facing new charges stemming from the water contamination crisis in Flint. In 2014, city managers appointed by Snyder decided to use a local river as Flint's source of tap water in order to save money. The river water was not properly treated, causing lead to leach from corroded pipes and into local taps. The move affected thousands of people and is blamed for an outbreak of Legionnaire's disease, which resulted in 12 deaths. Japan has extended a state of emergency beyond the Tokyo area in a bid to tame a third wave of coronavirus infections. As NPR's Anthony Kuhn reports, the emergency will be in effect until February 7th.
The emergency will now cover 11 of 47 prefectures, which account for more than half of Japan's population and economy. The emergency will allow the prefectures to request but not compel residents to stay home and businesses to shorten their hours. Perceptions that Prime Minister Yoshihide Suga has mishandled the response to the coronavirus has caused his disapproval rating to overtake his approval rating in a recent poll by national broadcaster NHK.
Anthony Kuhn reporting. The Georgia House is considering a bipartisan resolution to replace a statue of a Confederate politician with a monument to late Congressman and civil rights leader John Lewis. Prominent politicians, including Governor Brian Kemp, endorsed the idea following Lewis's death in July. Dozens of monuments to pro-slavery heroes have been removed in the past year. This is NPR News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors.
Before Trump's speech, I don't know how,
Vulnerable,
AFP correspondent Aishwarya Kumar has been to the river and joins us now. So, thanks for talking to us. What did you see down there? How many are already gathering? As of today in the morning, there were tens of thousands of people, and officials estimate the crowds to swell up to about 1 million today. That's a lot of people, isn't it? Despite, 50 million can sometimes gather over its roughly 50 days, isn't it? So what are they doing to dissuade people from coming and from keeping the people there who do turn up safe from catching coronavirus? So there are all the protocols are in place in terms of, people have been asked to wear masks, keep a safe distance from one another. There are thousands of security forces who are basically part of the crowd and managing the crowd, trying to get people to follow COVID-19 protocol. And a senior cop told me early this morning that they were going to fine people who were not going to be wearing masks and follow protocol. So, and there are what did you see there? Everywhere. What did you see this morning? There were barely. It was crowded. It was definitely crowded. The pandemic has definitely sort of cast a shadow on the millions that usually gather. But even for a pandemic, it's definitely a huge crowd. Faith topples everything else. The pilgrims here think that the river would save them, which is precisely why they're here. And early in the morning, some people have been here since like 3 a.m. Like they've been at the bank since 3 a.m. in the morning, and it's freezing. Are they wearing masks? All of them are not wearing masks because most of them are in water and then coming back up and changing. The crowd, there's a steady flow of pilgrims coming in, so it's slightly difficult to maintain distance from one another. So it's safe to say that it's a hard task for the authorities to make sure that the crowds follow protocol to ensure that they don't catch the coronavirus. Listen, thank you for the update. Aishwarya Kumar there down at the River Ganges, as she was earlier, seeing those tens of thousands of pilgrims flooding to the river for the start of Haridwar, which is one of the holiest cities. They're there for that, but the festival is called Kumbh Mela, and if you just go and look up that name on the internet, you will see the sea of humanity normally in the river. Authorities fighting a bit of a losing battle there by the sound of things to get everybody to remain COVID vigilant. You're listening to Newsday, BBC World Service. James and Claire with you back after this latest World News Update. For a second time. 10 Republicans voted with Democrats in the House of Representatives to charge him with inciting last week's assault on Congress by supporters seeking to overturn his election defeat. His trial in the Senate is almost certain to happen only after Joe Biden is sworn in as the new president next week. Mr. Trump has issued a video condemning the violence without mentioning his impeachment. A team of experts from the World Health Organization has arrived in the Chinese city of Wuhan for a long-delayed investigation into the origin of the coronavirus, first detected over a year ago. Their investigation comes as China recorded the first COVID death in 8 months in Hebei province. A British study of more than 6,500 people who have had COVID-19 found that most are protected from getting it again for at least 5 months, but may still carry and transmit the virus. The research has not yet been peer-reviewed. Polling stations have opened across Uganda for presidential and parliamentary elections amid increasing tension and an internet shutdown. President Yoweri Museveni, who's been in power for 34 years, is seeking a 6th term. Some diplomatic missions have cast doubt over the electoral process, citing the arrest of opposition members during a campaign marred by violence. Hundreds of thousands of Hindu pilgrims have started converging on the banks of the River Ganges in India for the religious festival of Kumbh Mela. Taking a dip in the Ganges is considered a sacred rite by Hindus. Organisers say they'll be taking strict safety precautions against the coronavirus pandemic, but most of those entering the river are not wearing masks. BBC News.
Thank you for that update. Hello, welcome to Newsday. Claire McDonald and James Copnell with you. We'll head to the US for our headline story in just a moment. We'll also hear about a star Senegalese student who's gone missing in France. We'll take you to Kenya too. Sports news also on the way. And you're all familiar with it now. Keep a distance, wash your hands, wear a mask, especially when you're on public transport. But now the Spanish authorities in Mallorca have gone one further. Please refrain from speaking, is the latest advice. Might work well on the London Underground, where you rarely hear much chatter, but will it work in Spain? We'll find out later, provided we can get someone to talk to us.
We'll start with major news coming out of the US. The decision has been made. US President Donald Trump will face impeachment for the second time. The House of Representatives voted last night to proceed with the legal mechanism which will now pass to the US Senate, who will hear evidence and decide whether he is guilty of incitement or of insurrection. Our correspondent Jane O'Brien has met up with a group of Republicans in New Hampshire to hear their reaction to the vote.
My name is Chris Ager. I'm the Republican National Committee man for New Hampshire, and I think the impeachment is ill-informed. There's only 1 week left in the Trump administration, so there's no purpose, there's no benefit to the country for this impeachment. And with President-elect Biden's message of unity, this does the exact opposite and tears the country apart instead of healing it.
Do you think, though, that the president should in some way be censured?
So I believe firmly that individuals are responsible for their actions. So the individuals who committed the crimes should absolutely be held accountable. You cannot shift the blame to someone else. And if we start censoring and criminalizing free speech in this country, like the big tech is doing, I think that's a dangerous path to go down.
John Rutter, you were actually on the march in Washington. What did you hope to achieve by going?
I really didn't have any expectations of achieving anything. I didn't expect for anything other than a large gathering of positive people supporting the president, and that was it.
And we have to say that you were not part of the group that stormed the Capitol.
That is 100% correct.
How do you feel, though, about being associated with an event that ended the way it did?
I have no problems with it because my intentions were good, and I would go back tomorrow if there was another rally because it was all intended to be peaceful.
What do you say to Republicans in the House who have decided to vote with Democrats to impeach the president for a second time?
I think they're clearly wrong. I think they're doing it for their own personal gain, and they really don't care about me or America. And I would suggest that maybe they step down.
My name is Hannah Pavletic, and I am 15 years old. To my personal belief, I do not think we should be trying to impeach President Trump due to the fact he only has 7 days left in office. I believe this is a more way for us to be divided as a country when right now we are extremely divided, and this is a time that we should be trying to come together and just fight for the better good.
You were an intern for the Trump campaign during his re-election bid. Did you think that it would end like this?
In a way, yes, because even before I interned, when I would come out as supporting Trump and being Republican, there was automatic hate. I've lost so many friends due to it and had so many altercations because of it. I believe it's worth losing some of those friendships because people cannot agree that we all have different opinions and still be friends with you, then clearly they weren't your real friends.
Do you see why they would come down on you for supporting President Trump, in their view, a man who has divided America?
I think it's because they've not done their own research and dug deep enough into the stuff he's done for America and how much he benefited America in his only 4 years in office.
Chris, you and a lot of other Republicans are clearly very defensive about President Trump. Why do you feel you need to be?
So first I'll acknowledge that nobody's perfect, including President Trump. But when he came into office, he was persecuted by the Democrats and the mainstream media unmercifully. And even through that, he was able to get very good policies implemented for the American people. And I would love to see somebody from the Democratic side say even a small positive thing about what the president accomplished, or anyone in the mainstream media. But they never do, so it falls to people like me and other Republicans to defend just out of a sense of fairness.
That's our correspondent Jane O'Brien meeting up with a group of Republicans in New Hampshire for balance. You can go to our BBC World Service page on Facebook. The story is there are lots of people basically saying they agree with the impeachment of President Trump. Plenty saying they don't as well. But here is one comment from Annie Christian, who says this: Trump deserves impeachment. At least it will serve as a big lesson to all American people and the whole world to know that America doesn't accept nonsense no matter whom you are, says Annie. As I say, go to Facebook, find BBC World Service, and you can leave your comments there.
Tuesday on the BBC World Service, 38 minutes past the hour, and an investigation has been opened in France after the disappearance of a talented Senegalese student who was studying at a prestigious school in Paris. Jerry So did not return after the Christmas holidays and has not been seen for almost 2 weeks. We can speak now to Khadija Njai, a Franco-Senegalese journalist based in the UK. Khadija, thank you very much indeed for talking to us. First of all, who exactly is Jerry So?
Jerry So is a 20-year-old enterprising woman. She comes from a modest family. They live in a village in Malikunda, Bambara, in the south of Senegal. Her family isn't highly educated, but they believe in education. They believe the daughter has an important role to play in society. Diary is a product of the Senegalese education system. She studied at Lycée d'Excellence, a school set up for an inspiring elite in sciences. Diary is also an academic legend. She won top-level prizes in Senegal, making her top student 2 years in a row in 2018 and 2019, a competition usually won by boys. She is now in her second year of a preparatory class at the prestigious Lycée Louis-le-Grand. Last August, she met President Macky Sall, who wrote in a dedication note, and I quote, "To Diary, a rising star who is the pride of the people." She loves letters as much as she loves numbers. She wrote a novel, Under the Face of an Angel, with a character mirroring her personality. She is close to her family. Her last recorded voice message was to her 5-year-old sister when she said, "I miss you more. I love you so much."
So clearly someone of huge talent, huge promise, huge achievement already at such a young age. Do we know anything at all about her disappearance?
There have been rumors. Some say that she might have run away, the argument backed by the French police. Or maybe it might be too much pressure from being a star student, too much pressure for being an African student in France, too much pressure during the pandemic situation. Her father died last year when she grieved deeply. She is not someone that shows her emotions. She keeps herself. But what people are frustrated is the lack of clarity, the lack of effective communication. They don't see that the French police is doing as much as they could do. But it's too early to jump to conclusions.
Yeah, of course, and inquiries going on and so on. And this has had a huge impact in Senegal and in African communities in France, hasn't it?
Indeed, you can see sadness, you can see desolation in people's voice, in people's face. In Senegal, she is loved by so many. She's an inspiration to many. Her success shows that anyone could achieve greatness. It's a big tragedy in Senegal. Even my uncle, a grown-up man, cried, and I was startled because I never saw him crying, because how much he respected this lady and how much he saw such a bright lady, everything that she did so far.
Are the Senegalese authorities essentially leaving it to their French counterparts to find out what went on, or are they involved as well?
They are involved, but they are leaving much because there are things that they are not able to tell to the people of Senegal. So they are working closely hand by hand.
Khadija Njai, Franco-Senegalese journalist based in the UK, thank you very much indeed for telling us all that.
It's Newsday from the BBC World Service. Now, let's go back to coronavirus because a significant new development, not least for the massive vaccination campaign, which we are now seeing underway in many countries, is this. A large study here in the UK has found that most people who've had the virus and recovered will be immune at least for some time. Scientists put that immunity after past infection at 85%, very similar to what the available vaccines achieved. Let's talk to Professor Susan Hopkins, Strategic Response Director for COVID-19 with Public Health England. Welcome to Newsday, Professor. Talk us through what you found. Who did you look at in this research?
So this is a study where we followed healthcare workers who both had previous infection and who didn't. In this particular analysis, we're looking at about 6,500 healthcare workers that had prior infection, predominantly in March and April, and about 14,000 healthcare workers who did not have prior infection. And we've been following them up with regular swabs for the virus and regular antibody tests over the last 6 months. What we found is that in those individuals who had prior infection, either through having had a PCR test positive in March or April, or through an antibody test predominantly in June, then they had a very low rate of infection compared to the people who had not seen the virus before. But they did have infections, and 44 of those individuals we define as having a reinfection. About a third of those were symptomatic with that reinfection, and that compares to the other group where we saw about 318 infections in the group without any immunity. That's really important because it shows that immunity does provide protection, but it's not complete. And what we're seeing here is about 83% protection from reinfection by having the infection before.
It's pretty high though, isn't it, when you're talking about some vaccines that may be just 5% higher than that, and especially in the UK, we're talking about giving one dose of the vaccine, one particular vaccine, which should have had the second dose a couple of weeks later, now delaying that dose for up to 12 weeks.
So I'm pretty impressed by this, and I think this also reflects what is likely to happen with the vaccines. Because often vaccines give a very deep and strong immune response because you're injecting lots of the antigenic component of the virus. So I think that this is very encouraging for vaccines and very encouraging for the durability of the vaccine response. And of course, for those healthcare workers and elderly individuals who may have had infection in the past, that first dose of vaccine may indeed boost their response further and protect them even more.
So that's what we can read into this then, that actually having one dose and delaying the second dose, you needn't worry about the level of protection you're getting for those first few months.
Well, as you know, our national committee, the Joint Committee for Vaccination and Immunisation, looked at the data, and that was the conclusion. They would rather vaccinate as many people as possible with a single dose rather than a much smaller number of people with 2 doses. Over that same period of time to give maximum protection to those most at risk. So it looks like this is going to be a positive thing. We will clearly be following and monitoring the vaccine cohorts very, very carefully, both in the population but also in this study. So we will look and see how they respond to the vaccine and how many infections we see in any of the individuals who've been vaccinated.
Are you concerned in any way that this the results of your research might feed into the anti-vax argument? People might say, well, look, there you go, you can have it and you can get immunity for up to 5 months just by catching the virus. So why do we need a vaccine?
Oh, well, I think that for those people who've had this infection, I think many of those would have preferred to have a vaccine than suffer from the ill health and often the long-term ill health and long recovery periods from having the original infection. Of course, the vaccine as well is highly, highly unlikely to cause any severe adverse events, hospitalizations and deaths, such as very sadly we see with COVID infection. So therefore, I would have said to anyone who is being offered a vaccine, take it. It is likely to provide a strong, durable immune response and that will be extremely important to preventing ill health and hospitalization from this severe infection.
Thank you for talking to us here on Newsday. Professor Susan Hopkins, their Strategic Response Director for COVID-19 with Public Health England.
Well, I guess get the sports news now with James Craig.
Now just 7 points separate 7 teams at the top of the...
Based around the same principles. Keep your distance socially, wear a mask, and wash your hands. But one government has gone a bit further by asking its citizens to refrain from talking to halt the spread of the virus. People living on the island of Mallorca are being asked to be silent, at least whilst they're on public transport. Let's speak to Jan Edwards. She's a journalist and radio presenter living on Mallorca. Welcome, Jan.
Thank you very much, and good morning to you, Claire. Yes, I have to say...
This is going to be quite difficult, isn't it? I mean, this is people in Spain love to chat. And, I mean, how are they going to enforce it?
Well, this is the problem. I don't think it's going to be possible. At the moment, the buses and the trains and the metro have 30% capacity, and it's impossible to meet that. It's all under the control of the poor old driver. And for him, trying to control the numbers of people scrambling onto the public transport and making people silent is going to be impossible. It's a really difficult situation. And I have to say I laughed when I read it because Spain is such a talkative and a sociable country. I've never yet been on public transport when it's been silent. And in fact, I used to travel to Palma on the train for an hour with my Kindle, but it was always too noisy to read.
Because you've got something to compare it to. You're a Brit, and you know, we're a little bit more introspective, I think it might be fair to say. You know, we don't necessarily chat in public transport unless we're there with someone we know pretty well. It's not the same in Spain, is it?
It certainly isn't. I've been spoken to by Spanish people. They're always curious. They always want to talk. So I think this is going to be a really difficult one to monitor. And I suspect it's not working at all. More effective will be the social distancing, if they can maintain that, and the fact that you can't eat and drink on public transport. And as someone who's sat next to people eating burgers before, that's quite a good one.
I would agree with you on that one, Jan. I mean, that's one maybe we could carry on outside of the pandemic. Let's bring that new rule in for everyone. Now, look, how is life in Mallorca at the moment? How are cases? How many deaths have you had?
Well, we've had just over 500 deaths so far from the start of the pandemic, and we've got just over 42,000 infected at the moment. 100 people are in ICU on Mallorca, and just over 300 are in hospital. So it's a tough time. I think people are struggling with all the restrictions which keep changing. We're a resilient lot here in Mallorca, but this is a month when we have a lot of fiestas normally. So
Talk us through
those
that,
have all been
actually, because
cancelled.
January's a massive month, isn't it, for those kind of festivities?
It is. We have 3 really important fiestas. One of them here is more important to my local town, Manacor, than Christmas. That's the Sant Antoni fiesta. And all of these revolve around fire, which is very exciting and very necessary in the winter. So in Manacor and a lot of the big towns, we have Sant Antoni celebrations, which in the evening involve devils dancing, music, fire, bonfires, cooking, and then the next day is a huge event across Mallorca, which is the blessing of the animals, because Sant Antoni is the patron saint of animals. So everybody takes their pets to town, and the local priest blesses them, and it's such an important event. Then we have
to say it's not happening this year, maybe next year. Listen, so if somebody turns around to talk to you on public transport, what would you say back to them in Spanish, Jan?
Oh, por favor, no habla.
No habla.
I will not be going on public transport until this is all over.
Sounds very wise. Jan, thanks for talking to us live from the island of Mallorca. Jan Edwards there, journalist and radio presenter. It's no habla from myself and James now.
Pelosi has officially signed the article of impeachment against outgoing President Trump, making him the only U.S. president to be impeached twice. More from NPR's Windsor Johnston.
Speaker Pelosi says the House demonstrated that no one, including the president, is above the law.
That Donald Trump is a clear and present danger to our country, and that once again, we honored our oath of office to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. So help us God.
The House voted to impeach Trump for incitement of insurrection exactly a week after his supporters attacked the U.S. Capitol building. 10 Republicans joined Democrats, a sharp contrast to the first impeachment vote when every House Republican voted against both articles of impeachment. The case now heads to the Senate for a trial. Windsor Johnston, NPR News, Washington.
President-elect Joe Biden has been briefed on plans to secure his inauguration next week. In a statement, the Biden transition team says senior FBI, Secret Service, and national security officials have shared plans to deter and defend against violent disruptions or attacks. A number of protests are planned both in Washington and in state capitals and cities across the nation in the coming days. Thousands of National Guard troops are expected to help secure the perimeter around the U.S. Capitol. Some are spending the night inside the building, sleeping on the floor between shifts. Several streets in the Washington, D.C. metro area are blocked off. Another COVID-19 vaccine could soon be available to Americans. As NPR's Joe Palca reports, it's a drug that appears to be effective after a single dose.
The vaccine is made by Janssen Pharmaceuticals Company, a division of Johnson & Johnson. Based on laboratory studies published in the New England Journal of Medicine, the vaccine appears to provoke the kind of immune response that would protect someone from disease. These preliminary studies indicate the vaccine doesn't cause serious adverse reactions. Whether it actually protects people from disease should be known later this month. That's when researchers expect to get results from a large study of 45,000 volunteers. If the results are positive, the Food and Drug Administration could give Janssen emergency authorization to distribute the vaccine sometime in February. Joe Palca, NPR News.
The U.S. recorded 219,000 new COVID-19 cases and more than 4,000 deaths from the disease yesterday, according to data from the COVID Tracking Project. To date, more than 384,000 people in the U.S. have died from the disease. Hospitals across the nation are currently treating more than 130,000 COVID patients. In California, the state is expanding its eligibility list for the COVID vaccine to include anyone 65 and older. This is NPR News. The legal advisor for the European Union's top court says that Facebook should not be allowed to block a lawsuit from Belgium. As Terry Schultz reports, Facebook argues that only regulators in Ireland can take action because its headquarters are located in that country.
The Belgian Data Privacy Authority wants Facebook to stop collecting certain browsing information from Belgian users without their consent. Facebook argues it can only be sued in Ireland, where its headquarters are located. But the Advocate General of the European Court of Justice says any EU country can launch a case. These opinions are usually followed by the court, so this could mean trouble for Facebook and other U.S. tech giants.
Terry Schultz in Brussels. U.S. Customs and Border Protection is banning imports of cotton and tomatoes from China's western region of Xinjiang. NPR's John Bruwich reports that the agency suspects that the products are tied to forced labor.
CBP personnel will detain a range of Xinjiang products at U.S. ports of entry. They include apparel, textiles, tomato seeds, tomato sauce, and other goods made with cotton or tomatoes. The agency did not give details or provide evidence of forced labor, but the issue has been on the Trump administration's radar. It issued an advisory last July warning businesses about the risk of forced labor in Xinjiang. The Chinese government has been engaged in a multi-year campaign in Xinjiang that it says is an effort to combat terrorism. Rights campaigners say hundreds of thousands of ethnic Uyghurs and other Muslims have been detained without trial, and many are being forced to work. Beijing rejects the allegation. John Ruich, NPR News.
On Asian markets, shares are mixed. This is NPR News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations.
Nice power this morning. And we'll start walking around on the trail. 5:30 and 6:30 and 7. I'll get a nice charge. This guy's here. High frequencies are getting you light on them, but the other ones are just getting it. Flipping completely east. Here we are. General Motors. Fucking flying car. shit. Right? Think about the times we live in, kids. The old race is still alive when they were being lied to that there'd never be nothing that can fly except for a fucking bird. You understand? Nothing about the Brazilian variant.
Like a day ago.
Nothing about the Nigerian variant.
Oh yeah, it's kind of weird. Look, it has like turbines in the bottom, like fans, two fans.
I told you the quadcopter. It is nothing more than a drone.
Yeah, a big drone.
You understand? That's why they push that shit. They've been pushing it. From Judge Dredd and several other movies. But that right there comes from video games. You understand?
Drone, huh?
It comes from someone hacking a level on a game where you get a perk. Hear me? Look at me. You get a drone. In the same reality as in our war right now, where we have personal drones for our fucking servicemen that can fly up. You got miniature ones you can throw up. They're boomerang and so forth, but then they have industrial-sized ones that carry weapon bay packages and so forth. Those ones, like the walking dog thing, on the video game, a couple of people figured out, like you see me do with my stuff, and you see me talk shit to people when I still used to play games and go, hey, this is on reality, right? Well, if this is on reality and you go like this, how come I can walk up this, but your jet can't fucking get up there? Blah, blah, blah. Well, on this game, the one before my cousin, when we went over, my cousin, we were playing number 5 or whatever with the exosuits, and I was saying, you understand, this is what DARPA has? Well, I was saying for my younger cousins to not play this shit, but then he gets recruited for a fucking CIA. You understand? If you remember, a guy throws out a thing. It's a drone big enough for you to stand on. What people... No, hear me. That's not its purpose. In the game, what people were doing, before the dog thing and all that shit came out, people were throwing it onto there and using it as a hack, as an elevator to fucking fly up. That it's strong enough because it is a utility pack that's able to fucking do stuff. Think in your mind, remember the fucking graphics and all that stuff is the same, supposed to be. Make me feel like I'm talking to you in reality like this. In a game, it has to be the same. I can show you with other stuff, so you can manipulate it. So, people started throwing their stuff on there and getting the places they shouldn't be able to.
Using it.
So, from doing such, if it rings again, it's the person in there.
That's what we haven't figured out. What do we do when it rings? Like, what's our...
It's the same as a person. As a child.
What do we do? Come out, which ways? What's our...
I'm going to the car, like I said, with the titanium bit to drill a hole through their engine block. And then coming down where they're at. Because the animal will walk through it. A two-pegged level person would be as if I was setting him up, man. Hello? Here's the dig site. It's like this. There is no just one-time charm. Here's him. Several charms because the person's always right there. So. Need to monitor mom and dad and my mother. Supposedly they have until June. Well, so they can be reinfected by the Kent variant. So right now our parents have 5-month 85% immunological defense against the Kent variant, or what they call the original strain of COVID, which is not the original strain of COVID, because the Kent variant became the most predominant modality of it, but they call it COVID-2, but it's of the Kent variant. Kent variant is what the vaccines are inoculated to, sabe? South African variant, as you know, UK variant's 50% more R ratio, 50% more than the Kent variant. But the South African variant is 70% more and has the RBM and the RDM ACE receptor binding
They're
site.
calling it Kent variant because it happened in Kent.
That
the place
destroys antibody membretics. You understand? So, the efficacy of having 85% immunological response without the vaccine, if you've already caught COVID and you can survive through COVID, you're able to block the Kent variant, but we have the South African, the Nigerian, and the Brazilian. Two of them neutralize immunological response, as you know, and they're still not talking about the shit. I got you educated on it back on the 18th, and I've been blabbing about it for 2 months, but you finally got to see the videos. I finally got to find something on it. You understand? And they're still not talking about the shit at all in America or anywhere. And they're going, hey, we're at 43,000 yesterday a day. And I remember I told you this week we'll go to 5, and I said that 2 weeks ago. By this, we'll get to the 5K, which will prove. And we'll see if these motherfuckers stop lying to people. Because Fauci on the 6th of this month stated there's only 2 variants. Yet, it was a confirmation that the Nigerian variant is its own. It's on its own. And, hey, we got this Brazilian strain. But again, efficacy of the fucking vaccines are all in the Kent variant. Kent variant, you catch it and you survive, you got 5 months of your immune. 5 to 6 months your immune's able to fucking maybe 85% block against it. Now you throw a bunch of vaccine in there, MAs, and other things, and you see the South African and Nigerian variant. Because where are they doing all these fucking efficacy tests? In fucking Africa, right? So you do a population of some people and you bounce this off of there and you wonder why you got a fucking variant that's against, that can knock out the vaccine. Make you wonder, right? And then so you take the vaccine and you don't give people double dose, but you give only a single dose, so what are you going to do? Cause a bacterial macrophage adaptation to that. You understand? If you don't inoculate the whole population and get it in a vast number, all you're going to do is just make that gene pool over there turn into some new fucking mutation. These people are retarded as fuck.
Seriously. My mom said people from Argentina are traveling, well, the people that can, are traveling to Miami to get vaccinated.
You get a vaccine that ain't gonna do shit for you.
But because Argentina only has the Russian vaccine and yada yada yada.
why it just loads a little bit of information to you so you can scan. Pay attention to the things. You got the names of the strands. Scan and you can, again, like I've been saying to you, follow the course of this thing. You understand? Get that Jamie's fucking stupid ass, Jamie Winkley. Maybe she might wake up. But still, February 26th still has the cure for this fucking disease in its lineage. Blasted on your wall. Blasted on her wall. You understand? Because it's still an iron oxide. B-gram, B12, M positive motherfucking membrane. Fucking organism. You understand? They still break it down that way. Still break it down that way. Still defeat it with fucking BP-882. Ain't nobody going that way. I spent $20 trillion on motherfucking proteins and those monogram blood motherfucking mRNA fucking vaccines thinking they was doing the thing, baby! Oh, give you applaud for fucking being retarded. You're fighting against a self-adapted virus. Obviously this out fucking showed that it's smarter than you stupid fucks. It's something that I've been proving my whole life, baby. I don't know what's wrong. We're not talking about it. It doesn't that way. And still the simplicity of just eating natural diets and all this stuff that me and old white man's been trying to tell people. Fucking kill it. Kill it. Kill it. Kill it. Fuck curing it. Kill it. Fuck curing it by calling it fucking, well, like the Quiche Foundation.
Oh no, Moderna, Pfizer or Moderna, I read in the news today, Pfizer or Moderna just said, we're gonna live with these for the rest of our life. We're just fucking making the penny here, like, this is just for life.
We're making money off you stupid motherfuckers.
Basically.
For life! You don't want your shot. You don't get to do nothing.
Which is the hypocrisy of saying there's no solution, and we know there's no solution. We're just selling you the smoke.
Yep. It's like
I'm paying to it because the masses, you know, it eases them somehow.
Like LifeLock. That tells you, we can't do nothing, but if you give us some money, it make you feel like we're doing something for you.
On another note, for an advantage, we're getting our whole security system today because they're on sale. Yes, on their website, on their official website, they're doing a hot sale, and they're on sale. So I'm getting this intercom outdoor talking thing, half a mile, so when the guy delivers in any way, he can say, packages here, intercom, half a mile, has the same range that these guys do, outdoor, ring bell.
Oh, yeah.
It was $200, and it's $99, and it brings you.
It's better than those walkie-talkies that say 35 miles because most just goes a quarter mile.
It brings you 4, so 2 and 2, and then like they got all kinds of intercom, many like for this offices and houses, and I don't know, having an intercom in a house would be crazy. At the time that we had a big house, I would have driven my mom crazy.
Trying to take a shit. What are you doing? Huh? Are you pooping?
Somebody had posted a meme one time that said, like, raise your hand if by 8 o'clock you heard mom 300 times already. And I remember I would call mom, mom, mom. I should say, like, dude, you just like wear my name off. Stop.
Frequency startup. Where we're at? Yeah, we got solid now. Because that angle that they're at now, these guys are on. Solid. Is that plane going that way? I need to do a makeshift thing really quick with the excess wood over there, old wood, and the bookshelves. Set those guys up over there. Ooh, 0.333 right now. We're at 0.3 this morning.
So they're $50 a piece, just the sensor. Basically,
Damn, so that's 400?
no, 40 because, well, there's a difference if it's brown or if it's camouflage of $9 when it's 50 then when it's 42.
So 8 times, yeah. That's $1,000 for almost.
Well,
each section, if we don't grab them up now, I mean, fuck. If you can put 8 of them on there, and regardless, they come out to $50 basically a piece.
So the kit that we bought, the 4 with the thing, is $174. So even if you don't have extra receivers, it's always better to buy kits. You know, like even if you were not gonna use this receiver, you just buy the kit for $174 and you get 4 of them.
You get 3.
And these I said they are $40.
So that's $120 plus the receiver. The receiver's $50.
Otherwise, yeah, it's $50. No, it just.
They're hard selling you, honey. Slow down. There ain't no price breaks. You're actually paying more for when you buy the fucking the group thing than it's a single.
That's weird. It says their original price is $260, but I don't think we paid. I'm looking at here when we bought it. It was like May. 5 years ago. No, I'm kidding.
Fucking at least a year. I know it's been a year. It's been a year. Or 2 maybe. No, not 2. At least 1 year. Just not using the damn thing.
Yeah, I really like the intercom thing, because then we start getting packages and they can let us know.
You can speaker stuff out to where
Bluetooth us where we're at, or what not.
I'm just saying, you ask, what do you want to do if you get more than 2 jingles on that thing? You intercom to the person, what the fuck are you doing? How you doing, man? You like the property? We like it too. You want to become part of the property? Otherwise, the fuck on.
But this, yeah.
So just think what you're looking at, right?
Yeah.
Because we just got our little drones, right? So those are those adaptive phages that we just adapted. We just accumulated some new neurons, right? Those morons
Our
that we
defense system, yes.
just picked up.
Immune system.
Just gave us fucking Kimron system sensing. Right? So now we can sense externally.
Infrared sensing outside.
Just shut up with that in your mind. How do the germs sense? How does VP882 sense? Not with infrared. We come on sensing. So we're sensing outside of our area and so forth. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to get your mind to think in the terms of defeating the new what? Variants. If their binding sites are of such on those things, how do you change those binding sites? Or, again, from Kimron sensing, it's obviously doing such, but competing with itself, as you see. There you go. Sorry. Infrared and all that kind of good stuff, yeah. Getting that ability.
No, but it's the count, like you're saying. It's the awareness of how much of itself it's, and how much it needs more. How much more it needs to sort of like propagate itself.
If you remember, the 25th of January of last year, I had already stated that this stuff had, this animus, as I had written out, had accumulated enough energetics from the human biome become self-aware that the fucking, it'd be like a squirrel shaking its tail and a rattlesnake fucking being confused, like we're the dumbass rattlesnakes now being confused because we don't realize what's going on. Because the pit viper is being confused because the motherfucker done what? Adapted itself to make its tail make itself look larger.
They brought me that at the time.
Do you understand? That's completely different, but you understand what I'm saying?
But yeah, adaptation of the environment.
As I had written out, when they started doing the heat sensing, which uses tantalum and other crystals that you know that infract out a different, like pearlkit, a certain fucking frequency, like the radar scanners, once you do such, what that kinetic energy causes biomes and chiralities within the body, and if it is a fucking self-adapted virus that understands how to do such, it can use that kinetic and electrostatic energetics within its biome and ecosystem to recombinate itself. And hey, guess what? EET. I just went from the lungs, now I'm in your intestine. You understand? Where I was stating that. You're not going to find it. They're still letting people fly. All they were doing what? The heat forehead temperature checks.
That makes it worse because now the virus knows that there's a weapon against it.
So it will not go up here.
It'll stay where
it's going to go down.
And where you don't raise this asymptomatic, where you don't raise this no temperature.
Now you're waking up, kid. There you go. Because it's a fucking self-adapted virus. And I stated all these things. Just on the simple form of those things happening externally would make it adapt itself. Because it's energetic, kinetic forms from epigenetics and the environment and optogenetics. You understand? Because this thing's sitting in your brain. This is the thing that's funny, is they're taking tests of people's brains and saying it doesn't infect your brain, but yet we find it there. So what's going on? Is it a myokine, cytokine, interferon? What's going on? How is there inflammation in the brain, but yet it is not infecting the brain? Yet anything that can go into the brain, or into the brain's motherfucking brain barrier, it's no longer COVID. It's a self-adapted virus, but it's no longer COVID. Especially if it goes into the spinal fluid, but goes past blood-brain barrier and we're finding it in the brain kids. Wake up, people. Because what they're stating is, we're not finding COVID, what are we finding, maybe? Sarcoidosis, because the brain is fucking everywhere. The brain is inflamed. Therefore, you got a bunch of people getting fucking what? Neurosarcoidosis. Which, as you know, that neurosarcoidosis isn't neurosarcoidosis. It's fucking a lineage of meningitis once it's adapted itself to get up into that aqueous solution. staff. Why when you would scan my mother, it would show that shit. Why I got in an argument with you, asking if I repaired the frontal lobe where it showed that it has all this damage from that shit. Now my mom's able to connect with fucking the unseen again. Wouldn't it be cool to talk to her? You understand? Now that same thing is happening to these fucking COVID patients where they're like, I got brain fog. I got all the things of your mother-in-law that you've seen my mom go through. So I fucking hit her with plasma and fucking got that shit out. That I make, you understand? And all the symptoms of these people, the long COVID haul, they call it the long haul COVID. You wake up because mom and dad got it. You know? All the eye rolling and all that shit for several years, the motherfucker going, the only 5 genetic makeups of people in the world that should be getting sarcoidosis and all that shit, and you really, oh my god, I heard it. And I say, well, fucking asshole, you should pay attention because you're gonna get it. I ain't gonna curse you because we're locking us into this future, but we're going this way. So you should pay attention. So the only motherfuckers around you that knows as much information as me is just me. You understand? Everybody going after the other shit and looking at it in the manner that it is. You understand? Motherfuckers are tripping. Aesthetic neurosarcoidosis. Yeah, my mom got it. There ain't no way your mom could have it. This is what these fucking say. And I say she don't got it. It's adapted itself. Therefore, as the other paperwork states, it's not neurosarcoidosis. It's part of the meningitis fucking family, causing inflammation of the things as such as it does. It changes. It causes the same granulomas and the same thing as staph. So, what's happening to people as it changes is COVID. With chronic fatigue, all that shit that's happening to the people. You understand? The same as my mom. Holy shit, my mom gets COVID. All those people supposed to die. My mom refuses service, stays at home by herself, and is fucking living. Maggie? Huh? Fuck out of here, you motherfuckers, too. Still, though, they've known since March, when I was showing you that COVID takes out your nave cells.
See.
That's why your immune system response is only how long? 5 months. And degrades. You understand? Because remember, and the T cells aren't able to teach the nave cells. Then you got the South African variant that just comes in and blasts everybody and says, fuck you niggas, what you thought you... Who? I'm not nobody you thought you knew? What you trying to stick to me for? Get off me. Come here. Go infect everybody for me, bitch. Since you thought you knew me. And they keep telling people, this is because of your holiday meetings. You guys are bad children. You wouldn't listen.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, a quarter of it is, but not the other fucking 3/4 of it were... Going out 4,300 motherfucking people just died yesterday. That's not because the people got together and fucking were on top of each other. That's because we got 2 variants in America right now. One that's 50, one that's 70% more. And the Nigerian one is 100%.
It's too much. The truth for people to
It's
know.
100%. I don't know, you told me not to talk about this shit with your friends, and I'm like, these motherfuckers got kids, we should tell them. I wonder if you're telling them. I don't know. Fuck, man. Somebody should say something. You got the money to do something, man. Join the fight with us, nigga, shit. Otherwise, well, I'm silvering up the cat and everything else that I love because motherfuckers starting to come over here, and I'm like, dude, I'm terrified. I am terrified. I'm making my own motherfucking congressional motherfucking environmental helmet thing. fucked up. When people ain't wearing no mask, they got a fucking bubble suit just for their head. Talking about it's a mask, it ain't no fucking mask. Why the motherfuckers wouldn't wear it? That shit's insane. What is really going on in this world? They done weaponized this shit. Cell signal thing up so I can start uploading my videos. This information, dude.
Who all's got their own custom carry container? Aw. Coquito.
Huh?
Who all's got their own custom cargo container?
Yeah.
Only me.
Every mind's different. You're on that, and I'm trying to help you figure out how to save your parents' home in your lineage. This always an asshole when I try to get people to pay attention to what it needs to be.
My own cargo container. It's so pretty. The panels are starting to get sun.
High frequencies of Berta. Charge at that power bank.
Yeah, that's epic. Because then, when people come visit, they have no excuse. You know, you can announce yourself.
Otherwise, you drive through and your car's fucked off.
Yeah, I mean, we gave you options.
Like I said, I'm not worried about locking the gate or nothing. Our people don't come up unannounced. So if you drive into the gate, you're not our people.
Mm-hmm.
And what you're driving into is what you're thinking is an open gate, but it's just a Trojan horse. Go ahead and drive into that kill box. Kill box. You got no cell signal, no nothing. Your tires are flat, your car's fucked up. And you're about to get fucked up too if you don't just get out of your car and fucking get back off the property. Because there's signs that say, don't do that. Everybody seems to be illiterate. So I'm gonna help you out.
I swear.
Give you a leapfrog book where you get by the thing, it talks to you and shit, and shocks you, and tases and blows the fuck up and all that kind of shit. It's interactive. So you get the point before you get the point. thoughts in my brain still. Adding those little things or drones or co-pilots or resources. Like right now I'm doing the storyline of my pilot before he went to battle. Like what caused him to fucking flip out. Remember before, dude, everything would like slow down when I would just like get sucked into the screen. And when I get away from the screen, it'd be like the world got put on something times 10 fast forward. And they're like, oh my god, dude. Like, Maria, you notice this? And you'd be like, yeah. And I'm like, alright, watch, I'm gonna play the game. And probation and everything would leave us alone. And then like start doing the plasma and everything, fucking
wanting your attention.
The police and all the kind of fucking shit would start fucking with us, everything go all raid, and it's like, alright, I'm noticing a pattern here, honey. Like, I'm thinking they're either want me to make this shit if I don't make it.
Yeah.
What's gonna happen to me? Or us, or both, or something's gonna happen. But, are you noticing it too, babe? Because I'm starting to think, like, I'm gonna start drinking again, too, because I'm starting to feel fucking weird here. I took that week last year, was like, you know what? These fools are fucking with us like this? Fuck it. I'm turning off Pilot 1786 in the virtual and bringing the virtual to the motherfucking with the leaf over onto this side. And we making it happen. Come on, motherfuckers. Let's do this. Let's do this, bitches. And now they blocked me for fucking 5 months now of being able to do plasma. Blocked 2 reactor chambers from getting ordered. I'm like, damn, that's alright. I still got this stuff to do here. I'm just trying to do something a little bit different, but these guys make that feel so good. Stop real loud. I was gonna say something that probably sound racist, but fuck it, whatever. I mean, racist is stupid people. And people not inside. Okay. So, I'm gonna ask, what is it with Chinese nationals that are nice to us that are actually like human beings towards us, fucking all with the name in? This is some stupid shit coming to my head. Since we're supposed to be in courtside, I was just thinking of Ben, so I'm like wondering how he's doing. You saw you got sick last year. I'm thinking you were just the next nice person that helped you not fuck you off. Chinese dude named Ben. Or this fucking thing. I'm just saying. Otherwise, there was no Chinese kids that I went to school with. They're different. Malaysian. Laotians, Armenian, and yeah, Chinese kids. That's why they had the only motherfucking Chinese officer on Sutter County who's retired son come in saying all that shit and hiding who he is and trying to hide who he is until at the end, baby come in after having to talk with us on a video and say, man, just letting you know I got a job, dude. And daddy screaming over there, who's your dad? Galpini. Your dad took me to prison, fool. Don't be scared, he's a good person. He helped me out. The person I am today because of that shit. Now, you're the person today because your daddy had to work with them people that he's the only Chinese dude. That's all I was saying. This is a trip. The shit that was coming out of my mouth, I was like, why is Brown you say this to his kid? And lo and behold, there's his dad. That was some shit right there. That stuff, like, all that kind of stuff like that I miss.
Those magical moments.
It's like, whoa.
Yeah.
For other crystal shops that be having that go on and motherfuckers ain't got like a guild going or a thing like I've been saying that I try to do where I just publicize everything, record everything so people see reality, dude, that there ain't no motherfucking... If you want to watch a screen or something or listen to some fucking radio or some shit, listen to us, some, because we'll show you reality. This shit ain't edited and ain't played out. This that how it is. Like, other crystal shops have to have that. I mean, fuck, we talked to them. I've talked to them in front of you, this the show, but no, it just goes over their head or like, oh yeah, I'm just like, dude, hold on a minute. If this is happening to us, I know this has to happen to all you motherfuckers. And y'all ain't like growing it, making it nice, making it better. No, it's just give me your money and get the fuck on. I just told you guys, like, there's so much more. But even in the get the money and get the fuck on, there's still so much soul that energetics that's there, the magic, like, you gotta have ability to see it, even if you're fucking Stevie Wonder, you're still feeling it. And you just continue it. There's a brief moment, oh yeah, dude, it's like, oh. It's like, damn, dude. That's how we got to this point right now. Where it's a fight against allopathic meds and monster fucking shit and vampirism and fucking take the blood out of a motherfucker that fucking sick and put it in another motherfucker and make a new virus. So, hey man, let's do some yoga, some chi, some motherfucking qigong, some breathing shit. Bring up your prana, your energetics, and this is how the shit gets in your body. No, let's not do that. You motherfuckers is nuts. That don't work. Picture statistically, I want to know how me and my wife is healthy still. Everybody that we've helped that got her shit is not sick. The common denominator is this fucking flow between fucking driving and dropping shit off at sick people's houses and fucking dang sick of them. But we stopped doing that. I almost feel like going back to doing that. It's like, let's get a hold of that black dude and be like, look, nigga, did they have you? The nurse dude? First shit that we dropped the super off to? You need to see? If everybody else ain't got sick that we helped, that was sick and got reinfected, and it's been longer than 5 months. But then you got motherfuckers that are wives or spouses of fucking people that work in the prison industry or high flow fucking sick rate place. We're sick, we help them, give them a solution to some stuff. I've been formulating more stuff after that, but they still got the fucking other stuff that was done for the beginning. And they ain't sick or dead. You understand what I'm saying? It's just statistically not viable like fucking China's fucking quotes of how many people they got sick. You know what I'm saying? If motherfucking 2 soccer teams just had to discontinue games over false positive readings. You understand? We had to quarantine to figure out fucking if it was
Yeah,
false
there's
or
no
not.
way that there's no people infected
You understand?
in 42 million people.
So.
When the testing the tests got a reading, you know, that at least 2 out of 10 are gonna show positive. That's a fact. So you're just magically not even showing those.
Yeah, we didn't even have those people.
Yeah.
It's like, huh? Alright. Yeah, the sky's purple. The sky is a shade of purple when the sun's not up. Motherfucker. That's the shit that amazes me. It's like, come on, man. All the information that's out there that's getting pushed down, and motherfuckers listening to like that doctor dude that the 3 things he asked is the R rate more, does it fuck with the fucking vaccines of the monoclaves and the protein motherfucking amino fucking drugs, and do they know if it's gonna do anything? He said, nobody says nothing. They don't know nothing. Huh. Who the fuck are you listening to? Let me go through and find all the people you stating saying they don't know nothing, and listen to what they're saying. Oh, look. Are they saying that, honey?
Escaping.
Are they saying that? Because for some reason, if we just listen to this motherfucker, no, they're all saying it. Where if you actually listen to the shit that he's saying that the people say they don't know what they're talking about, the people are actually saying, yeah, we know what we're talking about. And this shit, UK variant's a UK variant. This shit right here, as Dr. Fauci said on the 6th,
it's a higher viral
it's
load.
fucking, it's complicated. Fauci said it's complicated. These people say, no, dude, this is a higher viral load. This shit is 70% more permissible than the fucking Kent variant. And if you got the Kent variant with antibodies, you're still getting infected by this shit because
Neutralizes it.
Yeah, it's able to neutralize your motherfucking immune response.
But Fauci got his stake on the vaccine, so he ain't gonna say that. Let's get vaccinated quickly before they realize it don't work.
Why do you think this big ass push and rush? Why do you think that vaccine was pushed in 8 hours in the UK? And people here in America are going, how come they pushed it before us, man? We supposed to have it first. You understand? Because you listen to the dates when they knew that this UK variant happened and the South African variant happened. You understand?
Yeah, early December everybody's talking about it.
No, motherfucker, September.
Well, I'm just saying the latest that you can get on YouTube is
September, October, November. UK variant, earliest you can find, what I can find is late November. Because they're masking it with the Denmark strain. You understand? Which they claim died out, but it didn't. How did they claim it died out if they fucking tested in mid-November in Oregon? And then it's in Utah, in the beginning in wild meat, in Utah.
and then now in San Diego.
How did it die out?
The tiger, no, the chimpanzee, the gorilla. Which my mom have heard about, but here they only 1 year said something.
And it's just shy at the time of when the tiger got infected. And you're seeing a fucking gorilla cough? I mean, that would be odd.
They're so humane.
But yeah, we got the information that we can infect anything else with AC receptor. Are we wearing our mask around the gorillas? No, because we're outside. We're just fucking animals. Right? Now you know why I tore in that girl's ass that leaving the fucking thing going to Texas? You understand? Oh, I never thought of this. Yeah, no, you stupid motherfucker. that time, they just had the third cluster, because remember the Denmark variant was cluster 5 called. They only had the third cluster at that time when we went left. They had a fourth and a fifth. I'm so puzzled on how 3 of the 4 variants have the same fucking mutations in the same spot. To me, that seems like somebody's growing the shit in animals. That's how it's mutating so quick and coming back more vicious towards us.
I see what you're saying.
You understand?
That would be sick.
That's what I keep talking about quiche. Because the swine flu, the weird stuff. That's how we got COVID in the first place.
Yeah, but I see that as they're growing it on the field, but not somebody
And
that keeps growing it in the lab and sending it out to the
But
field.
that is their lab. So you don't get it.
Yeah.
What did all his stuff say in the stuff that they took down that I have pictures of? They tested and the shit put next to it. They were able to trick the test to where you can't tell you have it.
Yeah.
They made everything asymptomatic. And you spread it. And they started testing the farmers' blood. You cultivate that. It's not that hard to make something where the farmers don't get sick. Or you make a station where the farmers do get sick. Think about where they're doing that at, honey. They've been doing human trials for the last 4 years. How does the pigs herd in China get replaced at the end of January of last year? And just a couple months later, you have a new variant of this stuff found in the pig farmers.
Yeah.
The same with bird flu, which is H5N1. You understand? They said they were treating that stuff in China. They had to cool all those birds because a woman got sick with H5N1 a week ago. MERS, Ebola. That's all in Nigeria, Uganda, South Africa. They have a school there, so all their plasma tech, man. If you look on fucking Facebook, they got all their groups are there. Ghana, all these places.
So it's no casualty that it's getting more variants.
They got all these plants where they're having these people drink the water and put the stuff.
Yeah.
Telling people to bathe in this stuff. Remember, when you change the environment, you're not changing that which the virus can adapt to. It's the bacterial macrophages and stuff that's inside of it that passes along. So when they inoculate it and all that kind of shit, to try to inoculate something, all they're doing is making it where the morons are passed from the bacterial macrophages, and you still have the disease. It just comes up as something different. You understand? Remember the pigs. He supposedly claimed that he cured swine flu, but he mutated swine flu, which is a single-strand RNA, comes from a tick virus, from a tick, to a pig. Mutated it from swine flu to blue ear, from blue ear to PSRV. Where they claim, hey, we cured those other two, but you somehow mutated some shit to that. And it doesn't come up on a test, and you're selling the meat and people are eating it. And you're claiming that America, CIA is infecting people that are eating the infected pig meat. But you said you cured something, so when you're on verbatim, how the fuck is these people eating infected pig meat, but yet you're stating the CIA brung COVID to China? That's where that thing comes from the U.S. military. That's their fucking narrative, Maria.
Yeah.
Pay attention to that. Whenever you hear that on the news, or you see someone talking about that, or you see who and whatnot branching off of that shit, that's the Quiche Foundation. fucking rhetoric that we brung it over there with the drones to the pig farms.
Yeah, the CIA in their pockets with little.
With the fake fucking all across the different farms from Africa over there,
The
they
flies.
stated, excuse me, that they had the fake tourists going to all the farm places, spraying the things, and it's like, well, if you supposedly knew they were going to do that, or all this bullshit you just stated, and you got this, there's a space program, wouldn't you have the ability to fight that since that's what you said you're doing? Because supposedly your whole mission is to fucking make viruses or to fight viruses in space, but not bacteria, because supposedly you state there's no fucking bacteria in space, only viruses. Wake up, Maria, wake up, everybody. They're making fucking, what? Non-lab grown fucking shit, but it looks like it's in the lab, but non-lab fucking virulence. This is what this whole dude, 250 of his motherfucking talks are on fucking viruses. And supposedly, in you or out in space, or but in you, while you do whatever the fuck out in space or here out in space.
And compromising and sacrificing.
You. And we're sacrificing
As you're the lab,
we
so
did
you
this
can
on
cultivate
purpose.
a new form of life.
We're mutating you. We did this on purpose. He said it blatantly open out that we created COVID to make us fucking.
So the idea of love is being switched. Yeah. Or my idea of love.
You got places now, Maria.
I'm here.
Spain now is making it. Spain now just enacted the law. If we're on the bus, we get in trouble right now for talking. You understand? The movie Gattaca is new. Your sister lives now in the country right now. You can't talk on the bus. They just changed the law to stop the spread of COVID. So if his people are in our fucking White House, quiche, changing things, and this fool's talking about making it where they're gonna have people walking around that have no mouths, but you ain't gonna be able to tell because the fucking mask shit. This shit's crazy. You remember the 6 portals and the 6 nations. Look at the 6 nations and the portals where those things supposedly implemented. And the dinner bell thing that he stated of opening the village gates. Look to all the lights. All these fucking shit that's now happening now. More and more.
The what? See. Leave it open. I'm gonna go outside.
This thing out. I'm gonna switch that thing over to there. Try getting that to where we can get some signal. Upload video. 16 gigs worth of video upload. Fire season. Spring garden. Amorphuses are getting good light. Gotta finish cutting down on the bottom and around this way. Climb through and get to where my chainsaw's at. Finish thinning this side out. 20-foot domes here. High frequencies that need a step down module. Those ones don't need a step down module. I can't go as far. So put these guys way over there. I'll need the battery bank closer to those ones because you can't go that far. Get the mono and polycrystallines up and going too. And clean out this side. This is all dense overhead and forth. Clean out more, get the backhoe over and fish these sides out. And cut them and stag them. Finished doing the rough cut in January. February's processing the branches. March is chipping. Get all this thinned out. Fire break. Damn tanning. YouTube about the Amorpheus and the other Amorpheus. High frequency, normal DC. A lot different than the monocrystalline and polycrystalline. Get these guys going. I'm check out my other solar controllers here. Two of these that somebody stole the other one from in front of the house. I figured out how to do Facebook or YouTube Live. Crazy. Yeah. What happens about them? We go over to the motor. What's a rotor hammer? With this or the 1 inch. You understand?
Mhm. Oh yeah, totally.
So have a good day. Running out the container and all my water. My plasma containers. Cover it. Big interesting hodgepodge. Plasma energetics. Over half a kilowatt in 2 days. So doing a quarter of 4, and that was with no sunshine. Today we got sunshine. It's only 1 o'clock. Finish just figuring the signal booster so I can start uploading. Got those things ready. Get everything together. Go get water. Trailer, we got 300 gallons out. Down here. I'm clearing that out. Making a road. Making a road that way. Put a pond right there. It's the lower valley part, right? Not the high frequencies. Oh, there it is. Bringing 300 gallons of water. I'm just gonna bring up one container. Wow. Just found a spot that I get enough signal. At a water hole. I think I should use the cell booster down over here. I'll construct the thing this way. If not, I put her dome down in the valley there. And have the booster up in the high trees. Because that's not going to make it every time that I try doing it. In town where it restarts, it doesn't. I've been trying to upload this video for like 9 days. No. Roger. So, let's see about uploading videos. Keep you guys on track. Up to date. It's right in here. Yep. Load the trailer and move the thing off of there, so I figure out where it's at. It's right in this valley. Figure it out. Alright, I'll strap down. Just noticed, I looked inside, I gotta clean this thing up. People said they gotta clean it. They cleaned it. What? That's right, just gotta go upstairs. A place that makes CBD drinks. And not the other one too. The fun part, I gotta move that out of the way because remember the backhoe was stuck. So now I can get that down there. Park one bias. Yeah. Oh yeah. I got a good spot. It's funny, it's right here in the water hole. by hand. Look at that water creek coming out. That was all nicely done with crystals and other things like that. Fresh life. At the top of the gold mine. Finish digging this out. There's gonna be pond down the hill and then over that way and another one that way. What? Got no signal. Uploading. Video. Battery pack, solar charger. Come in on the signal. And put the signal booster over here and treat it that way. Light up a slug. Leave it over here overnight if I had to. That way for when I go into town, it'll stay continuous. Let's see if I'll block it. Beautiful here. Fight back the blackberries again. But where blackberries are, there's water. second. And switch over to a shallow well pump. Pump a lot more water. Better pressure and so forth. These are super good. So fun. Can't say anything bad about them. Other than the other one, I had a bent the axle on it, attaching it to a car alternator. But I should have welded it to it, which I'm going to try again. I know that thing's spinning it, but I need a water sleeve jacket because they get hot. Pumping water, 100 feet up. And this is tied into the battery system. Tied into the solar. I was in that valley and up on top. The blackberries and took this over. I take it back. Turn out. Get this all dug out. Just tell them boiling. I'm gonna switch February's protocol and do half of this. Digging this out. I'm gonna start up here. And I wish to dig all this out so that my drone take all this and move it that way, inshallah, and pilot and make the first one. Because I wish to have the water flow that way naturally, and then have another step one, and then a big pond down at the bottom, and the hydro plant flowing down the top of this down to the bottom. Big enough head going down. And this would be the top for it. Do a solar plant down on the other side. This would be our communication. I use this tree and some others as communication towers. Ooh, that's the best thing. Coming out of gold mine, quartz water. Beautiful light. Good signal here. Half a gig. Charge. Good old solar guy. Solar pack. Made a call with a grandma from here. Set a system up. She likes my idea of doing a dome over there. I want to do a dome and a hot tub cover over this. In some spots it'll be drinking water, and then the way the clay aggregate is, I really like the mineral. Glass is so pretty. Dude, 2 gigs. Right here in the middle of nowhere. Just got my NFC, got my solar charger hooked up. Got the screw gun. Go take off the face plate on that thing. Something sucked into there. So I can do the thing. But I grabbed a high boost, put the antenna here, and since we're strung already for cable, I'm going to tie into the batteries that are running the pump and put the antenna here and go that way up in a tree and try to shoot the signal that way with the main unit, and then take the secondary unit, stretch it farther over. Dun, dun, dun. Look at that, 2 gigs. I ain't in town. What? Get caught up. Love and light, everybody. Broadcasting live soon. I know I can do it from this area. I got this guy angled in the way that the phone was when it was uploading, and I just walked over to see if it gives better signal, because I barely had any cell signal. This is over here. I'm gonna walk that way and over that way and behind it. And now I got a full cell signal. Lights are flashing, so it's not isolating, it's not getting any feedback. I'll make a box for this. I was telling Willa, I'll grab and make a hard line, shoot it that way. I'll go and grab the other spare antenna and shoot it that way. I'm walking away from it. As you see, I'm behind it. Get away from it. Nice, almost 2 gigs up. I'm behind it, away from behind the antenna. Now it's in front of me. And I'm getting next to it. Directly in front of it. Bam, full signal. Savannah. Nice. Run it on this little 80 watt. Make a box for this guy. It's tied into the power 600 feet away up the hill from the other solar high frequencies. Nice. Wasn't able to get the water going because the water hose has something stuck in it. Gotta clean it out. Nice. Let's see how good of a signal we get. Good enough to watch something while I'm uploading. Nice. There's the walkie-talkie.
As officials across Canada work to vaccinate as many people as they
Not that strong. I'll have to get the signal better. 16 and 20. Better than nothing. Than before. Brazil. see what download speed is. We'll go to it. Come on, buddy. Just gotta get that thing dialed in up there. LTE cell drones. The wind, so it's coming that direction up there. The little well enough. Honing in on it. Almost got a video done or parsed. Yeah. The variant in Japan 3 days ago. I'm finding information or videos. But yeah, interesting. So we got Brazil, Nigerian, South African, UK. They're saying it's like the UK variant. I have to get this honed in better where I can find information to see what similarities they mean. So if it's like similarities like South African and Nigerian, then we're in trouble since it has that immune fucking thing it can do. The cell signal go. So I'm gonna go move that antenna up there. over here. I'm getting cell numbers on this. This though. I need to figure out what cell system this guy uses. I guess it is coming from that. When I put that over on the other way, that transceiver is, you don't get no signal. I put you back. The signal comes back super good. Bam, there's LTE. So I need to direct that guy, place you up in a tree, and put you facing towards us. Right. And attach the other antenna. What the hell? Alright, so we got internet right there. So we got enough. Where's that? You know you want to. I don't have enough to upload and download. Let's let it charge. We are uploading at the same time. Oh my goodness, this is so big. Now I can upload video, offensive things. Get it dialed in. drive around the valley. So now I'm walking away from it. Dial in an antenna down there. I'll put another extra mouse antenna out. Up on the tree pointing that way. As we get closer to it, reception should get better. Right up on it. Right in front of it. I'm gonna connect the other antenna to it. But before I do that, I'll walk and see where it gets better or worse. That or over that way. I need to project or that way. Use the other external antenna. Has your signal gotten any better? I kind of got it dialed in. I got it in a tree right now. I'm going to be pointing it towards you and then putting the other antenna up. I can scroll and stuff like that, but I just can't right now as I'm uploading a video. I can't download at the same time.
Hello, Moto.
No worries. It's alright, babe. I got shit to do since you got shit to do. Like roll a spliff and give thanks. So, that's right there. We're going to project in. I'll be able to do carrier waves and sensors, RFID chips, be able to tell who's on, who's off, who's on our property, and they won't even know that we know. Watch them and send them love if they'd like love, or the opposite. Damn, that's the whole 600 feet away, dude. That's crazy.
Nothing.
Say that again? I'm just trying to get this thing dialed in, walking through, trying to get the cord from out of the trees.
Oh, sorry. I was saying that we're definitely getting a projector now because we can download videos. I was just looking up some videos and no problem. The bar loads really quick.
Nice, nice. Yeah, I'm still messing with the secondary antenna, getting it down and over and so forth. The word. What the hell?
Thank you.
You're welcome, Amy. Chiamo. I'll be up there shortly when I'm done with this. I gotta come back down and do the water. And waterproof these guys and so forth. Do a silver to it. And we'll be in the game. Do a timer and so forth. And we'll be, ooh. Thing's starting to make my left arm with the titanium fucking feel funny again. From being in its beam for so long. And hold on to the antenna. I got that aimed up there, dude. Be able to protect this. This tree that I fell over the summer. That'd be nice. I'll put the extra indoor antenna. Up in there. Protect it up. Now I can't see. So wait till morning to put that way up there. And do the same for the things attached to broadcast. Same height. Shoot this one this way. Man, full signal. Oh shit. So away from the thing and everything back at the car. It's down in the valley over there. Antenna's over that way. And I'll drive back over to the campsite where I've never had reception. Let's see what's up. How I do. She says she's looking at stuff. I just need to be able to look up things and find stuff. Document put on USB. No service away from the things. Got to back up. So over here by the water station. Got the antenna over there. Those guys that way shooting that way. And no service. side of the beams. I have them focused by guessing. Oh, she has signal. The dial and then it's on. Let's see. What's up once I get up here? There you are. I am those guys. I'm thinking, I mean, I can't tell in the dark. We got different phones. Over this way and see. I have to figure out in the daylight. I'm not picking it up here. But if it boosted yours, then alhamdulillah. I'm trying to do it for. Down there, boost. So I think I need to get higher, get up higher in the tree. Hungry. Some dinner. Darn it. Set this guy down there. Have it upload overnight. These are tablets.
The range within the individuals that compose that party is disgusting. And a correction on the Congresswoman's name from New Jersey. It's Congressmember Bonnie Watson Coleman, and we're going to link to her piece in the Washington Post.
That skylight.
I got COVID-19 because my GOP colleagues dismiss facts. Marie?
And Kenda, as you've just outlined, this really litany of abusive policies that the Trump administration has carried out right to this moment. Despite that, as you've written about extensively, he received over 70 million votes. And as you've also said, there was an increase in the people who voted for him among among demographic groups that one would not expect to support him. So there are these 70 million people who are Trump supporters, and we're going into the Biden-Harris administration next week. What's going to happen to all these people? How should the Biden-Harris administration engage with them, if at all, and in what ways?
So I think there are two things here. One is, I think Trump increased his overall voting turnout to the shock of many people. But I don't think that the 74 million people that voted for Trump are all white supremacists, white extremists who are chomping at the bit to overrun the Capitol and kill people in the Democratic Party. Clearly, there is a stratum of that among those people, but I think that there's a more complicated set of issues going on here. I think that Trump increased his voter totals among Latinx people, among black voters, including black women. There was much more talked about his increase among black male voters, but he also increased his turnout or his total voting totals among black women. So I think that there is a much more complicated story to tell about really the collapse in the credibility
all the way from over there to here.
Both parties, in that people feel like the world is falling apart around them, and that there has been an anemic response from the political parties involved. And in some ways, there are lots of things I think that motivate Trump voters. One of them being registering one's disappointment, disapproval with government itself. I mean, Trump has become this absurd symbol of anti-government. Even as the president, the most powerful elected position, not just in this country, but in the world, he still registers as a kind of anti-government figure. I think that people feel that his boorishness, his behavior is also a rebuke of the kind of buttoned up political theater that most other elected officials engage in. And so what I think that really speaks to is the lack of political options and alternatives for people in this country. And that's why when people talk about, is this the end of the Republican Party? Is the Republican Party going to dissolve over this? I mean, people were saying the same thing in 2015 when Donald Trump became the candidate for the Republican Party, which seemed ridiculous. And the Republicans were somewhat of a laughingstock as a result of that until they actually won the presidency. And so when there are two parties, it limits your ability to really register opposition, and it leaves people to vote for one or the other. That being said, I think that there is an opportunity for the Biden and Harris administration to actually be able to demonstrate government that can be effective. They have to seize this opportunity that has been dropped in their lap because of the activism and work of black activists and other voting rights activists in Georgia that helped flip the Senate seats in that state. That means there are officially, once Joe Biden is inaugurated, that there are no more excuses, that the Democratic Party has control of the Senate, and that should very quickly open up a period of intense legislation. The $2,000 checks, we want to see them. Relief for renters in this country, stopping evictions, we want to see that. Healthcare, a real plan around
Tablet and her phone get reception.
of this vaccine.
That's all she called.
Those things and more. Canceling student loan debt. All of these things.
Unless I'm in the direct field of that guy, because my antenna's different.
As an excuse
I gotta change the
they
antenna down
can't
there.
get things done. So I think it means that the Biden-Harris administration is going to have to
She got reception right now. Before she
abandon
didn't have reception.
this plan
partisanship of trying to appeal to the discredited and disgraced Republican
Mama
Party
got reception.
in the name of some false unity. And instead, they must plow ahead with a plan that can actually fix the not just deep problems, but problems that seem and appear to be completely out of control in this country. They have to use this authority to do so. And, you know, we know
.302 today.
Joe Biden's history, that will be a hard thing for him to do. And so it means that the social movements that were most activated through the summer around Black Lives Matter have to reemerge to force the Biden-Harris administration to follow through on the promises that were made.
Keegan Taylor, I want to thank you so much for being with us. Assistant Professor of African American Studies at Princeton University, contributing writer at the New Yorker magazine, will link to her most recent piece, The Bitter Fruits of Trump's White Power Presidency. Next up, more than 8,000 Americans have died of COVID-19 in just the past 2 days alone. We'll talk about the botched vaccine distribution and what needs to be done not only in this country but around the world. Stay
Put
with
my
us.
phone over there and let it be. I'm always recording stuff at night. And they won't tell you about the Brazilian, the UK, fuck the UK, the Brazilian, the Nigerian, the Canada's original strain, South African, Nigerian, Brazilian. Brazilian, they say, is like South African, or UK.
On the rollout around the world and in the U.S., we're joined by Dr. Ali Khan, epidemiologist and dean of the College of Public Health at the University of Nebraska Medical Center, where he joins us now. He's a former director of the CDC's Office of Public Health Preparedness and Response, where he oversaw the Strategic National Stockpile.
501V
Dr.
is
Khan, welcome back to Democracy
South
Now!
African and Nigerian.
You have these new CDC guidelines.
So I was uploading, I wasn't able to see the stuff for Brazilian, but I did download some stuff for Brazilian. So I'd like to hear it. There's like only information on it popped up 3 days ago.
The Biden decision, as well as the Trump administration decision now, to just release everything.
Japan a week ago. UK's already going, oh shit.
Go back and get their second dose for the Moderna and the Pfizer vaccines, which requires 2 doses for the full protection. What are your thoughts about this?
Thank you. So this really helps to balance the supply-demand mismatch we're seeing across America. So there have been approximately 30 million doses distributed, but only about 10 million doses actually administered. So I think the overall national number is 30% of doses that have been distributed have been administered. And we're seeing, again, great variability across states, actually a 4-fold variability in their ability to get this vaccine out. So by releasing all the vaccine, you take care of addressing issues where sites have more people than vaccine. And by increasing the number of people who are eligible, you take care of sites that are throwing away vaccine because they can't give it to anybody. So it addresses some of the mismatch, but there's a real concern here. The first concern is this in no way addresses the continued operational insufficiency we are seeing at local and state level. Do they have the processes and procedures in place to enroll these people, vaccinate them, and track them? I also have a slight concern about trust. So by increasing the people who are eligible, that's approximately 150 million people who have just now been made eligible. What's not going to happen is there isn't going to be 300 million doses of vaccine that are about to be released tomorrow. So these individuals still are going to get vaccinated over the next couple of months. And so we need to remind people that this doesn't mean you can get vaccinated tomorrow. The other concern is from the manufacturing standpoint. So we've had a mismatch between distribution and administration, but there's also the concern of a mismatch between manufacturing and administration, because we know one vaccine is not sufficient. You need to get 2 vaccines. And so will manufacturing be able to keep up with all of this increased demand for vaccines? So it's not a panacea, it's not a solution. It'll help some
that some health workers have been refusing the vaccine. That's one point. And then the second issue is what we know about those who've received both doses of either vaccine, the likelihood of them still being able to spread the virus if they become infected.
So those are excellent questions. We should not be surprised that there's vaccine hesitancy in the United States, including amongst healthcare workers. As we heard from your last guest, there's been a significant polarization and politicization of this response, and often that hesitancy sort of cleaves along ideologic lines. In our facilities here in Nebraska, we've almost had over 95% compliance, so people are lining up to get vaccinated. So we need to be careful about anecdotes about who does or does not want to get vaccinated. The good news is that for people who are getting 2 doses of vaccine, recent reports suggest that they're likely protected for a year, which is excellent news about the vaccine. We do not yet have the data that getting vaccinated prevents disease transmission. So you could get vaccinated, you may have mild asymptomatic disease, but you still could be infecting other people. We just didn't have enough time to collect that data, and often that data is collected after the fact as vaccine is administered within the community. So your question is a great reminder that even with vaccination, we still need to make sure that people are wearing masks, that they're social distancing, that they're washing hands. And a great reminder that there's 1.7 billion people right now who wake up with near 0 cases and 0 deaths. They go to live sporting events. Their economies are growing. And we can do that same thing here in the United States if we use good science, if we're data-driven, and we won't need a whole lot of vaccine to drop this tragic number of cases we continue to see in the U.S. And I believe for the third time in a row, we've had over 4,000 deaths in a single day from a completely preventable disease.
The
From a
terrible
completely
fear
new
that now
disease
flattening the curve means going
that
straight
you guys
up.
keep lying about.
What about, Dr. Khan, if you're getting 2 vaccines? Johnson & Johnson apparently now has a 1-shot vaccine, and they are just about to make an announcement about that. But if you get the Pfizer, for example, what if you go back and they only have the Moderna? Are the studies done that show that this is okay to mix and match?
No, there are actually no studies available that suggest it's okay to mix and match. And this is a lot of effort at the local health departments to make sure you go back and get the exact same vaccine. Good point also about Johnson & Johnson. That vaccine would be a game changer if the phase 3 studies suggest that it's efficacious and safe to give to Americans. It's a single dose. There's not these issues about refrigeration, freezing, maintaining these vaccines under frozen conditions. And it does allow the more typical mindset of mass vaccination campaigns, because you don't need to have a relationship with the people who you vaccinate. You don't need to follow up with them. You just need to give them that 1 dose. So hopefully we'll hear good news in the next couple of weeks on the Johnson & Johnson vaccine and their commitment to supply approximately 12 million doses by the end of February.
And let's not forget, as the World Health Organization has pointed out, of the 46 countries that started vaccinating the populations, only 1 is low income. A future discussion tomorrow will be joined by Dr. Peter Salk, the son of Jonas Salk, the inventor of the polio vaccine. Dr. Ali Khan, thanks so much for being with us from Omaha, epidemiologist and dean of the College of Public Health at the University of Nebraska Medical Center, former director at CDC. That does it for our broadcast. Democracy Now! Is produced with Renee Feltz, Mike Burke, Dina Goster, Libby Rainey, Maria Terracena, Carla Wills, Tammy Warren, Tarina Nadura, Sam Alcoff, Tamery, Astor,
Nothing about the
John
mutation.
Hamilton, Robbie Karen, Honey Masood, Andrea.
Everything from crisis stabilization, which is 23 hours or less, through addiction treatment, substance abuse treatment, and crisis residential, which is 30 to 60 days.
Supervisor Don Wagner says it gives people someone to talk to and a place to cool.
Well, we got a super mutant strain of COVID.
The economic driver was the most erratic of your seen today.
Port Executive Director Gene Soroka says the pandemic ravaged port traffic in the first half of the year with container volume down 19%.
In the second half of the year, American consumer demand created a pandemic-induced buying surge that our economy has never seen before.
Port container traffic surged.
Our second half volume increased nearly 50%.
The port ended the year down just 1.5% after projections from the summer had the port down 10 times that. Chris Ancarlo, KFI News.
We have a crash on the 210. Actually, we're going to go back to this crash on the 210 in Monrovia. Let's head out.
Businesses can resume, including restaurants and gyms, zoos, aquariums, playgrounds, and dog parks. Indoor hair and nail salons and barbershops can reopen with modifications. Movie theaters, libraries, places of worship, and retail
People
can
just
open
gonna
at
get sick with the
25%
fucking
capacity.
mutation.
Sacramento Mayor Gerald Steinberg wants to build more tiny homes to help address the city's homelessness crisis. The city council is aiming for 60 tiny homes in 30 days. The advantage of these small structures is that they can be set up very quickly, sometimes in a matter of minutes. The mayor says that's because tiny homes are made to shelter people during natural disasters. Sacramento County's Twin Rivers Unified School District is now operating the largest zero-emission school buses in North America. District officials say the addition of 10 new electric buses is boosting the fleet to 40. The buses serve dozens of K-12 schools across northern Sacramento County. Officials say they have fewer moving parts and cost less to maintain, making them more dependable and cost-efficient. I'm Joe Michael, BeeHive Drone. Back to Metro traffic. Dipping Bing 804, Bob Williams in the KFBK Traffic Center. Possible vehicle fire westbound Cap City Freeway near the Exposition Boulevard. All family do have crews responding. And a lot of work out on our roadways tonight. We'll see reduced lanes on northbound I-5 from the Southland Park Route overcrossing. Southwest 50 north to the overnight hours. Also, we are seeing the sweeper trucks out on I-80 east and westbound between Winter Street and Madison Avenue. That goes on until 4:30. More work on the freeways, and that's going to be reduced lanes on 80 westbound or bridge work between West El Camino Avenue and Reed Avenue in West Sacramento until 5 a.m. Traffic on the pandemic 10 minutes morning and afternoon. Low 40 to 44. 5 tomorrow morning, mix of clouds and sun tomorrow afternoon. High 63 to 67. For Saturday, a mixture of clouds and sunshine and warm. High 66 to 70. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Bob Larson. News 93.1 KFBK.
AAA Insurance offers the benefits of a AAA membership, like roadside assistance. We're gonna need it. Yes, we are. It's extra peace of mind that no other insurance can match.
Important steps to protect public safety at the state capitol and across the state. And he said this in a press release. He went on to say our state operations are working with federal, state, and local law enforcement partners in assessing threats and sharing intelligence and information to ensure those disgraceful actions are not repeated here. Wow, what a novel idea! To call in the National Guard. Should we be defunding the police? Because the police, law enforcement's going to have something to do with this too. So, are we still talking about defunding the police, or do we want the law enforcement to be involved in this? Because we don't want this chaos, right? But here's the thing. Suddenly it seems okay to call in the National Guard. Because suddenly there's a really good reason to call in the National Guard. You know, it made me think about a few months ago when people were being called fascists because they wanted to call in the National Guard. Because we saw places like Portland and Seattle and even our own city of Sacramento. We saw protesters, some peaceful, which was fine. You don't want to call them National Guard on a peaceful protester, right? But how about those who were looting? Oh, I'm sorry, Sacramento Bee. We can't say looting, apparently. I'm going to get into that as well. A few months ago that I never really tackled, but I do have something to say about it. But yeah, if you want to protect your city,
of them are destroying it, or like the Ronald McDonald House, where I'm holding up my air quotes, protesters were doing this.
Not many expected the Ronald McDonald House, a charity for families with children in the hospital, to have their doors smashed. Families at risk. So the staff was frightened. Over 30 families and their sick children were inside, along with staff helplessly watching everything unfold outside. They're already in a really, really difficult spot, and having this kind of stress, additional stress, and worry about being able to get to and from the hospital, even though we're 5 blocks away, because of safety concerns, it's doubling the stress.
That's a 4-minute report. But you get the gist of that. Looting, vandalism, people being threatened. I watch people being beat down in the streets, kicked in the head. Remember the person, the BLM, so-called BLM representative in Chicago?
I don't care if somebody decides to loot a Gucci or a Macy's or a Nike, because that makes sure that that person eats. That makes sure that that person has clothes. That is reparation. Anything they want to take it, because these businesses have insurance.
Oh, well, that makes perfect logical sense right there. But if you called in the National Guard to restore order, then you were a fascist, right? If you are the DA in Bend, Oregon, and ICE comes in there to arrest some people who are, let's say, outside the law, and you hold ICE at bay for hours, then they applaud that. If you send the federal troops, National Guard, what have you, to restore order, you're a fascist. But now it's fine. Now there's a good reason to do that, right? Great reason. And so that's what they're going to do. Bring in the National Guard. Because they found a reason that's not, doesn't make them fascists.
This is why they need Radio Shack back.
I find that very ironic. I also find it ironic that the Sacramento Bee, going back to July, won't use the word looting or looters. You gotta be kidding me. And the Sacramento Bee wants to know whether readership is down. Show you mugshots or surveillance video because somehow it's racist. Anyhow. Bit of irony. Hey, the Pat Walsh Show. Country on Inauguration Week. Mayor Darrell Steinberg also shared a post on Facebook saying that there would be a large law enforcement presence at the Capitol this week. So, are we not then going to defund the police then? Or we're going to use them to... So now we need them. So it's okay. Right. Maybe someone can explain this to me. I mean, Larry, how's it going? Larry's in Sacramento. Larry? Hi. It's good. Good, sir.
I'm so glad you got over that COVID thing.
Thank you.
I called out a different subject, but if I had time, I'd tell you about my experience. And I was sequestered for 48 hours, and I didn't even have it.
We have plenty of time. What do you mean? You didn't have it? You were sequestered for 48 hours. You didn't have it? What, you tested negative? Or?
Yeah, after that, they did the big swab where they stick it way back in, and it takes 48 hours. That was before the new test. This was back in March or April, I believe.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I got ill, and I went in to the doctor, and she put me in an ambulance and sent me up to the big hospital there at Mather, and then discovered I had cancer. And it was stage 4. And anyway, what they did, they gave me a bunch of fluids, they gave me a bunch of blood, and all of a sudden my legs and feet swelled up, and they just popped out in blisters, and I was just leaking in, and they didn't know what it was.
Boy.
And then I couldn't breathe after this, so they brought in a chest X-ray. Oh, you gotta go out and get sequestered. We think you have COVID because it showed fluid in my lungs. Well, that was after all the tests and all that. One brilliant doctor came in and go, you don't have any of that kind of stuff. You don't have congestive heart failure. You don't have anything. You just got what they call a fluid overload. They gave me so much fluids, it just bombarded my body. And along with some chemo. First they did 2 units of blood. That's a lot of blood. And then they did another unit of some other solution, and then something else. And then after they started the chemo, about maybe 10, 15 minutes later, I couldn't breathe. I told them, I can't breathe. They're kind of standing around looking, well, I don't know what's going on. Then pulled my shirt leg up because my foot itched, and I looked, and it's just swollen. I told the doctor, I said, what's that? He says, well, I don't know. We'll find out. And then, so anyway, they took me out, they sequestered me, they did the swab, and put me in bed, and kept me there 48 hours. And this other doc kept coming in and talking to me, and I said, look, I don't have this. I know I don't know. I didn't have any symptoms, but look at my legs and my feet. And he goes, oh my God. He goes, they must give you a lot of fluid overload, so he's making the test and all this kind of stuff. And then that's what they determined. It wasn't COVID, it wasn't congestive heart failure, it was a fluid overload. And it just filled my lungs, and that's what it was. So
Did you, I guess you had chemo, so was it stage 4 cancer then, Larry?
Yeah, it started my colon, worked its way up. And the reason I went, because I turned yellow, and I didn't realize it, just looking, I guess I got used to looking at myself, and my wife didn't even realize it, but the doctor sure did.
I'm very sorry to hear that news, Larry. I mean, that's a rough one to hear. Well, you don't have congestive heart failure, you don't have COVID. However, God, Larry, I'm so sorry.
I'll tell you what, though, on the good side, the VA's taken real good care of me after that, because now they're a little more, conscientious about that. They said if they never had anything happen like that, I guess I'm the first one, so. And they're all, oncologists, they know what they're doing. Mm-hmm. But the good thing is, after it's been probably 9 months of chemo, the last 2 CAT scans showed the tumors are really small. And the very last one showed that most of them were out of my liver.
God bless you, Larry. That's such good news, man. Oh, my gosh. That gives me hope for my friend Mark, the voice guy, too. Oh, goodness.
Well, it takes,
I do have really fast
that breathing thing happened a couple of times, and then they figured out there's some additive they were putting into the chemo there, so they took that out, and I never had that episode again. But the cat seems to work. The only bad thing I get is on, like tomorrow, I have my chemo pump on me now, so tomorrow when I go back, they'll take the pump off, and then I just get really ill for a couple of days. As soon as the chemo stops, and I just, but,
I'll be praying for you, my friend, that you get a full recovery. I've got so many prayers going right now for people. It's not just, that's not just talk, but if you're a believer, if not, that's okay. I am, so I'm going to continue. That leaves us about 1 minute, Larry, to call about which the other thing you wanted to talk about.
Yeah, our crazy governor. How much money is he spending for 1,000 troops out of our tax money to guard the Capitol when he's got the Highway Patrol and all the other cops and this and that? It just shows you that he doesn't like the cops. He wants the troops there because they have automatic weapons. And they'll make more of a stand from anybody that would actually want to go down there and attack the Capitol. Personally, I don't think that's going to happen. They're just going way too overboard with this thing with Trump. And they're jumping to the gun. They don't realize, they don't care about the facts. That's why they're rushing to get him out of there. They want to make sure he never runs again. That's, I've been a Trump supporter, and I'm not a fanatic, but
right.
I
gotta leave it right there, my friend. I'm sorry, I'm going to the break. Thank you. Your smart speaker to play Hey FBK on iHeartRadio. Sacramento's #1 for breaking news.
Super wet last night. I grabbed it.
News 93.1.
Pandemic relief measure totaling almost $2 trillion.
We will finish the job of getting a total of $2,000 in cash relief to people who need it the most.
Calling the $600 payment already appropriated not enough. On the COVID vaccination effort, he called the distribution process a dismal failure.
I will lay out our vaccination plan
the correct course and meet our goal of 100 million shots at the end of my first 100 days as president.
The proposal does not include student loan forgiveness. Now in custody, Kevin Seafried, the individual photographed parading around inside the Capitol brandishing a Confederate flag during last week's assault. The judge in Prince George's County, Maryland, outside D.C., sentenced Sean Urbanski to life in prison for the racially motivated stabbing murder of graduating Black Army Second Lieutenant Richard Collins III in 2017. Richard Cantu, ABC News.
Now, here's what's happening around the state on Sacramento's News, 93.1 KFBK.
Good evening, I'm Joe Michaels. Governor Gavin Newsom is activating the National Guard to deploy up to 1,000 troops to Sacramento to protect the state capitol amid concerns of possible violence on Inauguration Day. Newsom saying his administration is using all available resources to ensure public safety and protect government buildings.
Let me be clear. There will be no tolerance for violence.
Security at the Capitol is already being ramped up with a visible increase in law enforcement and a chain-link fence surrounding the perimeter. A pro-Trump rally had been scheduled to take place on Inauguration Day, but CHP denied the organizer a permit. There's a reason why the lion's share of fraudulent unemployment claims are being made in California. KFBK's Taylor Martin explains.
CEO Blake Hall of ID.me, which flags fake benefit claims, said California is a wealthy state. The EDD has dispersed over $100 billion in jobless benefits, and that pot of money is a tempting grab for criminals. The state had two loopholes ripe for exploitation by prisoners and foreign actors. One was not verifying the identities of prisoners who made claims. The other was canceling a fraud detection system 5 years ago. Both issues have been addressed, and Hall said foreign criminals from Russia and Nigeria are still trying to crash the EDD's online system. Taylor Martin, News 93.1 KFBK.
Roseville High School is pulling the plug on classroom instruction and temporarily going back to distance learning after a recent COVID outbreak. District officials say nearly 20 teachers and a dozen other staff members are currently in quarantine. Officials hope to resume in-person instruction by January 25th. The Sacramento Zoo is back in business as the region looks to rebound from a month-long stay-at-home order. Tickets are on sale and must be purchased online and reserved in advance of tomorrow morning's reopening. All visitors are required to wear face coverings at all times, except for children under the age of 2. I'm Joe Michaels, News 93.1 KFBK.
Now, Sacramento traffic.
A34, Bob Williams in the KFBK Traffic Center. No incidents reported on Sacramento area freeways or roadways right now. And as I mentioned earlier in the week, the FBI issuing a warning that armed protests were planned at all 50 state capitol buildings around the country on Inauguration Week. So is that just promoting that, or is that real? But my point is, okay, so it's okay to call in the National Guard. Now's the time, because this is not for a fascist reason. But when Antifa and these other places are taking over and looting, sorry, Sacramento B, I said, did I say looting? Well, here's the thing, B, this is why you're losing readers. And I always had the highest respect for the B, not always. I used to, growing up. The B in the Union. Now, you look at the Sacramento B, they've now limited the publication of police booking photos, surveillance photos, videos of alleged crimes, and composite sketches of suspects provided by law enforcement agency. Why? Because somehow it's racist. Really? So if you're looking for a suspect, you can't have a composite sketch of a suspect because somehow looting, the word looting is based in racism? Someone needs to explain that to me. Really is. If we're looking for a person who is a suspect in a crime, should we not have the sketch? So is it racist when the Unabomber sketch came out? Oh, look, it's a sketch of the supposed Unabomber, the alleged Unabomber. How racist is that? Hey, give me a break. You know, some of us don't have to suck up to this garbage. Oh, what is? We've largely banned the use of the word looting, says the B. It's rooted in racism. Really? And have sought to elevate the voices of emerging writers from communities we have long underserved through the country, through the Community Voices Project, says the B president editor Lauren Gustus. This is back in July 9th of last year. I think the B is taken several recent steps to work against long-standing stereotypes. Well, I must have been off that week. I would have talked about this. Largely banned the use of the word looting, a term rooted in racism, and it's sought to elevate the voices of people. I mean, isn't that... Who was the racist here? Why would you say looting is based in racism? I've seen a lot of looting. A lot of people of various skin colors looting. Call it what it is. Don't be such a chicken... fill in the blank. Rob is in Rockland. Rob, hello.
Hello, Pat. How are you? Good. Yeah, I want to just talk a second about the Bee because, you know, I was a subscriber for 40 years, and finally last month I just decided that the version wasn't paying what they wanted for it. And so I went with the digital version, and I got signed up for that, paid my $45. And then I noticed about a week ago that all of a sudden they used to have a comment section after the articles where people would comment on what the article is about. And I will say that most of the comments were probably conservative, but there were a lot of liberal comments. And all of a sudden I went and looked at them, and they disabled the comment section. Oh. So you can't even comment after an article anymore.
Of course not. No. That could be that could be deemed to be racist if you have a comment.
Well,
I don't know what the issue is.
And I called them, and I think it was a couple days ago, and I canceled. I said I want my money back. That's not what I bargained for. Refund my $45. And this morning, I got a call from somebody at the Bee, and they were offering me a free month of the printing. I said I'm not interested. And then the guy started lecturing me about the First Amendment and the fact that the Bee is a private company and they don't have to allow comments on their line and this, that, and the other. And I said, well, look, you don't seem... I know about the constitutional law because I'm a lawyer. And when I went to law school, my law professor for constitutional law was Anthony Kennedy. And you might recall him. He was on the Supreme Court for 30 years. Right. And this guy just would not let me get a word in edgewise and started lecturing me about the Bee's rights to do this and that. And it was just, I got so infuriated. I finally just hung the phone up. You know, I think that this attitude that they have, it just fits in with all this other cancel culture garbage. Yeah, they have the right to do what they want with their business, and you have a right to unsubscribe from their business. Yes, and refund my money. Yes, right.
I mean, don't lecture me about it either. I don't need the lecture.
Yeah, I don't...
Call it what it is. If they're looting, if they're causing violence, it's not based in racism. It is what it is.
Exactly.
Vandalism is vandalism. Looting...
suspects.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Sketches. Come on, really. What's the point? You're going to have an article and you're not going to show a picture of drawing of the suspect?
Yeah.
Why put up the article?
Right. Yeah, why even make the sketch? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I'll let you go, but I want to say I never got to call into my Van Morrison store when it was his birthday on August 31st. Yes, it was. And I saw him when I was a kid at Avalon Ballroom in San Francisco when he just had released Left Them. He had released Brown Eyed Girl, which is my favorite song in my senior year of high school. We went over there to see Van, and he showed up with a bass player and a guitar player and a drummer, but he did the whole set with his back to the audience because he had a severe case of stage fright. What? He did the whole set with his back turned to the audience? His back turned to the audience.
That's funny. Oh, wow. Boy, that would be bizarre.
Yeah. The music was great, but we never saw his face.
That's extremely odd. I mean, I can't imagine Van Morrison having stage fright, and if he does, not facing the audience.
That being said, you can give me your opinion or what you know about that, but that being said, I feel that you've heard of people that jump the gun, the saying jump the gun or whatever. Well, what these various places, including Newsom, is doing, and this is a show, I feel, by Pelosi and the Democrats. Biden's going into the presidency and calling out the National Guard like that. You spoke of fascism, or the first thing of fascism is strong arming. This is just the drill calling out the National Guard, as far as I'm concerned. This whole, he's just getting ready to strong arm because they've taken away the president's rights. Last Monday and Tuesday, one of those days between the hours of 9:05 in the morning and 9:20 in the morning, I think you can download Rush Limbaugh's radio show. He had a perfect defense, and he had recordings of everything President Trump said, etc. And your listeners might want to listen to it because the Democrats don't have a leg to stand on from what he said. So I feel, in short, and I'd like your opinion on what I said about pulling the license, etc., that they're flexing the National Guard's muscles. And I hope that those National Guards have been raised at home by their mothers and their fathers to be all American boys and to defend their country, etc., because they're just flexing their muscles with that National Guard.
Yeah, well, I mean, here's my point, Jim. And Jim, thank you for listening and calling in. Again, to me, exactly what it's saying.
Proposed a pandemic relief measure totaling almost $2 trillion.
We will finish the job of getting a total of $2,000 in cash relief to people who need it the most.
Calling the $600 payment already appropriated not enough. On the COVID vaccination effort, he called the current distribution process a dismal failure.
I will lay out our vaccination plan.
That's it. We need to
To
check
correct
on the
course and
options.
meet our goal of 100 million shots at the end of my first 100 days.
The proposal does not include student loan forgiveness. Now in custody, Kevin Seafried, the individual photographed parading around inside the Capitol, brandishing a Confederate flag during last week's assault. On the continuing effort to track down and round up those taking part in the insurrection,
FBI Director Christopher Wray joining the Vice President and others in a FEMA conference, saying they've already tracked more than 200 suspects in that Capitol Hill attack.
we know who you are if you're out there, and FBI agents are coming to find you.
The FBI, the
That was
Vice
a good
President,
job.
and others reassuring Americans that they'll have enough security to prevent another attack. ABC News, Washington.
A judge in Prince
We
George's
wish they
County,
would be
Maryland,
China now.
outside Washington, D.C., sentenced Sean Urbanski to life in prison for the racially motivated stabbing murder of graduating black Army Second Lieutenant Richard Collins III in 2017. The COVID tracking project reports on over 3,915 deaths in the latest reporting period. Los Angeles on Friday starts vaccinating 1 million healthcare workers at Dodger Stadium. Mayor Eric Garcetti calls it
the largest logistical undertaking that I've ever seen in my lifetime as an American. A lack of clear guidance coming from the Trump administration.
You're listening to ABC News.
Now, here's what's happening around the state on Sacramento's News, 93.1 KFBK.
In anticipation of possible violence on Inauguration Day, Governor Gavin Newsom is activating the National Guard to deploy up to 1,000 troops to the state capitol. Following last week's assault on the U.S. Capitol and warnings of civil unrest by the FBI, Newsom vowed to protect California's capital and ensure public safety.
California will take every necessary measure to protect public safety and our democratic principles and to ensure that those disgraceful actions are not repeated here.
A pro-Trump rally was also scheduled to take place on Inauguration Day, but CHP denied the organizer permit. There's a reason why the lion's share of fraudulent unemployment claims is happening in California. CEO Blake Hall of ID.me, which flagged
525,612 cases and 13,501 deaths due to COVID-19 in the state.
Michigan residents getting updated on the COVID-19 landscape in that state. Officials say new COVID-19 cases have reached a plateau. However, deaths remain high. As for testing, it remains steady with more than 37,000 diagnostic tests reported per day. The 7-day positivity rate is around 9% and hospitalizations there are on the decline over the past several weeks.
The California hospital has been slapped with a $43,000 fine. Here's Jaleesa Chaston with that story.
The fine is in connection with the delayed reporting of a recent COVID-19 outbreak. Officials said it resulted in the death of one employee. The fine, coming from Santa Clara County, saying Government issued a violation notice to Kaiser Permanente San Jose Medical Center on January 5th. It centered around delayed reporting of 43 cases involving personnel who tested positive for the virus. The data mentioned December 27th of 2020 and January 1st of 2021. CNN affiliate KGO reporting that number has grown since. The initial cause of the outbreak remains under investigation. Johnson & Johnson uses company shows their COVID-19 vaccine produced a high rate of immune response in trials and a low rate of negative reactions from the first shot. The healthcare company anticipates they will apply for authorization with the FDA shortly after releasing more research. So far, Moderna and Pfizer are the only approved vaccines in the U.S.
A request from Congresswoman Barbara Lee, Senator Elizabeth Warren, along with other Democratic lawmakers, reaching out to Health and Human Services Secretary Alex Azar. The lawmakers made the request earlier this week that money from the stimulus be allocated in grants to faith-based and community-based organizations to serve African Americans, Latinos, and Indigenous people, the groups hardest hit by the pandemic. The COVID relief bill was passed in December by Congress. Contained in the bill specific funds for high-risk and underserved populations. No clarity yet from Azar on how this will be distributed. I'm Mike Moore, along with Andrea Coleman on the Black Information Network.
When you need to know,
This is where Black News comes first.
the Bay Area's BIN 910. Your money on the Black Information Network.
More Americans are filing for first-time unemployment claims. According to the Labor Department, 965,000 Americans filed for first-time benefits last week. That's up 181,000 from the previous week's revised level. It was revised down about 3,000 claims to 784,000. Analysts forecast jobless claims to rise to 800,000. The largest increases in initial claims for the weekend in January 2nd were in Louisiana, Kansas, Texas, Georgia, and Washington. The largest decreases were in Illinois, California, Maryland, and Florida. The CEO of Parler says the social media platform may never return after being shut down by Amazon. On Saturday, Amazon Web Services suspended Parler over dozens of posts that claim encourage or incite violence. Parler CEO John Mate spoke with Reuters on Wednesday. After the interview was published, Mate added that he was optimistic that Parler would eventually return, though it may take weeks. The social media company favored by conservatives has filed a suit against Amazon, claiming it breached its contract with Parler. Amazon is asking a federal judge to deny the suit and says Parler has been unwilling to remove content that threatens public safety. Money news at 24 and 54 minutes past each hour. I'm Julius White from the Black Information Network.
The power of information.
Black News here and now. The Bay Area's BIN 910.
I'm Andrea Coleman.
And I'm Mike Moore on the Black Information Network.
Former Michigan Governor Rick Snyder is being charged over the tainted water crisis in Flint. He was charged with 2 misdemeanor counts of willful neglect of duty. Flint's residents were exposed to high levels of lead after the city switched its water supply in 2014. The change is also suspected to be a possible cause of a Legionnaire's disease outbreak that killed a dozen people and sickened over 80 others. Flint resident Arthur Woodson says more needs to be done to help compensate for the hardships residents there have endured.
For 7 long years, we have been sitting in line. We are mentally drained, and some of us have serious mental issues behind this, and that's not in the settlement.
On Thursday, Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel is expected to unveil results of an expansive investigation into the water crisis.
Federal prosecutors reportedly have filed documents requesting a former mayor of Atlantic City, New Jersey, African-American Frank Gilliam pleaded guilty in October of 2019 to wire fraud and resigned from his mayoral position after admitting to stealing $87,000 from a youth basketball program that he founded. Gilliam's attorneys are pushing for a lighter sentence, saying the former mayor is extremely remorseful for his actions. Sentencing in Gilliam's case was originally scheduled for last January, but those proceedings were postponed. No news.
western region of the country in the Benashango-Gumuz area, which borders Sudan. According to the New York Times, a group of gunmen opened fire on a village there, killing at least 80 people. Just a few months ago, at least 100 people were killed during a similar raid. The fighting is reportedly believed to be among 5 different ethnic groups that live in that area. Speaking through an interpreter, an Ethiopian resident spoke with Al Jazeera TV about her hopes that the violence in the country will soon end.
Intercom, sensing, offensive, visual. Oh man, we're getting there, baby. Evolving quickly. Just static. Static fences. Where's the wire?
But don't you pick it out, not just yet. 7 lucky people could win $1 million by getting the first 5 numbers right. However, no one won the jackpot, so Saturday's drawing will be $640 million, the 5th largest in Powerball history. Americans are also lining up to play the Million Jackpot. Also have a $750 million jackpot in Friday's drawing.
Time now for Road to the White House. Here's Mike Island.
California Representative Maxine Waters says President Trump is capable of starting a civil war. Speaking on the House floor during the impeachment vote, the Democrat accused Trump of spending the last 4 years abusing his power, lying, and radicalizing his supporters against democracy. Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says there will be a vote in the Senate next week on trying to convict President Trump for high crimes and misdemeanors. This comes after Trump was impeached for a second time in the House on Wednesday for his role in last week's riot at the U.S. Capitol. Schumer explained that if the president is convicted, there will be a vote on barring him from running again. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is thanking National Guard troops protecting the U.S. Capitol. Pelosi told the troops that the Capitol, democracy, and the U.S. Constitution are safe because of their patriotism. And that's your Road to the White House. I'm Mike Island on the Black Information Network.
Ever notice that the associate at Lowe's wear red vest?
No true supporter of mine could ever disrespect law enforcement or our great American flag.
In a video released after he was impeached for a second time, the president said people can exercise their First Amendment rights, but must not turn to violence.
But I cannot emphasize that there must be no violence, no law breaking, and no vandalism of any kind.
He denounced the violence at last week's U.S. Capitol protest that left several people dead. More demonstrations are planned leading up to Joe Biden's inauguration next week. Trump said he is telling all federal agencies to use all necessary resources to maintain order.
4 people, including 2 minors, are in police custody following a protest in Brussels, Belgium, for a black man who died while being detained by police last weekend. Here's the Black Information Network's Mike Island with that story.
Belgian prosecutors say 3 of the suspects are accused of arson, and the 4th individual was arrested for rebellion. A police statement says the arrest took place after a peaceful demonstration in downtown Brussels Wednesday. Around 100 people remained downtown following the demonstration, setting objects on fire and damaging police cars. Police say several officers were harmed in the incident.
An update now on Ethiopia's transition of power in the Tigray region. Ethiopian officials announced Wednesday its high-ranking members of the Tigray People's Liberation Front.
Are y'all gonna talk about the mutations or no?
The new government, ruled by Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed. Ahmed's government declared a victory in late November following nearly a month of
Republican House Leader Jim Durkin 70 to 44 in a partisan vote.
As the Illinois General Assembly, it's important that we meet the challenges of this moment. How do we do that? How do we meet those challenges? We meet the challenge of the moment by being united, not divided.
Welsh replaces Michael Madigan, the longest-serving state speaker in American history. Madigan suspended his campaign for re-election earlier this year after he faced dwindling support. I'm Jolisa Chapman.
I'm Tariq Lowe with Maybe You Didn't Know. The Lincoln Memorial, August 28, 1963. 250,000 Americans were gathered for the final speech of the March on Washington. Martin Luther King Jr. was about to deliver his famous I Have a Dream speech. Maybe you didn't know that Dr. King tossed away his notes and improvised his famous words. Dr. King
for this hotel. And there was nothing in it at all about drinking. When it came time to speak, the speech transformed into a sermon. Near the podium, it's been said that singer Mahalia Jackson kept saying, "Tell them about the dream, Martin." No one is sure whether he heard her say it or not, but it could have been the inspiration needed to deliver those legendary words. Delivered from the heart, not a piece of paper. Dr. King's I Had a Dream address is now recognized as one of the greatest speeches in American history. All unrehearsed, all in the moment. And what a vitally important moment it was. I'm Tariq Lowe on the BIN.
The Bay Area's BIN 910. I'm Kevin Brown.
And I'm Madeline Woods on the Black Information Network.
The Santa Clara County coronavirus case total continues to rise in bunches. Dr. Dean Winslow, Stanford Healthcare, says getting the vaccine out to people right now is and certainly getting the vaccine out to these large centralized sites will be very, very helpful in terms of getting a larger proportion of the population immunized. Health officials confirmed that more than 1,200 new cases happened just yesterday, and the caseload is now very close to the 86,000 mark. The death toll is nearing 990 after more than 40 new deaths were reported.
State health officials are pushing for marginalized groups to have better access. The COVID-19 vaccination plan includes a communication plan to target Black communities. Patrons of the barbershop Eminent Domain express how the community is feeling about taking that vaccine.
The community is scared, especially my generation. I'm honestly scared to take anything. I'm really scared to put anything in my body. I don't plan on having anything to do with any vaccinations. I don't want to deal with it.
Part of California's communication plan includes teaming up with faith-based organizations to spread information and ensure these groups have access to the vaccination.
The side effects is really what I'm looking at. Like, I don't want to get sick, or it might make me worse, or it can cause me other health issues.
A grassroots organization is moving forward with plans to ensure California's ethnic studies curriculum is historically accurate. Founding member Elena Kaplan says the Alliance for Constructive Ethnic Studies is calling for the Education Department's proposed curriculum to be amended to be free of what she calls a narrow ideological agenda.
We have an opportunity to build bridges and to build empathy and understanding rather than divisiveness and labeling students by the color of the skin as either victim or oppressor.
The California Department of Education is accepting public comment on the proposed curriculum through January 20th.
Let's have trial by combat. A special task force has been put together by the Santa Clara Sheriff's Office to explore any threats from right-wing extremist groups and their possible intentions to injure public officials and to cause destruction of government offices. This is a direct response to the insurrection on Capitol Hill last Wednesday by Trump supporters. A tip line has been established, and the department urges anyone who hears about a threat or issue to call 408-808-4431. Or you can call the public tip line at 408-808-4400.
Alameda County is seeing a slight decrease in the holiday surge of coronavirus infections and hospitalizations. Dr. Nicholas Moss, the county's health officer, notes the case rate was at 35 per 100,000 people. The county dashboard states the current number of new cases has fallen from 1,296 last Thursday to 413 on Monday. I'm Kevin Brown, along with Madeline Woods on the Black Information Network.
Black news impacting your town,
your world, your voice.
And Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer getting more vaccines. The state has a goal of having 70% of everyone older than 16 vaccinated for COVID-19. But it's been tough due to a lack of supply from the federal government. Governor Whitmer has doses being held back. The state wants to give 50,000 shots a day. The effort has been
Wisconsin, a Boston pharmacist has had his license suspended. The Wisconsin Pharmacy Examining Board agreed to the suspension during a meeting Wednesday afternoon. The board said Stephen Brandenburg
intentionally spoiled nearly 600 doses of the Moderna vaccine. Still remains a matter of criminal charges that have yet to be filed. He is out of jail on a $10,000 bond, but the case is under review.
There is some form of immunity of COVID-19 at least from a study done in the UK. Here's Lisa Chet.
The study surveying thousands of UK healthcare workers antibodies provide an 83% rate of protection against reinfection. That's compared with people who have not had the disease before. CNBC reporting that reinfections in people with antibodies were rare. CNBC also reported the study has not yet been peer-reviewed, nor has it been published in any medical journal. The authors have said the results are an interim analysis of data collected in the months between June and November. A former journalist learned that his blood is
Before
fortified
South
with
African,
so-called
Nigerian,
neutralize the
and
coronavirus. Healthcare professionals call it a medical phenomenon found in less than 5% of the population who have contracted the virus. That proves a 54-year-old former journalist, John Hollis, that makes Hollis and his blood valuable resources as researchers continue to try and identify potential treatments for COVID-19. The findings concerns about his own safety. What was discovered, however, is that Hollis already had COVID-19 and has infected his roommate.
A team of researchers from the World Health Organization has arrived in Wuhan, China, where it's believed the global pandemic originated. Researchers face some challenges to positive for the coronavirus anyway. Chinese authorities required the remaining 13 experts to undergo 2 weeks of quarantine in Wuhan. Fallout from the virus still resonating around the world, even in a different form than the original strain.
We now have a new variant of the virus, and it's being Which variant is spreading?
UK President Boris Johnson there. The investigation has been characterized as critical in understanding the of avoiding another pandemic. I'm Mike Moore, along with Andrea Coleman on the Black Information Network.
The only news that hears you.
The Black Information Network. The Bay Area's BIN 910.
Your money on the Black Information Network.
Small businesses struggling during the coronavirus pandemic can start asking for help this week. The Small Business Administration will start accepting applications for the new Paycheck Protection Program on Friday. The second round of the TPP was given the green light after Congress passed the bipartisan relief bill in December. Only businesses with 300 or fewer employees can be eligible for the loans. The fund can't be more than $2 million. Tesla is being asked to recall over 158,000 of its older vehicles because of touchscreen glitches. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says the issue increases the risk of crashing because drivers could lose their Tesla autopilot help system. There was no winner in Wednesday night's $550 million Powerball jackpot. Don't throw your ticket out. 7 lucky people did win $1 million by getting the first 5 numbers right. However, no one won the jackpot, so Saturday's drawing will be for $640 million, the 6th largest in Powerball history. Americans are also lining up to play the Mega Millions lottery, which will have a $750 million jackpot in Friday's drawing. Money news at 24 and 54 minutes past each hour. I'm Julius White from the Black Information Network.
Where Black news comes first.
Listen and stay informed. The Bay Area BIN.
You get like 250 out of that.
Executive Director Kenneth Ross says Joe Biden should ramp up U.S. human rights policies when he becomes president.
After 4 years of Trump's indifference and anthem hostility to human rights, the election of Joe Biden provides an opportunity for a fundamental change. But it's important to recognize that a Biden presidency alone is not a panacea.
Ross says Joe Biden should allow criminal investigations of President Trump to show that he's not above the law.
The one thing that Biden can clearly do is to allow justice to pursue its course with respect to Trump, to show that no one is above the law. Or as Biden recently put it, that the President of the United States is not a king.
A former PBS lawyer is caught on video saying children of all Republican voters should be taken away and put in re-education camps and forced to watch shows like Sesame Street and PBS all day. The attorney speaking in that court is identified as Michael Beller, conservative news outlet Project Veritas, known for investigations to uncover what they call the liberal media. Beller is caught making several disparaging remarks about President Trump throughout the conversation. Beller no longer works for PBS, and PBS issued a further statement condemning all violence.
Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell wants to focus on getting President-elect Joe Biden into the White House. In a statement after President Trump was impeached again, McConnell says he believes it would be best if Congress prioritized the inauguration and transfer of power to the Biden administration. He argued it would be impossible to hold a fair or serious Senate trial for Trump before next Wednesday. The Kentucky Republican cited 3 previous impeachment trials. All lasted at least 21 days. The House voted on Wednesday to make Trump the first president to be impeached.
To a San Antonio grand jury again. Jones, the 23-year-old father, was killed in February of 2014 by a police officer who was working as an off-duty security guard. Jones was shot in the back as he ran from the scene of a fender bender. He had been a passenger in the car in a drive-through line. Police say he pulled a gun as he ran, but the man's family says he ran because he was on probation. They say police planted a gun on him, and they say his case is an example of why police reform is so badly needed. The officer was cleared of any wrongdoing in 2015 and also was cleared of wrongdoing in a wrongful death lawsuit in 2017. The victim's family says they will continue to fight for police reform.
I'm Natasha Williams with Doug Davis on the Black Information Network. Now here's Mike Island. Healthy Minute.
What are black parents most concerned about as their child faces a full-time return to school later this year?
Of course, they'll have health concerns, even though we will likely be in a much different and surely better place by late 2021 concerning the pandemic. But as we've seen with the January 6th U.S. Capitol insurrection and increased hate crimes, parents are concerned about another big public health crisis: racism. With a new administration, the divided attitude toward the Black Lives Matter movement, and the hate groups who oppose it, what are the kids going to be taking in from it all? How will what they witnessed on TV without the social contacts affect them when they resume those contacts? As children and adults cope with lingering mental health distress associated with COVID fatigue and just not living life as normal, watch the kids, listen to them. At school, they have just as big a social life as we adults do, if not bigger. Your child's interactions upon the return to school will be well worthy of your attention. And that's your Healthy Minute. I'm Mike Island on the Black Information Network. Portions of the following program will be recorded.
In 1966, Huey Newton and Bobby Seale created the Black Panther Party to fight police oppression of black folks in California.
We wouldn't have WIC. Shit. If it wasn't for it.
2 years later, the party started the People's Free Medical Clinic to address systemic discrimination against blacks in hospitals and private medical practices. Because while discrimination was illegal, there was no enforcement. By 1970, all Black Panther practices volunteer professionals staffed the clinic. Basic services such as childhood vaccinations and screenings, and later focused on sickle cell anemia. Leading the U.S. Congress to pass the Sickle Cell Anemia Control Act in 1972. By 1975, most of the clinics were shuttered due to years of intense scrutiny from government agencies.
9:10 a.m. KKSF, Oakland, the Black Information Network.
BayAreaNews.com. If we fail to remove a white supremacist president who incited a white supremacist insurrection, it's communities like Missouri's 1st District that suffer the most. The 117th Congress must understand that we have a mandate to legislate in defense of black lives. The first step in that process is to root out white supremacy, starting with impeaching the white supremacist in chief. Thank you, and I yield back. As lawmakers like freshman Congresswoman Cori Bush from Missouri vote to impeach President Trump a second time inside the Capitol, security preparations outside are of a scale never seen before for any inauguration in history. Titan security has already started. Parking garages and restricted zones are blocked off, and D.C.'s Mayor Muriel Bowser has a message for D.C. residents. Avoid downtown. Travel only if it's absolutely necessary.
To deliberately promote a senseless series creating a combustible environment of misinformation and division. Allow the President of the United States to fight this attack without consequences is a direct threat to the future of this democracy.
And that's Republican Congressman John Katko of New York voting to impeach. He's not the only Republican. He was joined by 9 others, but far from the majority. Some lawmakers say although many Republicans feel the president crossed the line, there's still fear. Republicans are afraid for their lives. Crow says he has had conversation with many GOP lawmakers. He says some of them even broke down in tears over what would happen to them if they voted against the president. Crow said doing the right thing isn't always the easy thing.
Some have wondered if the attack on the Capitol was an inside job. Democratic Congresswoman from New Jersey, Mikey Sherrill, says no question the rioters had help, and she saw it with her own eyes. Strangely, the day before the January 6th insurrection, she saw odd tours of the Capitol being given by certain lawmakers.
Those members of Congress have had groups coming through the Capitol that I saw on January 5th. A reconnaissance for the next day. There's members of Congress that incited this violent crowd.
Congresswoman Sherrill would not identify who the lawmakers are, but she says they should be held accountable and even removed from office.
Will not bring back the Senate early for an impeachment trial. The Senate is scheduled to reconvene Tuesday. That's when members will discuss the fate of Donald Trump, unless there is an emergency session. President-elect Joe Biden will be sworn in on Wednesday. A trial will likely happen after Donald Trump has left office.
Killed Trump's white MAGA rioter, Ashley Babbitt, had African-American Representative Maxine Waters in her sight. Congresswoman Waters says her name was on a list of people Babbitt plans to confront.
When they went through her belongings, she was putting Kamala Harris and Maxine Waters on notice.
Babbitt, a 35-year-old San Diego resident and Air Force veteran, was shot and killed by police as she and other rioters were seen on video breaking into the Capitol. Listen to those stories and more on the Black Information Network on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Vanessa Tyler with Mike Stevens on the Black Information Network.
I'm Tariq Lowe with Maybe You Didn't Know. The town of West California near Bakersfield was created in 1908. The location boasted fertile soil, an ample supply of water, and was along a railroad corridor. By 1912, many successful small businesses existed, and there was a school district. The open sunshine reported that the township generated $5,000 a month. The community was thriving. Maybe you didn't know that Allensworth, California was an all-black township. It was founded by Colonel Allen Allensworth and a group of other black men attempting to create a refuge away from oppression. Into the water table, like a drinkable water problem. The township's population dwindled away until it was just a memory. Allensworth is now memorialized as Colonel Allensworth State Historic. A number of historic early 20th century buildings, including the Colonel's House. A yearly rededication ceremony is held to commemorate the original vision of the Allensworth Pioneer. I'm Tariq Lowe on the BeeHive.
The source for Black News.
The Black Information Network.
The Bay Area's BIN 910. I'm Kevin Brown.
And I'm Madeline Woods on the Black Information Network.
The Santa Clara County coronavirus case total continues to rise in bunches. Dr. Dean Winslow, Stanford Healthcare, says getting the vaccine out to people right now is critical.
And certainly getting the vaccine out to these large centralized sites will be very, very helpful in terms of getting a larger proportion of the population immunized.
Health officials confirm that more than 1,200 new cases happened just yesterday, and the caseload is now very close to the 86,000 mark. The death toll is nearing 990 after more than 40 new deaths were reported.
State health officials are pushing for marginalized groups to have better access to COVID vaccines. They say the move is critical to defeating the coronavirus pandemic. California's COVID-19 vaccination plan includes a communication plan to target Black communities. Patrons of the barbershop Eminent Domain express how the community is feeling about taking that vaccine.
The community is scared, especially my generation. I'm honestly scared to take anything. I'm really scared to put anything in my body. I don't plan on having anything to do with any vaccination. I don't want to deal with it.
Part of California's communication plan includes teaming up with faith-based organizations to spread information and ensure these groups have access to the vaccination.
The side effects is really what I'm looking for.
on the little screen where you can see. She's able to get internet good enough to play video. We're gonna use a Willis phone to play information that is about the Brazilian variant that no one's talking about, like the South African and Nigerian stuff that I have already recorded on the other videos. I'm trying to get uploaded. There you go. We'll start at the farthest one back and work our way up. Ooh, this one's crazy. New strains of virus discovered in the U.S. J&J vaccine. This is 6 hours ago. Alright, so here we are all the way to the back. So here it is. Another COVID-19 variant. Japan finds new virus strain.
The Japanese Health Ministry has found a coronavirus variant in people arriving from Brazil that is different from the ones in Britain and South Africa. The variant was found in the airport tests on a man in his 40s, a woman in her 30s, and 2 teens, the ministry said on January 10. The health officials of Japan was working closely with other nations, the WHO, and other medical experts to analyze the new versions of the virus. It was still unclear whether the available vaccines would work on the new variant. The man who had tested positive had no symptoms upon arrival, but was later hospitalized after his breathing became difficult. The woman suffered headaches, one teen, a male, had a fever, and while the other female teen had no symptoms according to the ministry. About 30 cases of variant from Britain and South Africa have been reported in Japan. The health experts in Japan are worried the variant appears to spread faster. Japan has declared a state of emergency for Tokyo area since January 8, asking the restaurants and bars to close by 8 p.m. Meanwhile, Japan has reported about 4,000 deaths related to the COVID-19 so far and more than 280,000 confirmed COVID-19 cases.
We're in the dark. So that's the first one. This one's the second one. A day ago, Boris Johnson working to stop Brazilian COVID.
Introducing the F80 treadmill from Soul Fitness, a machine that can help you push your workout further, not hold you back. Well, turning to the UK, British Prime Minister Boris Johnson says he's working to prevent a new COVID strain entering the country as it reports a record number of deaths from the virus. A concerning new variant has been detected in Japan in 4 travellers from Brazil. The government hasn't clarified what steps it will take to protect Britons.
We are concerned about the new Brazilian variant, and that's why we already have tough measures, as you know, to protect this country from new infections coming in from abroad, and we're taking steps to do that. The risk is very substantial, and we have to keep the pressure off the NHS.
The NHS is already under severe pressure. The number of patients in hospitals is now 70% higher than the first peak in April 2020. London's mayor is calling on the Prime Minister to tighten restrictions.
We know we now have new strains of the virus which are more deadly and more transmissible, but also we know the NHS has far greater pressures now than back in spring, and so it's not understandable why we've got these lighter restrictions.
The next one. Headlines: Japanese scientists find variant of COVID. This is from 4 days ago.
The Japanese Health Ministry has found a coronavirus variant in people arriving from Brazil that's different from the ones in Britain and South Africa. The variant was found in airport test on a man in his 40s, a woman in her 30s, and 2 teens, the ministry said on Sunday. Japan was working with other nations, the WHO, and other medical experts to analyze the new version of the virus, and it was still unclear whether available vaccines would work. The man who tested positive had no symptoms upon arrival but was hospitalized after his breathing became difficult. The woman suffered headaches. One teen, a male, had a fever, while the other female teen had no symptoms, according to the ministry. About 30 cases of variants from Britain and South Africa have earlier been reported in Japan. The bird flu outbreak that is being reported across several states has also been confirmed in Maharashtra. While dead crows sparked fears in Mumbai, bird flu was confirmed in Parbhani, where authorities will cull around 9,000 birds. Birds were also reported dead in Latur and Amravati. 11 dead crows were spotted in Mumbai's Chembur area, sparking fears of aviation flu. 2 samples have been sent for testing. Dead birds have previously been spotted in other parts of the Mumbai metropolitan area. Authorities confirmed the spread of bird flu in Parbhani, where 800 hens had been reported dead. The district administration has ordered culling of about 9,000 birds and banned sale of birds within 10-kilometer radius. A day before Chief Minister's interaction with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, several states on Sunday said they have made all necessary preparations for the first phase of nationwide rollout of COVID-19 vaccine from January 16. This includes identification of vaccination sites and registration of healthcare and other frontline workers. PM Modi will speak to chief ministers of all the states through video conferencing to discuss the COVID-19 situation and the vaccination rollout. This will be PM Modi's first interaction with the chief ministers following the recent approval of 2 coronavirus vaccines for restricted emergency use by India's drug regulator. After multiple rounds of negotiations between the centre and the agitating farmers bore no results, the Supreme Court bench led by Chief Justice of India S.A. Bobde will hear key petitions around the farmers' agitation on Monday. Petitions have been filed by DMK MP Tiruchi Shiva and other opposition leaders challenging the constitutionality of these laws. There are other PILs that seek removal of protesting farmers, citing law and order situation and inconvenience to people living in Delhi NCR region. The question before the Supreme Court is not just that of the pure legality of the 3 contentious laws. A cursory look at the earlier observations by the Apex Court indicate that the top court is inclined to aid the process of resolving the stalemate. US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said on Sunday that she would push ahead with efforts to remove President Donald Trump from office during the final days of his administration after his supporters' violent attack on the Capitol Hill. Pelosi, the top Democrat in Congress, said that there would be a resolution in the House of Representatives on Monday calling for the cabinet to remove Donald Trump as unfit for office under the Constitution's 25th Amendment.
Now be the first to know about the latest updates on our new news app. Go on your Android or iOS, search for HW News Network.
This one's new strains of virus recovered in U.S. CNBC.
Our new house is amazing.
There is a bit of an issue with our neighbor's fencing. At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
Some disturbing COVID news from researchers at Ohio State today. A new strain of the virus discovered here in America. They say it has mutations never before seen. They also say they found another strain that is identical to the one from the United Kingdom. The researchers say these mutations are likely to make the virus more infectious. Dr. Scott Gottlieb, now CNBC contributor, former FDA commissioner, also on the board of Illumina and Pfizer. Doctor, thanks as always. Please give us your assessment of these new strains and help us understand what they mean for all of us.
Lie to us, please.
Well, look, this virus is evolving all the time, and these strains that we're seeing right now, particularly the UK variant and the variant in Brazil and South Africa, which are very concerning because they've mutated a part of the virus that we've targeted with some of our drugs, they don't seem to be the result of selective pressure in terms of the virus trying to make itself more fit, although it has become more fit. They seem to be variants that emerged in certain patients that may have had chronic infection and were unable to clear it. And then they developed these variants, and the variants then began to propagate. They led to secondary infections after that. So this is inevitable that this virus is going to mutate and evolve this way. I think what it underscores right now is the game's really changed when it comes to the vaccine rollout, and the goal is probably to get as much protective immunity into the population as possible right now, because the vaccine is really our only backstop against these variants taking hold. They're not prevalent here in the United States right now, the UK and the South Africa variant, based on the reporting that we have from the sequencing work that we're doing, but they're going to build very quickly. And if we can't get more protective immunity into the population, we could be facing a situation where we have sort of perpetual infection heading into the spring and the summer as these variants get a foothold here.
Perpetual infection, that means this would continue kind of like we are now at these high, horrific numbers into the summer?
Worse.
I think that's the risk. Right now, there are indications that the number of infections is starting to peak, and it doesn't feel that way because we're at the very apex of the epidemic right now. Deaths and hospitalizations, unfortunately, are going to continue to build because they're a lagging indicator. But the number of infections may be peaking. We see the positivity rate starting to decline. The rate of transfer, what's called the RT, seems like it's starting to decline. So we may enter a situation that as we head into February and as we head into the spring, March, you start to see infections come down more dramatically, in part because we've infected fully a third of the population, in part because we're vaccinating more people and the virus is starting to burn itself out. But then if these new variants take hold as we enter the spring, which is the risk. Right now, they're less than 1% of all infections, but they're going to build. And by March, they may be 10% of all infections. So if they continue to build, what could have been a relatively quiet spring and summer where we didn't see a lot of infection ends up being a summer where we have more infection because these variants are now circulating and they spread more easily, even in the warm months when we really shouldn't have had a lot of coronavirus spreading.
And we know what we have to do to stop that. We have to wear a mask. We have to stay distanced. We have to maintain hygiene. We have to do it now more than ever. And Doctor, there's more good news on the vaccine front. I read this new stuff from Johnson & Johnson just out today. Great data on how well this works with one shot. Are you confident in J&J, and how big a breakthrough would that be?
Well, look, I'm confident in Johnson & Johnson's ability to scale the manufacturing here, and that's really been one of the challenges. This does look good. The early data looked encouraging. One of the things that we saw in the data was that the antibody response continued to build even after about 2.5 months. So at day 71, you still saw patients having increasing levels of antibodies, which suggests that the immunity here that this vaccine confers may be enduring and may actually grow over time. So that's very encouraging. This vaccine can be stored in a refrigerator, so it could be delivered in more austere settings in the doctor's office. As you said, it could be delivered probably as a single injection. We need to look at the phase 3 data, which they're hopefully going to have the interim results in the next 2 weeks based on reporting, to see whether or not older individuals might need a second injection to get the full immune protection from this vaccine. But all in all, this looks very encouraging, and it's an indication we may have another vaccine as early as perhaps February on the market.
Shepard Smith here. Thanks for watching CNBC on YouTube.
Boris Johnson fails to check a case from Brazilian meeting. So this is the next one in line.
With all that's
21 hours ago. Yeah, I would say that thing's sending signal over here because I ain't ever seen it do that before. I always have to fuss with it. I never got to watch them. Get the signal booster over there dialed in. Antenna. Especially looking out to get it thinned up in the plane down there.
But, Prime Minister, as we heard in the Home Affairs Select Committee this morning, that quarantine system that you introduced in June is so much weaker than other countries. People can still go directly onto public transport. 90% of cases are not checked to even see if they have filled in the forms, and there is very little further follow-up. So that quarantine system is simply not working. The problem, Prime Minister, is this. We warned in the spring about the need for further measures, delayed them. We warned again now, and we've still got delays in getting all the measures in place. We still haven't got the system sorted on South Africa and on the Brazil variant. And this is on top of the delays in dealing with lockdowns, dealing with schools and so on. We give the impression each time that you just delay all of the difficult and uncomfortable decisions until the last possible minute. And when so many lives are at stake, Prime Minister, is this really the leadership that we need?
Well, if I may say so, this country has led the world and indeed the whole of Europe in rolling out a vaccine. And one of the things that you don't often hear from commentators on your side of the political divide is that is the case. And I disagree strongly with what you said about the protections we have at UK borders. We're conducting huge quantities of checks. We insist on people going into quarantine when they arrive from non-travel corridor areas. We're putting in measures to protect this country both against the South African variant, the Brazilian variant will continue to be very tough indeed. At the moment, we have a pandemic that is being driven by, in large part, by a new variant that seems to have originated, though obviously we can't be sure, that seems to have originated in a mutation or several mutations in this country. And we're doing everything we can to bear down on that. But if you look at the achievement of this country in fighting the vaccine, I don't think you should neglect the rollout of fighting the virus. I think you should roll out the speed of the vaccine program so far.
This one's Japan finds new COVID strain in travelers from
Our top focus at this hour,
Brazil.
Japan has found a new coronavirus variant among travelers coming in from Brazil. The new strain was detected among 4 travelers from Brazil's Amazonas state. All 4 have been quarantined at the Tokyo airport for now. The 3 travelers have been showing symptoms, while 1 is asymptomatic right now, and experts have said that the variant from Brazil is different from the one that emerged in the United Kingdom and South Africa, as there is no proof to show that it is highly infectious as of now. However, this new strain shares a common mutation with the UK and South Africa variants. Meanwhile, studies are underway to determine the efficacy of vaccines against the new strain. In addition, a latest poll has now shown that 80% of the Japanese want the Tokyo Olympics to be cancelled or delayed, as COVID-19 cases continue to
said,
rise. In
that's
fact,
getting
last
bread.
Thursday, Japan declared a
We
state of
got Ace
emergency in
winning
Tokyo.
5-1.
This came after the
Spreading
Japanese
in
capital
India from
reported
China.
a record high of more than 2,400 daily cases. However, residents feel that restrictions should be imposed on more areas to stem the spread of COVID-19. The world's biggest multi-sports event was postponed last year due to the pandemic, and it is being scheduled again to be held from July 23rd to August 8th this year. Our correspondent Grace Lee joins us live from Tokyo for more on this story. Grace, thanks for joining us on this broadcast. Let's begin by talking about this new variant. In a startling discovery, a new variant of coronavirus has been found among travelers arriving in Japan from Brazil. So tell us, what do we know so far, at least about the measures taken at the airport with respect to this new variant?
Well, as you mentioned, 4 people have been found with this new variant, and what experts say is evidence that the coronavirus is still evolving. Now, a few people had coughs, headaches, and certain sinus symptoms that we do see in COVID-19. However, one person, a younger person, was asymptomatic, as you mentioned. Now, according to experts, they've discovered 12 mutations within this new variant, and one of those mutations is shared with the variant that we've seen in South Africa and the UK. So there is a high chance that this variant will also be contagious because we have seen that the new variants in those places have been the cause of rapid spreads of COVID-19 in recent weeks. So Japan is on high alert. Brazilian authorities have also asked Japanese authorities to share any further information that they have on this. It's not clear exactly what kinds of steps that they'll take in Brazil to further prevent the spread of COVID-19 of this particular variant. But in Japan, we are under a state of emergency for Tokyo at least. Most countries have been cut off due to a travel restriction. So we will hopefully see that the variant will not further spread in Japan.
Right, that brings me to my next question. We also are getting reports of an emergency being imposed in some parts of Japan. So tell us more about the same.
Well, Osaka, Kyoto, and some Kansai regions have requested that they go under a state of emergency as well, just about a week after Tokyo has gone into a state of emergency with some of its neighboring prefectures. They made that request on Saturday. So far, Prime Minister Yoshihide Suga has simply said that he needs more time to mull this over and to discuss with experts, and that has not made him very popular here in Japan, with a lot of the public saying that the Japanese Prime Minister has been much too slow in his response to COVID-19. A recent poll showed that 70% of the respondents here in Japan think that Japan's government has not done a very good job in responding to the pandemic, and we see this as we see record cases of COVID-19 across the country, and especially here in Tokyo. Osaka is starting to see its numbers creep up, so there is a lot of tension there.
Right, my final question, Grace. Japan, of course, is still going ahead with the Olympics despite a wary public. A recent poll, in fact, has suggested the same. So will the emergence of this new variant change Japan's plans to hold the Tokyo Games?
Well, as you mentioned, the Japanese public is becoming more and more concerned about the prospect of holding the Olympic Games this summer. 80%, that's an all-time low of respondents saying that the Olympics should be pushed back further or be canceled altogether. But Prime Minister Yoshihide Suga recently said when he was announcing the state of emergency for Tokyo, in fact, that the Olympics will still be going ahead, and he hopes that the Olympics can be a kind of a show of humanity's triumph over COVID-19, if you will. Now, since then, Olympic IOC member Dick Pound has spoken out saying that there's nothing set in stone here and that they are kind of growing skeptical about holding the games here. So there does seem to be growing concern from the IOC side as well. But from what we know, Japanese officials, especially Prime Minister Yoshihide Suga, has been adamant that Japan will still go ahead with the Olympic Games no matter the circumstances.
Right, all right, Grace, thank you so much for all those inputs, and thank you for joining us on Beyond.
Too much money. Next one is COVID update. Modi vaccine meets today. New virus strain. 4 days ago. Johnson concerned about the new Brazilian strain.
At H&R Block, you can get up to $3,500 today. It's money when you need it, with zero interest or loan fees.
Should we be introducing an immediate travel ban for flights from Brazil to reduce the risk of it getting here?
Yes, you're absolutely right. We are concerned about the new Brazilian variant, and that's why we already have tough measures, as you know, to protect this country from new infections coming in from abroad, and we're taking steps to do that in respect of the Brazilian variant. I think it's fair to say that there are lots of questions we still have about that variant, and we don't know, for instance, any more than we know from whether the South African variant is vaccine resistant.
You do know the South African one is resistant. RBM binder site thing to it that makes it where. Next one is Brazilian travel to be banned from UK. 18 hours ago.
Britain is set to ban travellers from most South American countries after a new highly contagious strain of COVID-19 found in Brazil has become prevalent across the continent. The Prime Minister warned on Wednesday that the government will be taking measures to restrict travel from Brazil to the UK.
We're putting in extra measures to ensure that people coming from Brazil are checked and indeed stopping people coming from Brazil.
Britain is already restricting travel from South Africa after a mutant strain of coronavirus was found there, and could put in place restrictions on Japan after the Brazilian strain was found in the country. In the UK, a new strain of COVID-19 was also found last year, and according to government scientists, this strain spreads 50 to 70% faster than the original strain. This led to a renewed national lockdown after hospitals were at risk of being overwhelmed by coronavirus patients. Ministers are concerned vaccines will be less effective against mutated forms of coronavirus, though there is no evidence yet that this is the case. The government has come under fire for lax checks on passengers entering the UK, with the Immigration Services Union, who represent border staff, claiming just 1 in 10 entering Britain are being checked to see if they comply with coronavirus safety rules. Boris Johnson is under pressure to protect the public from new strains of coronavirus as the UK experiences its highest death toll from COVID-19 since the start of the pandemic. On Wednesday, 1,564 deaths were reported from the virus.
South American travel ban and fears. It's just little small things. Nothing.
The last arrivals at Heathrow tonight before the travel ban on South America and Portugal begins. Some who flew in from Lisbon had begun their journey in Brazil, where a dangerous new variant of COVID-19 is spreading.
If you come from Brazil, that's very frustrating for everybody.
Whatever the problems caused by the ban, others were just relieved to have made it back.
It's very lucky that we flew today. We're just very grateful we managed to get in because we would have been stuck there with no way back.
It's feared the new strain is behind the latest surge in cases in Brazil, a country which has already seen 200,000 deaths. Scientists here warned on Tuesday action was needed to stop it getting into Britain, a warning ministers have now heeded.
Given that we've now put 3 million jabs into the arms of the most vulnerable older community, we don't want to trip up at this late stage. We're so close now that we want to make sure we do absolutely everything possible to give us the best chance of beating this virus.
Today there were signs that the lockdown may just be working. despite the explosion in cases of a new homegrown variant in December. The latest survey from Public Health England suggests infections peaked at the end of last year, coming down steeply overall in the last 2 weeks. But whereas the decline was most obvious for those in their 30s, among over 70s cases only levelled off and worryingly continued to rise in the over 80s. One scientist who models the spread of coronavirus for the government says it's too early to discern a clear trend.
I would say it's cautiously good news that things are turning around, but I would want to see about a week or two more of data to really put together evidence that we believe that we are past the peak and cases are starting to come down across the country.
Even if there is a sustained fall in cases, it's unlikely the pressures on hospitals will ease for several weeks. It's why the government is still weighing up even tighter restrictions at home as well as at the borders.
That's what the Kent, not the new. Boris Johnson quiz on new Brazilian variant. That's a day ago.
This is surely a crucial time for the government. Have Boris Johnson's responses reassured you today?
We ain't talking about that in America, so.
Well, I mean, the government's putting all its eggs in the vaccine basket, and we have to hope that this vaccine will be as effective as the government believes it to be. It's uncertain at this moment whether or not it's going to be useful against these new variants, particularly the Brazilian variant that Cover was just talking about there on your clip. It's also not clear to me whether or not people who've been vaccinated and therefore personally protected will still be able to pass on the virus to other people they come in contact with. We need the answers to those questions. It's a difficult situation for the government. They are rolling out the vaccine quite quickly. I give them credit for that. And this element of the handling of the virus over the last 12 months, this has been perhaps the most useful so far. But I have to say it's not helped by Boris Johnson being photographed cycling a long distance from Downing Street at the weekend, apparently in contradiction of his own government's advice.
And talking about travel, but not on a bicycle, what about other travel restrictions, those coming in and out of the country? Do you think that should have been imposed a lot earlier, those restrictions, or are they doing enough in terms of that, particularly when we're talking about other variants now coming from South Africa and Brazil?
Well, I don't think you acted quickly enough on that, and speaking as a former Transport Minister as well as a former Home Office Minister, that would have been relatively easy to deal with quite quickly in terms of what happens at airports, and the government's been quite slow off the mark in dealing with that matter. We can only hope that the steps now being taken will prevent people coming in who haven't been certified to be free of COVID. That should be an automatic reaction that should have been introduced, frankly, on day one.
Something you and I have talked a lot about, and in fact the Prime Minister was asked about it today, and that is the subject of Brexit. Now, what has the impact of that been? Could that have affected the vaccine rollout in terms of supply?
I don't think it seems to have affected the supply so far. That seems to have gone quite well, and there's no indication it has been limited. I think the consequences of Brexit so far have been economic ones, and it's ironic, perhaps, for example, to see the price of fish products, collapsing when there's actually fishermen who are particularly in favour of leaving the European Union. So I think there are all sorts of consequences, and in fact, they've been submerged because the news coverage has rightly been about COVID. The unwelcome consequences of Brexit haven't yet hit home to people.
And of course, the committee's also been talking about the impact of Brexit on Northern Ireland. We've seen empty shelves in supermarkets. What do you make of that in the way that Brexit has impacted Northern Ireland?
Well, I mean, I think it's one of the first examples of how Brexit is going to create problems, along with people who take ham sandwiches apparently into Holland. There are all sorts of unfortunate consequences people haven't anticipated and didn't know about, or wouldn't have voted for Brexit had they known about it. But, we are now a third country. We're not part of the European Union, and people really shouldn't express surprise that the benefits of being in the European Union have now disappeared, along with our membership of it. That's the other side of the coin, and only natural that should be so.
We are seeing teething problems, a lot of red tape, and obviously there has been some disruption, goods being turned away from the border, Norman. But this is early stages, isn't it? After breaking away from a very, very long association with Europe, we're bound to see this. This is going to iron out in the long term, the problems will dissipate?
Well, allowing it in the sense that business will get used to what the requirements are. I mean, they'll have a lot more work to do, a lot more paperwork to fill, a lot more unnecessary costs that weren't there before. And Brexit is the only trade deal I'm aware of.
Variant. This is Casey Briggs looks at the impact of the latest coronavirus. Yeah, sad to say. They don't digress away from what the title talks about. So it has 12 mutations. It's the same as the UK, South African, Nigeria. We got swine flu on the rise.
You click to post, click to like, click to order. Using AI from SAS, your next click could be one that saves the rainforest.
And you have the variety that went into humans.
Deaths across the world, Roz, are continuing to grow. We've just seen another day of record deaths with this virus as the world approaches 2 million official COVID deaths in the next 2, 3, 4 days. We will get there. Let's have a look at Brazil, which is again becoming another epicenter for this virus. That major wave that we had seen subsided as the situation was taking off in Europe, but it's coming back again. 64,000 cases a day. That's the number from the last couple of days. And another issue that's emerging out of there is, as you say, another mutant strain of this virus. It's a third one, so we've got B117, the UK one, B153, the South African one, the ones that were discovered in those countries, and now one discovered in or traced back to the Amazon rainforest that has some similar looking attributes. And this is the same one that's also now been picked up in Japan in some travellers who'd returned from Brazil. That is a concern as these numbers continue to worsen, not just in Brazil, but also in other countries in the region. Bolivia, 176,000 infections and counting, had a wave where infections peaked at about 1,800 cases and are now seeing another spike. The former president of Bolivia, Evo Morales, has also just tested positive to coronavirus in the last day or two, and that situation is worsening in Peru. We've got a curve that doesn't look as bad as some of these other countries on the face of it, but the public health infrastructure in Peru is pretty bare bones. There's less than 2,000 ICU beds in the country, and officials there are very worried that system is coming under strain already. We're seeing now, as the situation is still quite bad in Europe, the curve is subsiding in many countries, but the Americas, both north and south, are again becoming epicenters for this virus.
Now, China then, Casey, we've been talking about the WHO investigation into how the pandemic began with our correspondent Bill Birtles, and a handful of cities there are back in lockdown.
Yeah, they're back in lockdown, Roz. 3 cities near Beijing, all back in lockdown over a cluster, a breakout of cases that is, by world standards at the moment, relatively small, but it's the biggest numbers China's had since July, 155 cases, and we're now learning that there has been another COVID death recorded in China, the first in a very long time, as this new sort of outbreak rears its head, and China's again taken the approach it has every time there's been a cluster, that is to go cast a very wide net, go the absolute maximal response, lockdowns, mass testing to bring that under control. One thing we should always remember with China's numbers, though, China reports just symptomatic cases as official cases of COVID-19. That is, they're just reporting the diseases rather than all infections. There are a number of asymptomatic infections found every day as well, reported separately. So the numbers you can't always compare them as apples to apples, but 155, the biggest numbers since July, and another big lockdown. Massive inconvenience, but the history shows that sort of approach gets these under control very quickly.
this one. Casey Briggs, yeah, I did that one. I did this one.
Yesterday, NerveTag apparently discussed a dangerous new strain from Brazil that has apparently escaped to Japan. Should we be introducing an immediate travel ban for flights from Brazil to reduce the risk of it getting here?
Yes, you're absolutely right. We are concerned about the new Brazilian variant, and that's why we already have tough measures, as you know, to protect this country from new infections coming in from abroad, and we're taking steps to do that in respect of the Brazilian variant. I think it's fair to say that there are lots of questions we still have about that variant, and we don't know, for instance, any more than we know from whether the South African variant is. But they now really are fighting very, very hard to contain this pandemic after months and months in which they've really been working flat out. And I think the strain is colossal. There are about 32,000 COVID inpatients, as you know. That's about 70% more than there were at the peak in April last year, and the pressure is very considerable. If you ask me when do we think that the ICU capacity is likely to be overtopped, I can't give you a prediction for that, but all I can say is that the risk is very substantial, and we have to keep the pressure off the NHS, and the only way to do that is to follow the current lockdown, and that's what I'd urge everybody to do.
And the last video, 10 hours ago, titled
Discover and compare the smartest credit cards, mortgage lenders, and more, so you can make your money goals happen.
COVID-19, what is the Brazil variant, and will it affect vaccines?
The UK has today taken the decision to ban arrivals on flights from South America, Portugal, and Cape Verde. It's because of fears around a new variant of COVID-19 known as the Brazil variant. It was first detected on Sunday when Japan's health ministry said it had discovered the variant in 4 travelers who arrived in Tokyo from Brazil's Amazonas state. Researchers in Brazil say the new variant, named P1, was identified in 42% of positive samples collected and sequenced in the city of Manaus. Boris Johnson says that he is concerned about the variant. But why? Well, the Brazil variant is said to feature 12 mutations in the spike protein, with many of these similar to those found in the already known variants first found in the UK and in South Africa. The N501Y mutation is present in all 3 variants, and it's associated with causing higher transmissibility. But tests by Pfizer-BioNTech found their vaccine can still target this key mutation. 2 further mutations, E484K and K417T, can be found in both the Brazilian and South African variants. These have been shown to help COVID-19 bypass the immune system, but it's not yet known what impact they could have on vaccines. So far, we don't know if the Brazil variant is in the UK, but tests are ongoing in labs like these in Oxford and Porton Down to learn more. Alongside the UK's decision to ban inbound flights, scientists at the heart of the research who were pivotal to sequencing this new variant say more genomic surveillance is needed to contain the spread.
Viruses know no borders and can spread very rapidly around the world. So if we want to rapidly detect and potentially contain the new P1 lineage or any other lineage that might emerge elsewhere, I think we should start looking at increasing genomic surveillance across locations in countries that are directly linked by, for example, air travel to to places where local transmission of these new lineages have occurred.
For now, the banning of inbound flights is the only option to slow the spread of the Brazil variant. But as the The virus continues to mutate and change. Scientists will be watching very closely to make sure all available vaccines are still effective.
Bird flu never went away. It started last year. Even though they killed all the chickens and all the birds like 3 or 4 times over last year. It's just spread to India. And that's why we've seen light up signs up at the post office and about the chickens. Why that caught my attention. That's bird flu. That old fucking fucker stated that they cured in Brazil and all the countries that all these where that shit's popping up. Along with the swine flu and Ebola. And measles. They've been doing this shit for years. And we'll just sit in front of your cup of life, number fucking 65. Which is one cup, like I said, a year ago on the 25th of January. One cup, one life eradicates Wuhan virus. Huh. Damn, dude. I don't think this shit's eradicated. You know what I'm saying? Fuckboy said that he was what? On that day, a month later, stated that he was infected in Brazil. Now if you remember, like, it was February or March during the pandemic of last year, around that lake they had that mysterious, weird fucking virus pop up. They didn't know what the fuck it was. It was getting people sick. Just like in Nigeria. People were sick. I didn't know if it was COVID or what the fuck it was. After what the gate did. This one's posted yesterday. Well, no, 2 days ago, since today is the 15th. This one's titled COVID-19 Escape Mutation. Here's what you should know.
COVID-19 vaccinations have already started in several countries. However,
I'm going to screenshot this right here so that you can have this information to look up for the strand, because it says scientists have now identified a mutation called E484K in the South African variant of COVID-19, which is now spread over 12 countries. The mutation has also been found. The mutation has also been found in the Brazilian variant of SARS-CoV. Scientists claim the escape mutation is alarming. Why? Because it has the ability to escape the antibodies produced by the vaccines. Well, they're saying that it works. Others are saying it doesn't. And the stuff that we heard before for the Nigerian and South African is that it has that RBM that allows it to bind better, but then also neutralize immune cells.
questions on the variants and mutation of the virus still continues to arise. You're watching TV9 News. I'm Prajwal D'Souza, and today let's talk about an escape mutation found in COVID-19. Since the pandemic began, there have been several doubts regarding mutations and variants in the SARS-CoV-2. Scientists have now found an escape mutant that might decrease the efficacy of COVID-19 vaccines. So what have the scientists claimed? The scientists have now identified a mutation called E484K in the South African variant of COVID-19, which has now spread over to 12 other countries. The mutant has also been found in the Brazilian variant of SARS-CoV-2. Scientists claim that escape mutation is alarming. Why? Because it has the ability to escape antibodies produced by the vaccine. However, the scientists who are studying the escape mutation have to still complete their research on whether the mutation will affect the vaccines. So, should you be worried? To tell you, I'm joined by immunologist Dr. Sitesh Roy. Dr. Roy, what is an escape mutation and why are some of the scientists sounding an alarm?
So, Prajwal, an escape mutation is basically where a variant of the SARS-CoV-2 virus that is in circulation is able to avoid the trapping that antibodies had been developed either through vaccination or through an infection in the person's body. When it's able to evade that, that's called an escaping mutation or an escaping mutant. The reason why people are concerned is very obvious. In case someone gets vaccinated and whatever antibodies they have developed as a consequence of that vaccination, if it is unable to trap and opsonize the viral particles, which then leads to their killing or removal from the system, it would mean that that vaccine would be ineffective.
Will the escape mutation affect the efficacy of the vaccines?
But for the E484K mutant, which is from South Africa, it does seem like the vaccine antibodies might not be able to trap it or opsonize it as well as it does with the existing SARS-CoV-2 variants. But this is truly an area of research that is being studied further.
Isn't mutation a normal course of action in viruses? If that is the case, why should people be worried?
It is very natural that a virus in its evolution, it wants to infect more people and it wants to successfully infect more people. So it will vary and change itself so that it can escape the defense mechanisms that humans are developing. So on one hand, humans develop the defense mechanism, and the virus develops its escape mechanism to beat that defense mechanism. So this is a very long-standing game that many viruses, and the most common virus that has been very smart at doing this has been the HIV virus, the human immunodeficiency virus. That is why we still don't have a vaccine against it.
But some scientists have said that coronavirus was always considered as stable. Is it true? or are the mutations expected from the coronavirus?
So in general, the coronavirus as a group has not been a fast mutator. We have had the common cold causing coronaviruses, OC43, HJU1, that have been around since the 60s and they have hardly changed. They do change some. However, I think that what we have seen in this pandemic with SARS-CoV-2 is that this coronavirus is not behaving like SARS or MERS. It has many new features and many new adaptations that we are seeing in this virus, and so I think this is somewhere between a very rapidly mutating and varying virus like HIV and one that never varies or mutates like smallpox.
Well, one thing is clear, there are minuscule chances that an escape mutation will affect the efficacy of the vaccines. So right now, there is no need to be alarmed. However, it is still important to wear a mask and maintain a social distance and follow other safety protocols. So if you like this video, do click on the like button and don't forget to subscribe to TV9 News on all the social media platforms. Thank you for watching.
Travel ban from South America and Portugal. Cape Verde, South America. What we know about Brazil COVID variant, as Premier says. This one's a day ago. Only has 4 views. OB number 5. Furious flights still arrive from Brazil despite concerning day ago. 9 views. Is it visual or is it talking? Days ago, 5 Minnesotians have new COVID variant.
Fear of this virus has us nervous to go to the hospital, but delaying care for a heart condition puts people like me at risk.
State health officials say a new, more infectious strain of COVID-19 has made its way into Minnesota. The Minnesota Department of Health says the COVID variant, first detected in the United Kingdom, has been identified in 5 people in the Twin Cities. The cases range from age 15 to age 37. Kate Raditz spoke to an expert about what you should know to keep your family healthy.
The new coronavirus strain identified in Minnesota was confirmed on Saturday. The 5 people reported feeling sick between December 16th and December 31st.
We've had over 90 million cases identified throughout the world, and to have that many cases without expecting viral shifts or changes, that's not realistic.
Experts believe the new variant is more contagious. Dr. George Morris says the more familiar strain of COVID has about a 10% chance of an infected person spreading it to at least one other person.
With this new variant, the B.117, it seems like that's more like 15%, maybe 20. So it's increasing.
Still, the variant is not believed to be more deadly. However, Dr. Morris says it could cause more deaths by spreading more quickly to vulnerable populations.
If the regular coronavirus spreads to 10,000 people, we'll have a certain percentage of deaths. But if this new variant spreads to 20,000 people, we will have more deaths.
That's why experts experts continue to encourage to practice measures like social distancing and mask wearing. The good news is preliminary studies show the COVID vaccines will offer protection against the new strain.
We need to continue to focus on the things that we have identified that are helpful, trust our scientists, use our trusted source of information, and continue these conversations.
Kate Raditz, WCCO 4 News.
Of the 5 new cases identified in Minnesota, only 2 reported recent international travel. None of the 5 people have been hospitalized.
So 3 come from local community spread. This one is COVID-19 third new variant detected in Japan. Crazy being able to watch stuff.
I'll take.
जापान में कोरोना वायरस की एक और नई तब्दील शुदा शक्ल की तशखीस हुई है। इत्तलात के मुताबिक जापान की वजारत सेहत ने कहा है कि ब्राजील की रियासत अमेज़ोना से आने वाले 4 मुसाफिरों में कोरोना वायरस की एक और नई शक्ल की तशखीस हुई है।
Let's see if Nigeria has anything about Nigeria. Let's see this one. New COVID variant found in Nigeria, Professor Bola Oleonka. The last video I seen up to date is from 6 days ago.
Welcome back to the Rising.
Are you ready?
The potatoes are not quite ready.
Okay.
I'm giving it to 12:30 and then I'm going to stew it 8 minutes.
Where we hold the best of conversations and analysis. Another new variant of coronavirus has emerged in Nigeria. Africa's leading public health officials have said the strain is emerging as Nigeria reports recorded numbers of coronavirus cases, with 1,133 recorded on Wednesday, though the new variant is now thought to be behind the COVID surge in the country. According to our sister publication agency, This Day Newspapers, a senior official of the Federal Ministry of Health says the new COVID-19 variant has not yet become a major threat. The head of the Africa Center for Disease Control and Prevention, John Nkengasong, says the variant found in Nigeria is different from those found recently in the UK and South Africa.
Well, how dangerous this virus is, this is
I
what we
told
know
you
about the
what
virus so
happened
far.
Yeah.
It transmits quickly. So that is why it's actually responsible for a vast majority of the second wave in South Africa.
In Brazil.
The viral loads are higher that is the burden of virus in an infected individual is higher amongst people that are infected with this variant.
Go walk in Skechers Go Walk 5, our most advanced walking shoe yet. We deliver technology in every step, featuring impact-reducing Skechers Comfort Pillars, air-cooled Goga Mat insoles,
It's only a minute long.
and a shoe that's now machine washable. We made the best better. Skechers Go Walk 5.
Alright, well, for more on this, I'm now being joined by Professor Bola Oleonka, an infectious disease expert and public health specialist. Good to have you. And how have you been coping yourself? I mean, because you're not immune from all of this, despite being an expert.
Yeah, I mean, we're not all immune, so we all have to do what we need to do to prevent transmission of the infection.
Now, let's talk about the strain that's coming up. A lot of persons have been in panic mode since we started hearing of this strain. One of the researchers actually said that it had been with us since August, and now we're hearing that looks like there's another strain differently from that, and it looks like this one is different from that of South Africa and that of Britain. How should an average Nigerian actually look at this issue?
Okay, so in terms of having their variants, I really won't call it a strain because we don't have a different strain, we have variants, but these are things that happen naturally in viruses because viruses, as they reproduce, they get new mutations, and those mutations may bring about variants. So there has been news that a new variant was discovered in Nigeria, okay, but we don't know anything beyond that. Africa CDC made a telecast, but our Federal Ministry of Health and the NCDC have not said anything about that. But for me, I think what is important is that irrespective of what variant it is still the SARS-CoV-2 that causes COVID. And what's important is how do we reduce the transmission of this infection? And that is really what we as Nigerians need to focus on. Unfortunately, a lot of people are not doing the simple basic things that will prevent transmission.
And that's because they did it sometime back when we had a lockdown and all of that. And after the lockdown, a lot of people just said it wasn't existing. And they still don't believe
I really don't think they did it during the lockdown. One of the gaps that I saw during the lockdown was that there wasn't enough awareness to the people on why there needed to be a lockdown, what the lockdown was meant to achieve, and what we needed to be doing irrespective of the lockdown. But that message now needs to go out more than ever before. What should we as Nigerians be doing to reduce transmission of COVID? Whether it's this variant, whether a new variant will come on, it's still going to be the same prevention measures that we need to put in place.
One of the major challenges that we have is that testing remains very, very minimal. Only a very few states are testing fully despite the increase of labs, and a lot of Nigerians don't want to even subject themselves to this test, and it's very expensive. What do you think we can do to encourage more testing?
Now, if you say it's very expensive, the one with regards to public health response is actually free. You don't pay for that one.
Yeah,
the
but
only
the queue is so long that you wouldn't want
no,
to
I
wait
wouldn't
yourself.
I think there are quite a number of things that we need to understand. I think our states actually need to get up and take responsibility for taking care of their own people. Yes, you have a lab, but you need to pay the workers. You need to source for the reagents. And I think these are some of the challenges that states have not taken responsibility of. So what happens is a lot of samples are being shipped from many states to 1 or 2 labs, which also means that there's a delay in testing. The other thing which you mentioned, which is important, is the fact that people are not even going for testing. And we need to encourage people to go for testing. You know, it's like they say HIV no they show for face. The truth is, even COVID, until you test, you really don't know. And one of the challenges we have at this time is that when people have fever, upper respiratory tract infection, they'll say it's due to the change in weather. But it might not be.
Yeah, I mean, it's happening so much.
Yeah.
Myself, not quite long, I had this, and then the first thing someone told me is that it's because of the change of weather. Don't be scared, it's not COVID and all of that.
Yeah, but it could be, and you would not know except you test. And the reason why it's important we test is that if you don't know you're positive, you're going to go around sharing it to people.
Yeah, but we have a youthful population, and this is not active among the youthful population. So because of that, they just feel it's actually something for the elderly to be afraid, not for young people.
No, but we have young people who have died from COVID.
Mutation
We have children less than 1 year who have died
not
from
so much
COVID.
in Nigeria.
No, I'm giving you Nigerian data now. I'm not talking. There may not be many, but you see, if it affects you, if it's your child, if it's your parent, it would mean a lot. So we still have people below 5 years, below 1 year who have died from COVID. There may not be many, but they are children, they are lives that matter. And you never know who the next one will be. And so that's why we still need to keep making efforts to prevent transmission of the disease.
Let's look at the plans by the Nigerian government to actually acquire, any of the vaccines that have been, introduced globally by different pharmaceutical companies. What would you advise Nigerians to do? Should they start preparing ahead of that, hopefully maybe from January? And there's also this controversy whether citizens should accept that vaccine or not, based on religious or political or even social beliefs.
Well, one thing is that vaccines are the best prevention that anyone can have, especially if the vaccine is effective and it works. I mean, that's why, for example, during meningitis, you take meningitis vaccine. That's why if you have a wound, you want to take tetanus vaccine, because we realize the importance. So vaccines are actually important, and people should have that mindset that vaccines are the best prevention we have. Of course, like anything, even paracetamol has its side effects. So some vaccines may have side effects. But I know that what's happening is that there's a lot of efforts. The World Health Organization, even the vaccine companies themselves, are making a lot of effort to make this as safe as possible for people. They're doing a lot of trials. We already have people in the UK and in the US who have taken it. They're still being monitored to see what may come out of it.
Yeah, would you take one when it becomes available?
I will. I actually will.
Okay. Now, let's also talk about the politics of some state governors actually saying that this doesn't happen. We've seen Kogi State Governor making it even a state policy that it doesn't exist, and so he wouldn't allow NCDC officials into the state. What would you advise citizens in that state to actually do?
You know, there's this saying about an ostrich that buries its head into the ground, to say that because I cannot see, no one can see me. But the ostrich being big, yes, the head is buried under the ground, but everybody else sees the ostrich. I think this point in time, people should not, just want to say because I've said something, I'm taking a stand. Everybody is allowed to make a mistake. In life, we learn and we move forward. So if people have made utterances in the past that were mistakes, they should be man and honest enough to say, look, we thought this wasn't happening, but the dynamics have changed. But I can tell you that COVID is real. I've seen people who had COVID. I know people who have died from it. And so COVID exists, and we all need to put our hands on deck to work on reducing.
Just before we go, very quickly now, what will you say about the global politics of the vaccine distribution and all of that? Some countries don't want to sell it to Africans and all of that. What should be done by Africa and, for example, Nigeria to access such vaccine?
I wouldn't say they don't want to sell it to Africa. The way it works is there are countries who have paid money in advance, and so it's a business in a way for the vaccine producing the manufacturing companies. So if somebody has paid, they get served first. But the World Health Organization developed in conjunction with Gavi and CEPI, they have what you call the COVAX facility.
All right, I'm told we do not have enough time, so definitely it will be sold once it's complete.
The aim is to make access available to all right,
thank you so much. Well, I want to thank you, Prof, for taking time to come out to be on the show. Well, that's how it's been for this edition of the Arise interview from me and the entire team here in Abuja. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
This one is COVID-19 vaccine is not the solution. Proof or toner. January 11.
Hello and welcome to Newsnight, where we take newsmakers up on the national and international issues of the day. I'm Ladi Akeredoluale. Thanks for being with us. Rather than show signs of abating and releasing its seeming stranglehold on national consciousness, the COVID-19 pandemic seems to be digging in its heels. Why is this so? My guest today says the arrival of vaccines in Nigeria will not mean an end to the problem, and that the non-compliance as well as non-challenge to protocols for COVID-19 means Nigeria will be battling with the pandemic for quite a while unless there is a change. Newsnight talks to foremost virologist and former president of the Nigerian Academy of Science, Professor Oyewale Tomori. Professor Tomori, thank you for your time. Welcome to the program.
It's my pleasure.
Let us start from our case management, and I'm talking about the COVID-19. Just a couple of hours to this interview, the Lagos State Commissioner for Health announced that in Lagos, which for much of last year had been the epicenter of COVID-19 in the country, more than 4,000 people are receiving home treatment even now. Do you think we have done our best in terms of the case management for COVID-19 since it arrived in Nigeria in February of 2020?
In general, I think we've done well. Of course, you will always do better. But when you look at the number of deaths, I think we've done quite well. Although that is also qualified.
7-hour video going on.
How many people actually end up in the hospital who have the disease? How many people decide to go without coming in? So our figures, both the number of cases and also the number of deaths, would be suspect. But when you look at the mortality rate, we're not worse off than many African countries. I think Nigeria's about 2% now, if I remember the exact. It keeps changing, of course. But on the African average, we are a little below the African average. So in a way, we're not done that badly in terms of, and then we move on to the stage of home management. It's also an improvement because then you don't congest your hospitals. And I'm sure there are some real strict guidelines for which kind of homes can be involved in home care and home-based treatment.
Let me take you to the contentious and vexed issue of testing. Nigeria has had major challenge with testing. I'm happy you mentioned the African continent. If you take South Africa, which is the country with the highest caseload, but also the country with the highest level of testing, South Africa has tested over 10% of its population, over 6 million of its people have been tested. But as we speak, Nigeria with 206 million people has tested just about 1 million even as we speak. So does that hide in any way what we may really be dealing with, even if not officially?
In fact, you hit on a very important point. Let's look at the issue of testing and others. When you look at the disease spectrum, it's not just the lab results that tell you the number of people that are sick. There are people who are not showing symptoms, but who have the infection, and who also transmit it to other people. The lab result we're getting is just a tip of the iceberg. Initially, when we started, there was only those who were sick, or those who had contact with those who were sick that were tested. And that was the first error we made at the beginning. And the reason for that was that we didn't have enough reagents. Most of the reagents we had were donated by some other group. So you had to manage what you have effectively. And if you remember, there are not too many laboratories in the country at the initial stages. That itself is another story to tell. They're probably limited to the urban centers. And other things were happening. And when I mean urban centers, I'm talking of Lagos, Abuja, and maybe a few state capitals. Many states were not even testing. So what we're getting from our laboratory is just the minimum that you can get. It doesn't tell you, when you look at the whole spectrum of disease, you're looking at people who have the disease, those who are not showing symptoms. You also have those who are sick but will never come to the hospital. You have many others who are transmitting and showing all this sort of thing. So if it's only those who are coming to the hospital who are showing signs that you're testing, then of course you are missing quite a lot of your people. And that's the pattern that we have had. Many of our labs, and you know, the NCDC was building up our labs step by step, which itself is a disgrace. 60 years of our existence, we're just building laboratories up. That is, it's like people say, you're making your ammunition at the war front. That is something wrong. The question is, were we like that before? We were not. We had labs in this country. What happened? We didn't sustain them. And each epidemic, we now start from scratch again. So in terms of testing, I mean, you mentioned South Africa, which has tested almost 10% of its people. One out of, even if we have made 1 million, which we have not yet made, 1 over 200, that's how much? 0.05% of our population. So we're nowhere. And that, of course, reflects on the number we're getting. I mean, all these 2 today, 5 tomorrow. It's also a measure of how many states are actually testing. How many states have the labs? Even where they have the labs, how many of them are testing? These are issues. If you look at the data from NCDC, you find some states have not reported cases for 50, 60 days. Not because they're not, but because they're not testing. So that's where our problem is.
Something else that we seem to be dealing with, but maybe it's not really only Nigeria, but in the case of Nigeria, because this is where we are, it really seems to be affecting what we are doing with COVID-19 is the issue of non-compliance as well as conspiracy theories. People talking about the fact that COVID-19 doesn't exist, it is a scam. Why aren't we picking dead bodies? Why can't they show us dead bodies of people who have died of COVID-19 and so on? And as a result of those theories, you have non-compliance, people not wearing masks, not doing social distancing. Every day you go out or you check online, you find people are still doing plenty of parties. They are still huddled together in public transport and all of that. So on that hand, where did we go wrong with the issue of information management and awareness, especially because this is something that doesn't seem to be going away.
Thank you very much for bringing up some of those issues. I think one of the problems, not just with us in Nigeria, but with Africa, is that we tend to believe what people from outside say. If they say an epidemic is going to wipe out Africa, we believe it without checking. When we started, they were telling us, oh, your test rate must be this level. But each of us, whether in Europe, America, China, we're learning about this disease. We're all novices at the beginning. But then, they quickly caught on and were able to do. But the advice they were given initially, I mean, WHO at one time had to keep changing his own advice based on the evidence that was available to him. And therefore, when people in the overseas said, oh, this virus was going to end up killing everybody in Africa, all that kind of thing, we believed. But then when it didn't happen, then that kept saying, oh, you see, it's not, therefore the disease doesn't exist, or Africa, we are too strong in Africa, we don't have that kind of thing. History, we were fooled by history. By that I mean, there's a historical concept about the fact of Africa, that anything that comes is the worst in Africa. But we've seen evidence that that's not the situation. COVID has put history to a lie, and has put all those who are believing on the past history of Africa to shame. Because right now, in fact, even some of our ministers, I had one of the ministers, not the Minister of Health, who was saying, oh, COVID is killing everybody in Europe, it's not killing everybody in Nigeria, therefore, it is what our government are doing. That again is another falsehood. And another issue is the fact that we've had a situation in which we don't trust our government. I mean, you remember during the campaign, they tell us all sorts of things they're going to do. They get into office, they don't do it. So we never trusted them. And we too, let's be frank with ourselves, we also are lying to our government. A minister comes and makes a statement which you and I know that is a lie. And we start clapping innovation. That is a lie. We're telling him, we agree with what he's saying. Yet we know he's telling a lie. And yet we go on. So the government is lying to us. We are lying to the government. So we reach a situation where we don't believe anybody. And so when the government comes up and says, put on this, put on that, nobody believes the government. And you remember the point we're saying about data. Today the CDC comes up with one figure. Another day they come with this figure. And you remember, one of the things, we have never really sat down to do proper analysis of our data. Let me give you a good example. So today, January 3, they come up and say, we have 1,000 cases. But the question is, was it 1,000 cases today? Or were those samples collected like 2-3 weeks before? Well, 10 days before? And therefore, if you say it is 1,000 today, those 1,000 were not positive today. Some of them were positive 10 days ago. Some of them were 2 weeks ago. And therefore, even the epidemiological we're giving to our country was false in itself. We are always behind the epidemic. And that's what is happening. Because if your test results are not coming quickly, then you have this problem about getting results and telling me that I'm positive today when the actual fact I was positive 10 days when you collected my sample. Without disaggregating all those figures, without sitting down to meticulous in our data analysis, then we have that problem. Let me also give an example. When you go out to the field, one of the things I learned when I was in school, in field epidemiology, is that whatever form you take to the field, do not leave a blank space. You must find, not available, zero, or whatever. You don't leave a blank space. And so many of the data we're getting, people are not meticulous, they're not careful. You go on to take sample from somebody, you don't ask for his age. You take sample from somebody, you don't ask for where did he go from the last time, all those kind of things. So when you bring your form, I can analyze the form to know when did this man get this infection. Sometimes they even miss out the name. Where is he? What's his address? So how do I contact trace? How do I find out where this is? And if my result comes out 2 weeks after you've collected my sample, how am I going to remember whom I stayed with 2 weeks ago? But if I got my result 2 days ago, 2 days after you took it, and you come to ask me, where were you yesterday? I can say, oh, I was in this place, or I was in that place. But 2 weeks after you give me the result, I don't remember where I was. Those are some of the problems we have in our data system. And it's been a major problem. It's not just now. It's a system that because of the problem in Nigeria. If you don't get proper data, you get wrong information. And in fact, your deduction from the data is falsehood itself. So a lot of times, some of the things, the data we're getting from our government is almost like fake data. And fake data is the same thing as fake news. And these are some of the problems. And when you use your planning to control the disease based on that data, and that's why the problem we're having. People don't believe our government. And we are quite a country. I may be surprised to say that. we don't care too much about our own life as individuals. And I think when this problem of COVID came, the emphasis was placed on what the government is going to do, not on what you and I would do. Remember, this virus is totally immobile. When you talk and say you have a mobile phone, your phone is not mobile. You are the one making it mobile. So also, this is a virus that is immobile. It's me and you and other people that carry it around that make it to transmit into different places. Like I said, the COVID virus is an innocuous, protein inert in itself until it comes into me, and then I start taking it down. So when we address those issues about how to stop it, how to prevent it, then we can take the right action. Remember when the first case came in February 27, I think, we suggested to the government, we know where the source is. It is coming from outside, at least for now. Lock the gates. People say, oh, it has already come in the country. The cow has already escaped from the van. Therefore, why are you locking the gate? I say, I'm locking the gate because I don't want more cows to escape. My system is not strong enough, to contain excess of cases coming in. Therefore, when those cases came, many African countries made that same mistake. When the first or two cases came in, we should have locked our doors. At this point, and then we'll have reduced. Go and check the figures from NCDC. 75% of the cases that came into the country, 1% of the cases that came into the country came from outside. It is from that 1% that you and I, we now have over 80,000 or whatever cases we have. And when you look at that figure, you'll have 75% of that figure, we not knowing where we got them from. A country that has a good system will have been able to trace, contact tracing. We did that with Ebola, didn't we? So what happened to us? This is the problem. These are the things we are saying. We don't learn from past experience. And we operate on lessons forgotten. And that's the problem we have in this country.
Now, there is, of course, there's the issue of what some call in some other countries. I don't know if it's applicable here. You had the first wave. And a lot of talking about lessons learned. A lot of countries learned lessons from that first wave so that when the second wave, what is called the second wave, hit, they were better prepared. Their hospitals were there, the treatment centers, the strategy, the money, and so on. Here, we couldn't even agree. In Nigeria, we couldn't even agree whether or not we had had a first wave and whether we were now going to have a second wave. Do you, Prof, believe that we are now experiencing a second wave, given all the numbers? That's one. And then two, is this being exacerbated by the whole issue of mutation? The virus now mutating and having variants which may be resistant to some of the treatments that have already been identified and used, possibly during the first wave, if you like.
If you have good, reliable data, you will know whether you have a first wave or a second wave. When you are not sure of your data, when you are not sure of how many states are testing, and you remember we had this peak in July, I think, where we had the largest number, 790 cases.
Yes.
And then gradually it dropped. It dropped, and then for almost 4 months, we didn't seem to get anything. At that time, even the government was folding up their solution works because on the pretext that we're getting low numbers. But then, you know what happened to us? The first time we had a drop was during the Salah holidays. We did a little bit of analysis. 2 weeks before the Salah holidays, we tested more samples. During the week before the Salah holidays, we tested about 3-4 times more samples than we tested during the Salah week. And of course, naturally, if you're testing less, your numbers will drop. And then before government reacted to that, people already concluded that, no more COVID, no more COVID. It was almost a week later, the government said, oh, no, it's because there was Salah holiday, people were not testing. A government that is proactive, a committee that is proactive, will have done all those analyses ahead of time and alert our people that, these numbers will go down. It's not because the case has gone down. You don't come 2 weeks after the people have believed that the thing has gone to say, oh, no, that going down was because we didn't test. I mean, this is where we don't believe our government. And this is some of the problems. We should have been more proactive. I asked one question. I don't know when they set up the PTF. One of the people I asked said, do you have a research subgroup? I mean, I'm not talking about people who will be sitting down and announcing on the radio. People who will sit down on a daily basis at night. In fact, the research group works at night. What I mean by that? When those results come, they sit down You know the thing I was talking about, disaggregating. They will have sat down overnight and said, okay, these samples, this was collected 10 days ago, this was collected 5 days ago, and then put those figures appropriately to the days in which they occur and adjust the curve as it is. This was the same group that did not know that labs were not testing. When suddenly you have 18 labs testing, and then you end up with 8 lab testing consistently for 3 days, you know something is wrong somewhere. You should have alerted the people. That's what I meant by the research, background research team is analyzing on a daily basis, looking at what is happening. And alerting is checking whether those labs have the diagnostic facilities, whether they have the keys to this. Why are we having no more cases? Why is the state not having any polio case? any COVID case, for 3 weeks on? Those are the basic analysis that we should have been working on. And that's why, in fact, now some of us believe that what we're having are just a continuation of the epidemic that we had, and that the so-called lower numbers we're getting was a false lower number associated with not testing enough, not enough kits in the laboratory. But whether we like it or not, you can call this a second wave, because we're seeing the evidence. You're getting 90 cases before, and now you're getting 1,000 or something. Obviously, you have a second wave. But because we did not, I was told that PTF was almost going to be disbanded at the end on the December 31st because of the pretense of low figures we're getting. Before, you remember the president now said their life have been extended until March 31st. You don't begin to stop this kind of committee when an epidemic is raging on, when you are not controlling the way it should be controlled, when you know your people are not abiding by the guidelines you are taking. I made one point that one of the errors that we made was the fact that not making it important to our people that in this COVID problem, it is the people that are more important than the government. I used to say one thing: COVID is not going to kill our government. COVID is going to kill that individual person who gets sick. And you may be the only breadwinner you have. So you become more important than even the chairman of the PTF. And if we have put that emphasis from the beginning, and you saw the way there was so much incoherence within our government. One state government will do one thing today, another will say another one tomorrow. You had Kogi, I saw it on your TV, Kogi saying they have no cases in their place. That's the incoherence we're talking about. And that there was no one voice from our government. And so it might see on December 31st, suddenly the Oyo State government removed the curfew so that Christians can go and do crossover or whatever. I was joking to I said they're going to cross over into COVID. You do that one. Why will you suddenly, have changed the curfew just because you want to please Christians? And like I was telling some of those Christians, is your God not omnipotent? Is not God not omnipresent? Is it not everywhere? Why must you congregate and put a noose of coding noose around your neck because you want to go to what do you call it, cross night service? But that's by the way. Now you raise the question: is the waves a continuation of something? What do you call it? The mutants or whatever.
Yeah, the mutation.
First of all, you and I don't even know what mutation we have in Nigeria. Why am I saying that? The result we got, which came from the lab in Ede, came from sample collected in August, and the second one in October. These two samples were from where? They're from Osun State. It does not represent Nigeria. So you and I do not know today what variants we have in the country, except for those ones they reported. I know now that after we raised some hue and cry, I know that ASEGI in Nigeria and NCDC are now working together to see how we can get samples from different parts of Nigeria. But the true cases they found in Osun is not a reflection of what is happening in Nigeria. So right now, you and I cannot say anything about what is happening. Is it due to the change in the mutation, or is it because we are reaping the harvest of lack of compliance with this thing that we're seeing, and that break, which I said between August and November, could actually be a false break because we're not testing. So this is the problem when you don't do things properly. You cannot explain your problem, and if you don't have an explanation, you don't know what steps to take. Is it because we're not testing that we're not getting those cases? That would have been a different approach to what we need to do. Is it because the things are going down or is truly going down? We don't know. So then you know what plan to make. when suddenly my government decided that they're going to close all the isolation wards and all that, and then suddenly now, so yeah, all of you come back. Let's see what I do. Lagos has to move to home-based treatment because they're going to with this upsurge. A country will have been prepared for all that. In my part of Nigeria, we say if you don't have a mother or a father, you avoid getting a sore at your back because there's nobody who's going to take care of you. Our health system, we has no father, has no mother. So Nigeria must be proactive in doing things. One other example, just to be telling you some of the problems we have. You remember when we said people should be, when travelers were coming to Nigeria, we had the discussion about, should we take the samples when they are coming, or do we do what they are doing now? Some of us felt the best thing is to take those samples. Of course, there are pros and cons. But what happened? Week 42 to week 49, we had about 56,000 people coming to this country. As of week 49, we had only tested 7,000 of them. There were 80% of those people, out there who had not been tested. And of course, you can't blame them. Because when you come into Nigeria and you say, arrive in Abuja, and I go to my village, which is my town, maybe it's in Elisha. There's no lab in Elisha. The only lab, maybe if I'm lucky, is at Ushubu, or if you don't have that kind of, it's in Lagos. And you tell me 7 days, come back to come and test. How am I going to do that? If you are collecting my sample, listen, yes, we will miss some, but we're not going to miss 80% that we're missing now. What is my solution of my government? My government now says we are going to seize the people's passport. We will put all their passports inside the name. I said, that's another fraud we're committing. If you put my passport A5050223, who knows who has it? I said, put the passport and put the name so we know who we're dealing with. And when they say they are seizing passport, which you know my country now, you and I know each other. It's only a temporary thing before we know somebody's going to bribe somebody to get another passport, isn't it? So when you know your people, you make your law according to the way your people behave.
So many people now seem to be convinced, part of why they would appear, let's just put it that way, that there's so much complacency, if you want to describe it as complacency, in the issue of caring about the protocols and enhancing prevention measures, is the fact that people say, well, I mean, January 2021 is here already. We are expecting the vaccines, and therefore all this hue and cry, the alarm is unnecessary. Since we are all soon going to be vaccinated, what's the issue? And already the government says it is looking for 400 billion to buy the necessary vaccines to be able to vaccinate Nigerians against COVID. The arguments have gone on even about the whole issue of should we subject the vaccines, what type of vaccines should we buy, first of all? Do we subject the vaccines to clinical trials here before we apply them on Nigerians? How do we administer the vaccines? How do we procure them? Which, where do we store them? And so what do you make of all of this?
My brother, let me start with the most important one about vaccine is not the solution to the problem. Let me also say why I'm saying that. If you get a vaccine, you develop immunity, no doubt. I mean, if you're lucky and if you do well, likelihood is that you will develop immunity because the rate is about 95% or whatever it is. But then that vaccination and that immunity does not stop you, protect you from exposure. It does not protect you from infection. What the vaccination does is prevent your infection becoming disease. I think you see the 3 steps I'm talking about.
Yes.
There is exposure. Your vaccine is not going to protect you from exposure. If you don't wear your mask and you go out because you are vaccinated, doesn't mean you won't be exposed to somebody who is sneezing and carrying it around. That's number 1. Number 2, it guarantees that you are protected, but suppose you are not. Even when you are protected, if you get exposed to the virus will grow in your body. That's the infection. But it will not progress to disease because you have the vaccine. So vaccine is not the solution. It's just an addition to the things we said we should be doing. Wear your mask, wash your hand, maintain distance. Even when the vaccination comes, you still need to continue to do those ones because of the reason I've given. Your vaccine will prevent your infection from becoming a disease. That's all it does. So let's not think that this is a magic one that once I get it, that's the end. It's not. I'm never sure. I mean, we react differently. The fact that I get a vaccine doesn't mean I will develop immunity. It's human. There are various variations. So if I get to that, that's why you never get 100% seroconversion as you find. You always find some people who will not. So if you are one of those who will you go and expose yourself to the infection by getting exposed and not wearing your face mask? So let me stress that again. The vaccine will prevent your infection from becoming a disease. And if you get the disease, you may die. So if you don't get it, then of course you're okay. But then it does not stop you from getting infected. That's number one. Now, I hear the federal government has put 400 billion to buy vaccine. They don't even know which vaccine they are buying. So how many doses do you know they're going to get? Are you getting what I'm saying? If Pfizer has its own different price, Moderna has its own different price, the Russian Malaya, whatever, has its own different price. On what are they basing their 400 billion? When you don't know which vaccine you're going to get. And then you don't know how many doses you have, because it is the price of the vaccine that will determine the dose you get with your 400 billion. So that's number one. These are some of the areas where I said we have a problem with planning in this country. So that's number one. Now, you remember there are different kinds of vaccines. Some you have to score at minus 70 degrees centigrade. Some are room temperature and all those kind of things. Which one are we getting? Are we getting the one that has of course, let's forget about the minus 70. Ordinary fridge you can't keep in the country. So you don't even dream of getting minus 70. So I think for me, Pfizer vaccine is out of the way for our country. So we can look at the other ones, Oxford, the Oxford thing, some of the one from China and the one from Russia. Maybe this is the area we go. But today, none of us knows where we're getting. We're in the COVAX group. And what did they tell you? They're having a non-binding agreement. What does that mean? It's ridiculous. But anyway, that's the side way. Now, by now, Nigeria should have been putting a question and answer those questions and answer you're talking about on the radio, on the TV. This is the type of vaccine, but because we don't know, but this is the type of vaccine we're going to get. This is the group they're going to get it. Yeah, we are planning. I know the MPACD, others have the planning, but it's not the planning. It's the people you are going to give. It's not MPACD. Therefore, the people should know now if we're actually going to get those vaccines. January is here already. They told us January. We're going to get those vaccines January. People should have known by now that we're likely to get it from this spot. This is the kind of vaccine I'm going to get. These are the kind of reactions you get from that vaccine. This is what happens. That information should be made available. The information we are getting on the social media is all the contrary information about vaccines. And that's what the people hear, and that's what they believe. So where is success? You are talking of vaccinating 50% of people. Suppose they refuse to come for vaccination. Are you going to read the 50%? That is where it is important for us now to get all that to be fed to the MPACDA. In the last 1 week, we've been working on question and answer and trying to get people we can hopefully broadcast. And I hope they will make it a good broadcast.
Prof, you are one of the country's foremost epidemiologists, and earlier in your career, you did extensive research into some other ailments which were serious problems on the African continent and in Nigeria as well. Things like Ebola, which you mentioned earlier, polio, hemorrhagic fever, yellow fever, Lassa fever. And these are things that still continue to kill people both on the continent and within Nigeria, even as we continue to battle the new one, which is COVID-19. Do you think that those ailments are being left behind by the focus, the attention, which seems to have been placed on COVID, possibly at their expense?
Yeah, I mean, you are saying the obvious. And we know that, first of all, with this COVID, a lot of people are not going to the hospitals again because they're afraid that they will get COVID in the hospital. I mean, health workers are getting COVID, so, why should I go there? That's number one. The resources we have been focused on COVID. It's not even enough for what we're doing. Therefore, I mean, a lot of other things are suffering. We know that. And we probably won't know all these ones maybe until this year, now in January, February, when we do an analysis of the number of deaths and things of that nature. Let me go back to some of the issues you raised, Lassa fever and some of the other. If you check our data for Lassa fever, in the last 3 or 4 years, the numbers have been doubling. I mean, not doubling, sorry. The numbers have been increasing. We had if you had 800 one year, the following year to be 1,200, the next year. So from 2018, 2019, the number of Lassa fever cases have been increasing. But sometimes people, we always spin a positive side to failure. And what is that? They say, oh, the awareness has increased, and that's why more people are reporting Lassa fever. But I'll just tell some of our colleagues, the NCDC and those places were set up, they're called Center for Prevention and Control. No center for announcing increasing cases of number of cases. Your job is to prevent. Your job is to control. So if your numbers are increasing from year to year, then you are failing. And that's the thing I think we need to begin to assess ourselves as scientists. All of them. Why am I here? You call me a prevention and control center. And all I do to you every year is to let you the number of some cases that are increasing in the country. It means I'm failing. I think when they begin to think along those lines, in the way we look at our situation. Lassa fever came into Nigeria when 1969. We celebrated the 50th anniversary in 2019, and we were able to thought that was the worst year. But 2020, 2018, 2019, all those things they're worse than the following years. And then suddenly Lassa fever becomes our Christmas disease, and we pretend and say, oh, Lassa has come again. But it's been coming for the last 50 years. It should have surprised us now. In a country that has its own problem, will have made the proper preparation for all those things. We know October, November, thereabout, this Lassa fever comes. Guess what that is? By awareness should have started since June or sometime, so that people will know what are the things that cause Lassa. Be on their lookout. Make sure you don't get your report on time. All those kind of information should be something we should be made aware to our people, because you have the figures, you have the epidemiology, and you can use those information to plan your group. Yellow fever, the same story. First of all, we started. This was a country that had yellow fever vaccine lab that was producing vaccine lab. We were vaccinating our people, and then suddenly the decadence that came of the country destroyed all those things, and now we became a country that is had to import yellow fever from Senegal, that kind of thing. And then the laboratory system we had, Ibadan, between 1969 up to about 80, we were WHO reference center for yellow fever diagnosis. We lost that one because we couldn't sustain this. Now we have to send our samples to Dakar to test. But yet we have the resources in the country individually if we only make use of it. But then we depend so much on international body that whatever rule they give to us, even if we donate, they are stupid. We have to abide because we are beggars. We have the resources, we have the people. You mentioned the center at Ede. In 2019, they did diagnosis of yellow fever without going to Dakar. Why would a country not take advantage of that and say, from now on, I'm going to do my diagnosis? Why should we be tied to the April Spring or WHO and say, we are going to now send things to Dakar? And when you try to tell our people, they start arguing with you. These are things that even we ourselves as individuals, I think this dependent mentality has robbed us of our sense, of our thinking. And that's where we are. We remain dependent on it until mentally, we change our attitude. There are enough talents in this country, enough people in this country to do what we need. We have all it takes in Nigeria to do what we want to do if we only take what we have. We have enough resources if we only have our priorities right. Was not the same. I keep telling people, whatever I am by the grace of God was not because of anything. I never left this country. The environment was good. That was put me where I keep telling people, the son of the hugely polygamous man who had no dream of ever going to school. I would have introduced primary education compulsory. I entered this primary school in my village. I went to Delta for my secondary education on free education. I went to ABU for my free education, all free. That was the country that made me, and I'm always very proud of that. And that was, if you see me with passion for my country, it's because I know we are capable. And I keep saying one thing, the generation that is after us, they are smarter than our own. All we need to do is to give them that literary environment, and we see how they will excel far above us. A lot of people go out to the diaspora, or they say they leave the country and go out to the diaspora, and they say they excel. Why would they excel? It's the environment, it's not the people. It is the talent. The talents are there. You give them the right environment, they will excel. Nigeria was once a diaspora for people, wasn't it? We had Ghanaians, Indians all coming to Nigeria. What happened to us? We can still be that diaspora for our people and for others if we get our priorities right. If our government will look back all these 60 years, where have we gone wrong? What do we need to do? And if you have that creative thinking, that I'm a very proud Nigerian, and I think I feel insulted when I go outside and I hear some things they're saying about Nigeria. Because I know I'm better than that. I know I'm capable of what they're telling me. Because I know this is the same country that made me what I am, that gives me the confidence to do that. So when we talk to our people, and then we as a country, I think we have a major problem. Truth is not one of the assets we have. We like praising and telling lies, praising our leaders, saying that when we know they are all messing up.
Prof, I'm happy you mentioned what you mentioned, and because of that, I want to take you back to the basics, because you just now talked about your background and the fact that your education was completely here, and yet you rose to the top of your profession, which brings me to the issue of education generally, but in particular, the type of education that is sought after world over now. You were president of the Nigerian Academy of Science for a decade, after which you went on to be a university administrator as vice chancellor. So you've seen it both from, let's say, the practical and theoretical side. Where should we go now? ASU has just called off an almost 1 year long strike, which has kept most tertiary institutions closed. Where do you think we should go now, especially given everything you've said so far about the need for us to get the basics right? Where do we need to go in terms of the educational system?
Thank you very much for asking that question. My generation, whether we like it or not, had what you call home training. Education begins at the home, not at the university. Education begins the day you were born in your home, and they tell you true things about integrity, about hard work, about all those things. We lost all that. Unfortunately, some of my own generation too, are responsible for that. We became more modern, and then decided, oh no, what I did, it was suffering. I don't want my children to suffer. Therefore, you don't train them properly. They were actually guiding you. We lost all that. These are some. So we need to go back to basics. I like the word basic. The basic is not the university. It's not the secondary school. It's not even the primary school. The basic is the home. Once you start that and you tell your people from there, the same people will go on, and the teachers who also have that kind of training will continue that thing along the line. And there are a lot of my teachers today I'm very, very proud of. Anyway, I see Professor Banjo, who taught me English in secondary school. I remember how he disciplined us. Without that discipline, I won't be where I am today. But am I doing the same for the children under me? Maybe, I can talk for myself. Somebody was just telling me a few days ago that the students thought I was one of the hardest teachers, But I wasn't hard. I was just saying, do this thing right. But how many of our teachers do that? It may not be their fault, because they didn't have the training they needed from home. So if you don't have it, you can't give it. So we need to go back to the basic, to the home. Me as a parent, every other person, we need to train our children, where we're going. And they made it. I remember when I was growing up, if a policeman in uniform came to anybody's house in my village, until we know what the person, the assumption is that he's a thief or police are coming to look for him. You don't want policemen coming to your house. If anybody steals, the entire family is involved. So they ministers, everybody will steal. And what do we do to them? We make them chiefs in our town. What message are we passing to them? It is okay to steal. And you can only become famous when you steal. So those are the things, basic things that we need to look at. I mean, you can't take the university education out of the system. The system determines what the other components are. If our leaders are stealing money, of course, the leader at the gate, who is the gate man, will steal money. And then the stealing goes down all the way down. I hear some people say, we the people have made our leaders what they are. If our leaders create enough jobs and all those things, nobody will come and depend on them to come and get money for their school fees. If there's job everywhere, you have job to do, you have you created the environment for people to use their talent. They won't come to you when you come to the constituency to come and beg money for something. But they like that situation because they think it puts them in the position they like. And therefore, I mean, just like maybe I'm treading on dangerous ground. When I was growing up, some of the states in the north, we say they are educationally backward. I was telling one of my colleagues, I said, if 60 years after independence, they still say my state is educated, I should be ashamed. And what I mean by that, there should have been a time limit to this educational backward thing and federal character thing. How can you say for forever and ever, I'm going to be educational backward? You give people a time limit. In 25 years' time, to catch up. And if that had been there, people won't be having a problem about the north or the south now. These are some of the areas. There must be a standard. And once you have that standard, everybody should go along with it. Now, back to our university, it's unfortunate. I mean, when I was in school, when we started the different universities and things that we have in the country, Ibadan will probably be one of the only those who had independence. You know, many of these universities had grants from outside. Rockefeller, Ford Foundation, Carnegie, that's what sustained them. But these grants were for 10 years. After they finished, we did not prepare enough to take over those grants. The decadence of our university started from there because we did not plan for the future. So if my generation was lucky because there was Rockefeller Foundation, like the institute where I work in Ibadan, was a Rockefeller Foundation center till I finished. By the time I became the head of the department, then the money was, I had to scramble for research grants because the country did not plan ahead. We don't plan in the future. And like the other day I was telling a group of people, I said, Nigeria will try to find a solution to yesterday's problem tomorrow. Other countries will begin to anticipate tomorrow's problem and try and solve it yesterday or find a solution to yesterday. We reverse our own. It's tomorrow we decide, okay, how do we find a solution to yesterday's problem? We need a change of orientation. It's not now that we should be talking about schools are not working, this and that. And then, like I was saying, you do not take education, you do not take trade or any other thing out of the common thing of the environment. We need to create the enabling environment for our talents to function. Education, the trader, and all those other things. That environment is crucial. And you can be the most talented. If you bring the best carpenter in the world and you bring him into your house, he has no hammer, he has no nail, he has no saw. He's as useless as my grandmother. That's what happens with the environment. And those are the things to provide the resources and the environment for people to function. The other day I was listening to the Honorable Dabiri, I think, who is in charge of diaspora. She made a statement, and I think I'll get a chance to. He said, well, whether if the war will happen, if the situation was improved, what will have happened in the country if the diaspora people are functioning well. And she said, it is for the future to decide. I said, no. It is not for the future to decide whether we want to improve our life. It is for us to decide that, maybe I got her wrong, but it was like, we cannot tell the future will decide. I said, no, the future will not decide on what is today. We should have decided on that yesterday, not wait for the future to decide.
Prof, my final question to you will be about the African continent, because as you said, many of these things don't happen in a vacuum. In your capacity as WHO regional representative for a decade, I believe, up until 2004, you helped set up the African laboratory network in very many countries across Africa. But yet, all these many years down the line, when we come across crises like COVID, like Ebola, and so on, most of Africa is caught unprepared, shall we say. Is this also a function of, some would say, DNA, others would say the environment is not friendly? But is it also a function, given your own experience, not just of Nigeria now, of what goes on in those countries in terms of how people relate to their health?
When we started that, one of the things we did that we had a criteria before we started. We did not create criteria along the line. We set up the criteria and said, if you're going to be a polio lab, you must have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I had a lot of battles with countries, with ministers of health or something, who wanted their countries to have a polio lab. And I said, already, sir, you did not meet the standard. Therefore, you cannot get a lab. In fact, even up to the level of my big bosses, I mean, all these are political things. The head of the director of WHO visits the country, and the country says, oh, I want a polio lab. He comes back to the place and says, somebody go and set up a polio lab in this country. I said, no, sir, I can't set up a polio lab in that country because they are not met the criteria. In any case, we had a number of labs. We can't create that number now. It takes courage in your conviction in what you believe in. Setting up criteria and standards for all of us to abide with it. Now, continuity is another problem. I don't know who came after me. I mean, I know him. We were lucky in the polio lab network. I had a chance to suggest who should come after me. And we have maintained that system. But we can't set that for other polio lab network because, who you choose to run the thing as part of the problem we have in the country.
Professor Tomori, it's been an enlightening time speaking with you.
Now, this would usually be open at the time of an inauguration, filling up with people, Americans who want to come and celebrate their new president, cheering, shouting, a place for people to enjoy themselves. But this year, it has been shut and it is surrounded by this metal fencing. And it's not the only thing that's been shut in this city. Also, the metro, the buses all around the centre of the city are shut down. Closed all reservations. The mayor has said that if you want to come and see the inauguration, you should do so virtually. Do not come to the capital city in person. That is the message. The people who are welcome here, though, are the National Guard. Up to 20,000 of them are patrolling the streets of Washington, D.C., most of them centered here at the U.S. Capitol. And a crucial difference from other times we've seen the National Guard in this city, they are armed this time. A decision the Pentagon says it did not take lightly. Despite all of this, Joe Biden will be inaugurated just here, just behind where I'm standing on this platform in front of the US Capitol building on Wednesday the 20th of January. He says he will take that oath of office outside in the usual spot, and when he was asked by reporters, he said he was not afraid to do so. Kate Fisher, CNA, Washington.
Indonesian authorities say they've spotted a Chinese research vessel in its exclusive economic zone. They say the vessel's tracking system has been turned off. This latest intrusion comes amid long-standing concerns about Beijing's maritime intentions and its conduct in the region. Indonesia's Maritime Security Agency suspects the vessel was conducting unauthorized activities in the Sunda Strait. The Chinese vessel has since left the region. CNA's Saifuri Ismail tells us about the worrying discovery.
The latest intrusion of the Chinese research vessel is certainly a concern for Jakarta. The last time an incursion happened was in September last year. Now, Indonesian security officials have closely watched activities of Chinese vessels around the archipelago amid wider tensions in the region and concern about Beijing's militarization and the conduct of its coast guard and fishing fleet. Now, Chinese fishing boats, always guided by Chinese coast guard vessels, frequently make incursions into Indonesia's exclusive economic zone in the North Natuna Sea, which overlaps slightly with China's self-proclaimed nine-dash line that demarcates its expansive claims in the South China Sea. Now, Indonesia's Maritime Security Agency, or Bakamla, said the Chinese research vessel Xiang Yang Hong 3 told Indonesian
Indonesian authorities during radio communication, its automatic identification system had malfunctioned. Now, the incident follows the recent discovery of an autonomous underwater vehicle by a local fisherman off Indonesia's Sulawesi Island last month, sparking concern about a potential security breach. Analysts said the underwater vehicle may have been made in China. Now, the unmanned underwater vehicle, or what is also known as a glider, was labeled Shenyang Institute of Automation, Chinese Academy of Sciences. Now, experts said the glider could be taking sonar soundings of the ocean bottom to get an accurate map of the seafloor, as well as using sensors to understand thermal conditions within the water and acoustic conditions, so as to give Chinese naval submarines the best chance for traversing the Sunda Strait without being detected.
The increasing number of coronavirus mutations worldwide has become a top priority for the World Health Organization. The urgency has prompted the WHO's Emergency Committee to bring forward their tri-monthly meeting by 2 weeks. And the latest meeting comes as global infections soared past 93 million and the death toll fast approaching 2 million. WHO Chief Tedros Ghebreyesus highlighted 2 urgent issues that require particular attention: the recent emergence of new virus variants and the preparation for the eventual return of safe international travel through the potential use of vaccination and testing certificates. According to the WHO, the UK virus variant has spread to 50 countries, territories and areas, while the South African variant is present in 20 countries. That's an estimate that the agency says is very probably underestimated. A third mutation, originating in the Amazon in Brazil, is currently being analyzed. Worries are the new strains may render certain vaccines less effective, undermining hopes that immunization offers the best hopes of recovery from the pandemic. Mr. Ghebreyesus adds that setting up sustainable response strategies now is key. Recommendations for WHO and member countries will be published at the end of the meeting. Meanwhile, the WHO-led team is finally in Wuhan, China, the pandemic ground zero. They will embark on a politically sensitive investigation into the origins of COVID-19 after months of delays and diplomatic wrangling. Regardless of the origins, scientists say large-scale vaccination is the only way out. But while the rapid development of vaccines has raised hopes, there is still a chasm to bridge. The WHO says 95% of doses administered so far were limited to only 10 countries. An urgent focus for the agency is on ensuring that all countries have access to vaccines on an equitable basis. Authorities in China's Tianjin have say they've detected COVID on 3 samples of locally made ice cream. Storage facilities for the goods produced by the ice cream producer have since been sealed. China has for months now been stepping up measures to prevent transmissions via cold chain. Officials are now examining the 65 boxes that have been sold to local markets. Over 1,600 employees have been tested for the virus. None of the results thus far have come back positive.
Hindi ito pambabae. Alam mo, the emotional setup of a woman and a man is totally different.
Philippine President Rodrigo Duterte says he does not want his daughter to run for the country's top office, saying the presidency is no job for a woman. He cites the emotional difference between women and men. Mr. Duterte's daughter, Sara Duterte Carpio, topped a recent popularity poll for the 2022 presidential election. She has succeeded her father as mayor of Davao City. Zoom meetings have become part of daily life due to the COVID-19 pandemic. But what about Zoom driving? A Hong Kong lawmaker was caught doing just that yesterday by keen-eyed reporters covering a virtual Legislative Council panel meeting. Kwok Wai Kyung had used a photo of the Legislative Council complex as his virtual background, but soon it became obvious that he was wearing a seatbelt and driving. Mr. Kwok later admitted on Facebook to zooming while driving. Eugenia is back in just a moment with your Asia Business Update, including Airbnb chiefs analysis of
post-COVID-19 times. CEO Brian Chesky says that tourism and sightseeing will continue to see a downward trend Business travelers too will be significantly reduced as meetings are now taking place virtually rather than face-to-face. The online rental platform was hit hard at the onset of the pandemic last year. Its sales tumbled 80% in a little over 8 weeks. As lockdowns ease, though, more travelers are booking homes instead of hotels, and this helped Airbnb clock in a surprise profit for the third quarter, reversing from a $500 million loss in Q2. The San Francisco-based firm gained from stronger demand on home rental away from major cities. Mr. Chesky says travelers are yearning for what was taken away from them, and people are now turning to smaller towns to spend more time visiting friends and family. In light of the recent deadly unrest at the U.S. Capitol, Airbnb announced that it's canceling all room reservations placed on its service in Washington, D.C. during the presidential inauguration period next week. Airbnb went public in a blockbuster IPO last December. It saw its shares more than double in their market debut. Now, it closed the day with a new all-time high after touching an intraday gain of 10%. Its market cap now stands at more than $108 billion. Google has completed its $2 billion buyout of fitness gadget maker Fitbit. It's been more than a year since the internet giant first announced the deal that raised alarms. Google makes money mainly by selling ads based on information about its billions of users' interests and whereabouts. A privacy watchdog feared it might exploit Fitbit to pry even deeper into people's lives. But Google insists it's merely keen on growing its range of internet-connected products. British musician Mick Fleetwood has sold his rights to hit songs including Go Your Own Way and Dreams to music publisher BMG. The drummer, co-founder and de facto leader of the rock band Fleetwood Mac becomes the third band member to strike a lucrative music deal in months. Fleetwood is the latest big name to sell his music royalty rights as artists look to cash in on demand from investors who want to capitalize on hit songs in the streaming era. China's new home prices grew moderately in December. This as the government's cooling measures took their toll after the sector recovered strongly from the pandemic. An analyst tells us why the Chinese government is likely to continue putting pressure on the property market.
It looks like China is trying to curb the property price in the metropolises. If you actually look at the cities within China, it's actually divided. A few metropolises like Shanghai and Shenzhen has saw the property price going up quite a lot. But if you look at many other cities, the property price are actually remaining stagnant. So when you talk about the coming of the next few months, well, next 11 months of 2021, and when you talk about the property price, I think you want to know what's going on with the metropolises because their prices has been going up quite a lot. Personally, I'm not very confident about that price, what's going on with the property price because it's actually too expensive if you compare that with people's income. And the government does not want this price to keep on soaring up. They're trying to control it. So that will be a lot of pressure for these metropolises in this year. Well, the policymakers are definitely don't want a property price that keep on rising, maybe 20 or 30% per year. That's leading to a bubble, as we can definitely see. So the policymakers are not wanting this. But another thing the policymakers are not wanting either is that the property price plummeted, like dropping by 50% or 70%, as what Japan did in 1989. So none of these outcomes are what the policymaker is wanting. The policymaker, what they want is to curb the property price at a very stable level. Of course, that's a very difficult task.
That's it for business. Back to you, Steve.
Yes, many thanks for that, Eugenia. Now, the Singapore government is putting out a new call for volunteer translators. This is to help to ensure accuracy across its growing volume of translated materials, as its outsourced translation work amounts to more than 300,000 words per month. Incorrect translations can spark public embarrassment, such as errors in the Tamil text for the 2020 National Day Parade that was broadcast live on television. The Ministry of Communications and Information is advocating for more awareness among government officers on the importance of good translation. It has also tapped on an AI-driven translation engine to push out large volumes of translated materials quickly, such as WhatsApp messages in 4 languages, to keep the public updated on the COVID-19 situation. MCI started recruiting citizen translators in July and currently has 88 volunteers. But to bring more on board, It's organizing 2 Zoom engagement sessions in January for the Chinese-speaking and Malay and Tamil-speaking communities. Senior Minister of State Sim Ann will attend both sessions.
Amongst them may also be people who wish to get into the translation industry on a professional basis, on a full-time basis, and we're happy to facilitate that as well. I think that these Zoom engagement sessions would really help to expand our collective capability for getting translation right.
Staying with Singapore, a 38-year-old man has been arrested on Wednesday for allegedly importing and possessing airsoft guns without a valid license. 47 airsoft guns and accessories were seized. This after the police received an alert on the 30th of December to a case of airsoft guns being imported into Singapore. Airsoft guns are regulated as arms under the Arms and Explosives Act. Without a license to possess arms, the man could be fined up to $5,000 for every such gun in his possession and jailed for up to 3 years. For importing the guns without a license, he could be fined up to $10,000 and jailed up to 3 years. Investigations against the man are ongoing. A call to action by the United Nations over the Earth's rising fever. It says governments across the world must significantly scale up climate adaptation measures to avoid major economic damage from global warming. This comes amid fresh data showing 2020 saw another record high in temperature levels.
The planet's closing in on the 1.5 degrees Celsius of warming that was discussed in the Paris Agreement. There's different projections as to when we might cross that line. Could be the early 2030s, could be the early 2040s, but we're approaching that.
We knew it was going to be hot. We're expecting it to be hot. We're expecting it to get hotter. That's exactly what happened. We're in a position where we're pushing the climate system out of the bounds that it's been in for tens of thousands of years. And that's, if not millions of years.
According to global weather agencies such as the UN's World Meteorological Organization, 2020 rivaled 2016 for the hottest year on record. Some other monitoring groups, such as NASA, say last year's levels may have edged out 2016 for the top spot. Essentially, the difference between the top 3 warmest years, 2016, 2019, and 2020, are indistinguishably small. And one thing the experts all agree on is that the last 6 years since 2015 have been the hottest years on record. According to the WMO, last year's standout weather features were the sweltering heat and wildfires and the low Arctic sea ice extent and the record-breaking Atlantic hurricane season. Last year's average global temperature hit 14.9 degrees Celsius. That's 1.2 more than the pre-industrial levels, and well above the goal of the 2015 Paris Agreement, which calls for temperatures to be capped at 2 degrees Celsius below pre-industrial levels. Even as the effects of global warming is felt across the world, Russia's Siberia is experiencing its longest cold spell in more than a decade. Temperatures dipped below minus 40 degrees Celsius more than a month ago. Even for this northern region, it's considered an abnormally long period, catching many residents unprepared. Temperatures are set to fall even further, prompting authorities to release students from classes until it warms up again. Impossibly cold as it seems, but some people living here appear to just be able to shrug it off.
Я родился в Якутске и живу здесь, по крайней мере, на данный момент, и я, в принципе, привык к этому холоду, минус 50. Это, в принципе, нормальное явление для нашего города.
Главное правило – не стоять на месте. Идти. Все, самое главное правило. Все остальное, когда двигаешься, тепло.
And it's not just humans that have to keep warm. Car engines have to be kept running throughout the night in order to prevent them from freezing. Or, like some residents, use a heating cover to keep the car warm. Temperatures can even drop to as low as minus 60 degrees Celsius in this region. Nation Now continues in the next hour. We'll check the top stories, including search and rescue efforts underway after a 6.2 magnitude quake rocked Indonesia's Sulawesi Island. West Sulawesi kills at least 35 people and forces thousands to flee. China races to build a 3,000-unit quarantine facility in Hebei province amid a rise in coronavirus infections. And Japan's Hiroshima prefecture is planning the country's first mass coronavirus testing. Indonesia President Joko Widodo has urged people at disaster zones to stay calm after a 6.2 magnitude quake rocked Sulawesi Island. At least 35 people have been killed and hundreds injured.
Saya atas nama pemerintah dan seluruh rakyat Indonesia menyampaikan duka yang mendalam atas korban yang meninggal dunia. Saya juga minta kepada masyarakat untuk tetap tenang dan mengikuti petunjuk-petunjuk yang disampaikan oleh petugas di lapangan.
The epicenter is south of the Regency capital, Majene, in West Sulawesi. It struck at a depth of about 10 kilometers. Rescuers are searching for more than a dozen patients and staff trapped under the rubble of a flattened hospital. Many buildings, including homes, hotels, and the governor's office, have been badly damaged. Thousands of residents have been evacuated to temporary shelters. Authorities have warned of strong aftershocks, which could trigger tsunamis.
Karena kondisi batuan sudah diguncang 2 kali, bahkan 28 kali, sudah rapuh, dan pusat gempa ada di pantai. Nah, memungkinkan untuk terjadinya longsor ke dalam laut atau longsor bawah laut. Sehingga masih atau dapat pula berpotensi terjadi tsunami apabila ada gempa susulan berikutnya dengan pusat gempa masih di pantai atau bahkan di pinggir laut.
The worst hit area is Majene district. It is a coastal district located near the sea. Extensive damage is also reported in nearby Mamuju Regency in Sulawesi Island. The earthquake happened at about 2:30 a.m. local time when many residents were probably sleeping. The earthquake was at depth of at least 19 kilometers and there was no threat of a tsunami. Authorities said the tremor could be felt for about 5 to 7 seconds. There were reports of buildings like the governor's office which have collapsed due to the earthquake. A hotel building was also badly damaged. In social media, there have been images and videos of people trapped in buildings. There was one particular video which showed a child being trapped under the rubble. Only his face could be seen. A rescuer was asking the child his name, and if there are others trapped near him. The child who was seen having difficulty breathing managed to respond. Rescuers said they needed to wait for heavy equipment to be able to extract survivors. Authorities said there are more than a dozen patients and staff trapped under a hospital which has also collapsed. Search and rescue operations are currently underway. Power supply has been cut off. The building of the local power authority has also been badly damaged. Communication networks are also down. In addition, authorities have not been able to restore power because some roads leading to Majene and Mamuju have been damaged, making it difficult to access the area. Authorities are trying to find alternative routes to Majene and Mamuju, but the journey may be longer and will take more time for them to get there. The governor of neighboring South Sulawesi province said he will dispatch help via sea using vessels from the Indonesian Navy. The South Sulawesi governor said he will be sending relief supplies to Majene. Yesterday, a 5.9 magnitude earthquake struck the same district, damaging several houses. Authorities said today's earthquake is part of aftershocks from yesterday's quake.
Indonesian investigators are one step closer to retrieving a cockpit voice recorder from a passenger jet that crashed into the Java Sea last week. Authorities say they've now found the casing of the recorder, but they're still searching for its memory unit. The search and recovery efforts have been extended by 3 days. More resources are also being deployed.
Pencarian lewat udara tetap kita lakukan
dengan areal yang agak diperluas karena waktu berjalan kalau umpamanya ada yang terbawa arus tentu semakin menjauh ya.
There are now more than 4,000 personnel deployed. They are supported by more than a dozen airplanes, ships and raft boats. A first black box has already been retrieved. Officials earlier said they successfully recovered data from the flight recorder. Rescuers are using an underwater metal detector and a remotely operated vehicle to find the jet's second black box along with the remains of victims.
Harapan kita mudah-mudahan cuacanya sangat bersahabat, sangat menguntungkan sehingga rekan-rekan kita yang melaksanakan penyelaman khususnya itu tidak mengalami kesulitan hambatan dari sisi cuaca.
Workers in China's Hebei province are rushing to build a huge COVID-19 quarantine center. That's part of efforts to tackle a cluster of coronavirus infections that have hit its capital, Shijiazhuang. 3,000 makeshift housing units are being constructed. Each unit will be fully equipped with daily necessities like water and electricity supply. They will also include Wi-Fi and air conditioning. More than 3,000 workers are working around the clock to install the housing units. Installation of the first batch of 600 rooms started on Wednesday. The remaining 3,000 sets have been arriving in batches and will be ready for installation today. China has reported its highest number of new COVID-19 infections in more than 10 months. More than 140 new cases have been added. The majority of those cases are from Hebei province. Another 43 infections are from the northeastern Heilongjiang province. The region has already declared a COVID-19 emergency. More than 28 million people in the country's northeast are under lockdown. Residents have also been urged to stay home and avoid gatherings, especially during the upcoming Chinese New Year holiday. Thousands living in Hong Kong's Yau Tsim Mong district will undergo mandatory coronavirus testing amid a growing cluster in the area. More than 80 infections have been detected in the past 2 weeks. They include a cluster of nearly 30 residents from 4 tenement blocks. Officials say poorly managed drainage pipes at these aged buildings are common and could have caused the spread of the virus. Authorities are now inspecting the building's sewage systems. Residents in the affected blocks have evacuated. Free voluntary testing will also be offered to all other districts. Health experts and local officials are urging the government to carry out wider screenings in older neighborhoods. Japan's Hiroshima will carry out mass coronavirus tests, a first in the country. Authorities aim to conduct PCR tests for 800,000 people in the city, which is home to 1.2 million people. Hiroshima Prefecture is not covered by the state of emergency currently in place for Tokyo and 10 other regions, but it has been struggling with a steep climb in cases in recent weeks. Officials hope to launch the tests by the end of the month. Separately, Japan's government is looking at introducing penalties for flouting COVID-19 measures. These could include hefty fines or even prison sentences. They could apply to offenses such as refusing to be hospitalized for the coronavirus or hindering contact tracing efforts. The government is also eyeing fines for businesses that do not comply with restrictions. Singapore has reported 30 new COVID-19 cases, including 1 in the community. The remaining 29 are imported cases. They had all been placed on stay-home notice or isolated upon arrival. The national tally is now at 59,059. Britain is banning arrivals from more than a dozen South American countries over concerns of a new COVID-19 strain in Brazil. The UK's Transport Minister calls it a precautionary measure to reduce the risk of importing infections.
Yes, there's a travel ban from Brazil and actually I think 14 other South American countries and also Portugal because there is this new variant. We've seen these variants before. There are thousands of them, of course, but some of them which are more easily transmitted are obviously of greater concern. And it's really as a precautionary principle. We're so close now. We've got 3 million of these vaccines in people's arms in the UK. We want to make sure we don't fall at this last hurdle.
Travel from Portugal has also been halted due to the country's close links with Brazil. However, exemptions are made for truck drivers from Portugal transporting essential goods. The ban does not apply to UK residents returning from those destinations, but they must be isolated upon arrival. The Portuguese foreign minister has called the ban, quote, absurd and without logic, as there is no evidence of the Brazil variant in Portugal. Brazilian researchers say the new variant could be contributing to a sharp rise in cases in the northern state of Amazonas, although they have yet to ascertain if it is more contagious than earlier versions of the coronavirus. The increasing number of coronavirus mutations worldwide has become a top priority for the World Health Organization. The urgency has prompted the WHO's Emergency Committee to bring forward their tri-monthly meeting by 2 weeks. WHO Chief Tedros Ghebreyesus highlighted 2 urgent issues that require particular attention: the recent emergence of new virus variants and the preparation for the eventual return of safe international travel, potentially through the use of vaccination and testing certificates. According to the WHO, the UK virus variant has spread to 50 countries, territories and areas, while the South African variant is present in 20 countries. That's an estimate that the agency says is very probably underestimated. A third mutation originating in the Amazon in Brazil is currently being analyzed. Worries are the new strains may render certain vaccines less effective, undermining hopes that immunization offers the best hope of recovery from the pandemic. Mr. Ghebreyesus adds that setting up sustainable response strategies now is key. Recommendations for WHO and member countries will be published at the end of the meeting. Eurasia Business Update is next with Eugenia Lim. Including months after an informal ban, China is considering importing some of Australia's stranded coal. And later, Japan says it's investigating North Korea's new missiles unveiled at a military parade.
Sure, other countries engage in industrial espionage, but no.
The large military parade caps more than a week of a rare party congress. Local media reports that leader Kim Jong-un observed the exhibition of, quote, the world's most powerful weapon, referring to developmental ballistic missiles designed to be launched from submarines. The North Korean regime said last week that it would modernize its nuclear warheads and ballistic missiles so that it can launch quick and devastating strikes. Analysts keep a close tab on such events for possible geopolitical ramifications.
詳細については引き続き分析中でありますが、我が国としては核ミサイル開発を含め北朝鮮をめぐる動向について平素から重大な関心を持って情報収集分析を行っているところであります。今後とも米国などとも緊密に連携しながら必要な情報の収集分析、さらには警戒監視、全力を尽くしていきたいと思います。
North Korea's show of military might comes just days to go before US President-elect Joe Biden is sworn in. Lim Yun-suk explains what message Pyongyang is trying to send to Washington.
Well, it's hard to tell, but many experts do think that there is a message. Now, the North Korean leader, Kim Jong-un, is believed to not to have made any special speech at the military parade, and also at the 8th Congress meeting. He didn't specifically mention the United States or Joe Biden by his name, but experts here think that he is flexing his muscles and is sending a message to the Biden administration that North Korea has the military capabilities and will use them if they need to to defend itself, and also if it doesn't get what it wants from the United States, especially with North Korea rolling out the submarine-launched ballistic missile, which North Korea dubs the world's strongest weapon, at that military parade. Experts think that, this can be seen as proof that North Korea is continuing to build up its nuclear and missile capabilities, and it wants the United States to be aware of this. Now, North Korea did not showcase the intercontinental ballistic missile, so-called the ICBM, that is capable of reaching the United States, and experts think that, this could get North Korea off on a bad start, and North Korea right now doesn't want to do that or don't want to send a strong message. And so it seems like the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un really wants to keep all of its options open, as right now he's unsure what to expect from the president-elect Joe Biden.
Coming up, US President-elect Joe Biden unveils his $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan. And later, governments around the world have had to prioritize certain demographics in the rollout of vaccines, but in Indonesia, one unusual group stands out.
Health officials in Indonesia said a human trial there showed it's 65% effective, and vaccine maker Sinovac says it's safe to use. Indonesia plans to vaccinate more than 180 million people by March next year. The country has reported more than 850,000 cases and almost 25,000 deaths. U.S. President-elect Joe Biden has unveiled a stimulus plan for the American economy worth nearly $2 trillion. He says his immediate priority beyond unifying the country is to get aid money and vaccines to as many Americans as possible. And Biden is urging Congress to approve it as soon as he's sworn into office. Natasha Lanaim reports from Wilmington, Delaware.
A short drive from where President-elect Joe Biden announced his so-called American Rescue Plan, we met William Tolson. He just picked up 2 bags of donated food from a church food pantry. He's been unemployed for 6 months and is hoping the renewed promise of a bigger stimulus check doesn't evaporate.
We elect them to do a job that they've kind of dropped the ball. I'm not going to blame it on Republicans or Democrats. I'm going to blame it on everybody. Because as a group, they're supposed to come together and do what's best for you and I.
On Thursday, Biden announced his $1.9 trillion strategy. He says the American economy can't be revived without combating COVID-19. It's the first of what he calls a 2-step rescue and recovery plan.
We're in the middle of a once-in-several-generations economic crisis with a once-in-several-generations public health crisis. The crisis of deep human suffering is in plain sight, and there's no time to waste.
Biden's proposal includes $1,400 stimulus checks for those in need, funding for a national COVID-19 vaccination program, and increased testing, with a focus on reopening schools and creating a public health workforce with 100,000 jobs. Biden also wants to provide money to combat hunger in America, struggling public transit systems, and small businesses. There are 10 million fewer jobs in the United States than there were before the pandemic. Some economists say without a major injection of capital, millions of Americans will remain unemployed. But there is some concern among lawmakers about the plan's price tag, when there is already a more than $3 trillion deficit, the largest since World War II. Tolson is optimistic Biden can unify the country and resuscitate the economy.
As Americans, it's what we do. Tough times, we come together, as we should.
Biden warns we are in a race against time. Millions of struggling Americans are now counting on the Democratic-controlled Congress to act quickly. Natasha Lanaim, Al Jazeera, Wilmington, Delaware.
The head of the FBI is warning of potential violence in the run-up to Joe Biden's inauguration. The agency says there have been calls for armed protests on several social media platforms. Vice President Mike Pence has pledged to ensure a safe transition of power as security is stepped up in the Capitol. Mike Hanna reports from Washington, D.C.
It looks like a capital under siege. Fences topped with razor wire have been erected around the nation's seat of government. ever-increasing numbers of soldiers are being deployed. Security officials saying that some 20,000 will be sent by the inauguration next Wednesday. That's greater than any current deployment anywhere in the world. Even the Supreme Court is being locked down, as well as other signature landmarks once thronged with tourists. Vice President Mike Pence met with senior security officials to be briefed on the preparations.
The American people deserve a safe inauguration on January 20th, and I encourage you to convey to all of the members of your teams to continue to lean forward to ensure that we achieve just that.
But he heard a bleak assessment from the director of the FBI.
We're concerned about the potential for violence at multiple protests and rallies planned here in D.C. and at state capitol buildings around the country in the days to come that could bring armed individuals within close proximity to government buildings and officials.
And direct threats from right-wing extremists have been growing in the wake of the impeachment vote against President Trump on Wednesday.
That was taped to my office door just a few minutes ago.
The Republicans who voted for impeachment, a particular focus.
Colleagues who are now traveling with armed escorts out of the fear for their safety. Many of us are altering our routines, working to get body armor.
As yet another ominous evening fell, the Vice President thanked some of the National Guard that have been deployed to the nation's capital on a scale not seen since the Civil War. Mike Hanna, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Well, the U.S. has rejected calls to reverse its decision to designate Yemen's Houthi rebels a terrorist group. The UN warns the move could result in a large-scale famine. The Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, says the Houthis must be held accountable for what he calls terrorist acts. Kristen Salumi reports from the United Nations. It was a brutal attack on Aden's airport, just as newly appointed Yemeni government officials arrived, killing more than 20 people, including civilians and aid workers. But what the U.S. has done since, blaming Iran-backed Houthi separatists and designating them a terrorist organization, will have more deadly and far-reaching consequences. That, according to Martin Griffiths, the United Nations Special Envoy who recently visited the country.
We fear, in my mission, that there will be inevitably a chilling effect on my efforts to bring the parties together.
Even worse, according to the UN and aid agencies, the move is likely to push Yemen over the brink and into widespread famine. After 6 years of civil war, 16 million people, more than half of the population, already rely on humanitarian assistance to buy food, 90% of which is imported. Aid agencies say the terrorism designation will disrupt the supply chain, increase prices, and possibly cause suppliers to pull out of the country altogether. David Beasley heads the Nobel Prize-winning World Food Program.
With the designation, it's going to be catastrophic. It literally is going to be a death sentence to hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of innocent people in Yemen. And quite frankly, it needs to be reversed.
The United States has promised to work with aid agencies, but says the move is needed as years of peace talks have yielded little in the way of results.
I want to ensure that everyone in this council and our briefers, that their views, their concerns, are informing how we approach the designation implementation. And we are listening. But we do believe that this step is the right move forward.
The designation of Iranian-backed Houthis as terrorists is the final salvo in the United States' so-called maximum pressure campaign against Iran, and it's due to go into effect on January 19th, one day before President Trump leaves office. Already there are calls on President-elect Joe Biden to reverse the decision, along with the warning that by that time, damage will already have been done. Kristen Salumi, Al Jazeera, the United Nations. Mexico's Attorney General says charges will not be placed on its former defense minister accused of drug trafficking in the United States. Salvador Cienfuegos was arrested in Los Angeles in October, but the U.S. let him return to Mexico to be investigated. The U.S. accused him of conspiring to produce and distribute illegal drugs. But Mexico's Attorney General says the evidence shows Cienfuegos never met criminal organizations nor promised to protect them. And the U.S. has added Chinese smartphone maker Xiaomi to its economic blacklist. Washington says the company and 8 others have links to the Chinese military, and U.S. investors have until November to divest their stakes or face penalties. The company has become the world's third largest smartphone maker, benefiting from a previous blacklist of Huawei. More dangerous chemicals have been found at Beirut's port months after a huge explosion killed more than 200 people. The blast destroyed neighborhoods in the Lebanese capital and is believed to have been caused by ammonium nitrate that caught fire. Authorities have so far failed to answer questions about the explosion or who owns the chemicals. Zena Khudr reports from Beirut. Stockpiles of toxic chemicals at Beirut's shattered port. They have been here for years, exposed only after the massive explosion in August. And like the highly explosive ammonium nitrate believed to be responsible for setting off that blast, these materials are also being kept in unsafe conditions.
We open, we inspect it, and we discharge, and sometimes we found things who was not labeled.
Michael Wendler is part of a team of German experts who are helping Lebanese authorities dispose of the hazardous materials.
If we make mistakes by mixing or something like, or somebody mix it, then we have a big blast here again in Beirut in the port.
Some legal experts say this is another example of a dysfunctional state and corruption by Lebanon's ruling elite, who were told about the threat of the ammonium nitrate and didn't act.
Where did all these chemicals come from? Who brought them to Lebanon? There has never been proper control over the port. No supervision and no proper monitoring. What happened at the port revealed the level of corruption across the state.
The port had a reputation for being one of the most corrupt institutions in the country. For years, smuggling and custom tax evasions have been among the violations documented. Experts have long compared the way the port is managed to how the state is run. Little or no oversight by a single authority with influence in the hands of political parties. Control over the port is in the hands of many government and security agencies and a customs authority, which at times don't coordinate and whose loyalties are to different parties. The international community has long demanded Lebanese authorities fight corruption and reform institutions, including the port, where officials have said billions of dollars in revenues don't reach the state treasury. That's not the only challenge.
We aim at increasing the law enforcement agencies' capabilities for risk analysis, profiling, and also inspection of dangerous goods, which can come in containers.
The blast devastated a city, killed at least 200, and injured thousands. An estimated 300,000 were made homeless. 5 months on, there has been no accountability, and questions remain unanswered. For many, this is not just negligence. They want to know who brought the ammonium nitrate to Lebanon and the rest of the toxic materials that turned the port into a ticking time bomb. Zana Khudr, Al Jazeera, Beirut. Australia is urging tech giant Google to focus on paying for news content instead of blocking it. This follows reports Australian news websites are not showing up on Google's search engine. Google and Facebook are among tech companies fighting against the government's plan to force tech companies to pay for news content. Australia insists its plans will save jobs in struggling news publishing platforms. And earlier, my colleague Folly Batibo spoke to the federal president of Australia's media union, Marcus Strom. He says Google will eventually have to reach a compromise with the Australian government.
Google is saying that the current proposal from the government is unworkable and will be unfair to people who use their search engine. However, they seem to really be very reluctant to enter into process where there will be arbitration and they can be forced to contribute money to news organisations to carry their content on their news sites.
Right. The legislation being considered in Australia would force big tech firms to pay Australian news outlets for content which appears on their platform. Now, one of Google's arguments is that it already supports news media business and that therefore it shouldn't have to pay. What's your response to that? And how would money raised from making tech companies pay for news content actually help media companies in Australia?
Well, Google and Facebook now have an effective monopoly over distribution of online news in Australia and in many other markets. The amount of money that they've given back has obviously been welcome, but it's a drop in the ocean compared to the amount of money that has been driven out of advertising from news organisations, which was used to sustain journalism, into Facebook and Google. So what this is seeking to remedy is for some of that money to go back to news organisations. Part of the problem is there's no guarantee that money will go towards journalism. That's one of the concerns that we have as a union. But the Competition Commission in Australia is seeking to redress balance between effective monopolies and struggling news organisations.
Start blocking people's stuff.
Right. But as you know, Google has withdrawn services entirely in countries like Spain, for instance, because of regulations. And this, of course, raises broader questions about the power of these tech companies. Do you think we've arrived at a point now where they're too powerful and that they're the ones regulating civil society when it should be the other way around?
Well, yeah, this is what we're facing, is that tech companies, big tech companies, seem to be regulating what goes on in civil society, suspending people from networks, and rather than civil society being able to regulate what happens on the tech giants. What Australia is trying to do to get around that is, whereas in Spain, Google just suspended their entire Google Spain news tab, if that was to happen here and Google was still distributing non-Australian news, or as they were in Spain, non-Spanish news, Google operating here could still cop up to a $10 million fine for those breaches. So that's one way they've got around. But it is something that we need to face up to as a society. Are these organisations too big? Do they have too much power? And how can we effectively regulate big tech when they operate across jurisdictions?
Well, staying with Google, it says it's closed a deal to buy fitness tracking company Fitbit for $2.1 billion. It's pushing ahead with the acquisition in spite of an ongoing U.S. Justice Department investigation. Regulators are looking into whether the acquisition would harm competition and consumers. Google says it's buying Fitbit to compete with the Apple Watch and others. Fitbit has 29 million active users. Coming up on the Al Jazeera News Hour, the sports news and a steady start for Australia in the fourth test against India in Brisbane. Peter.
8:36 in the morning. It was 5:28, so it's already made a 0.01 of it. 8:36. Good tonight. Sounds like the big sawyers are coming and start cutting over on that side. Those people poaching wood. Jim and Mark, everybody. Happy Friday. 0.617. Just about noon. Remember, starting of the day, it was 0.528. Making power. Dial in those antennas. Back down here in the mix. I climbed up that tree in the dark last night. I'll take and put it all the way up on the tip. Up there. Inshallah. You see within the field where that guy is. And that guy, I got a fool. I'm gonna try uploading a small video while I do this in the water. See if we can get this quick video up real quick. With some information. I'm up here on the hill. Alright. Broadcasting it through the antennas that I set up. Refracting the light into that way. sky is. 9 hours long. End it with the water going into the